going here in just a second. Welcome in, friends. Let me open the guest boxes real quick before I forget to do that. There we go. Guest boxes are open. Bada bing, bada boom. And I think all the streams are open. So welcome in, friends. Thank you for being here tonight. It's Friday night. So, we're going to have a blast. It's going to be an awesome Friday night. I got my Bible ready, got my Kraken ready. Doug's always ready. Doug's always rock hard. So I guess it's time to cook, friends. That's what we're gonna get going here. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna turn my phone volume down. There we go. Phone volume's turned down. Welcome in, Jay Steele, Ems, Joycey, J Tech, Jay Lennox. Good to see you guys. J Cow, mostly gizzards, JMR. We got Benny with us as well. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. We got a bunch of new members to the Kraken crew. By the way, let's welcome in Forever Saint, Big W Forever Saint, and Nigel McKay. Welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, Big W. And also Andrew Rogers. Welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, along with our friend Dustin. Welcome in, friends. And we've got a 1-month member of the Kraken Crew Elite says, why isn't anyone talking about how Jesus caused an ecological disaster, sending 2,000 pigs to the main water and food source? That's actually not just a disaster, but it seems to be a property crime. Like, he basically just ruined 2,000 pigs worth of property. Like, someone's got to pay for that. You know what I mean? That's crazy. He had to pay for his sins. That's why he died. And JMR, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. JMR says, whiskey is poured neat and stomach is growling. Let's cook, King. Thank you so much, JMR. I appreciate that. And it's a little early for me to get any whiskey or Kraken in my system, but, it's eventually going to happen. You know how Friday nights be. And Dex sending out 5 subbies. Big W, Dex. I really appreciate that. Big win, Dexter. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for being here. And also, Kurt, thank you so much for gifting out 5 DZ memberships. I super appreciate that. Big W, Kurt. All right, we've got Austin in the guest box already. Let's bring Austin in.
Oh, shoot, am I on already? I thought it was Morpheus going to go first.
Morpheus hangs out with me as backup. But I don't think I could be wrong. Morpheus, let me know. I don't think he was coming to chat, but if he is, I'll bring him in next.
Wait, hold on. Can I hear myself? Sorry. Oh, sorry. I have your YouTube stream and my Video Ninja at the same time.
So what's in your mind tonight, Austin?
Yeah, so I know the point with God is imaginary. I'm going to take a slightly different approach. I know we've talked in Discord a couple times about this, so just kind of want to see more how your chat reacts on YouTube. Probably going to regret looking at this later.
The chat's never on your side. Just remember that.
Oh, I know. I'm very well aware.
Yeah, this is like going to the away game,
Dude, I don't think you can call it an away game at that point. I gotta take too many shots just to stand it.
Right.
So I'm gonna take a slightly different approach on the topic of God is imaginary. So I've heard you debate a bunch of other Christians in the live stream. And give or take, I'm not the biggest fan of their arguments. I feel like they're trying to prove something you can't prove based off faith. I know you've mentioned this before in our Discord chat messages. What's the point of coming on here to try to prove God is real? Or I guess, how did you say it?
I'm saying, like, if Christians could own up to the fact that Christianity is a faith and not a fact, I think things would be much easier. You can't really prove this kind of thing. You just have to just confess that it's something you believe without the evidence.
Yeah, and that's my take on it. And I think a couple of your guys are saying there's no sound on YouTube. Not sure if
there's no sound on YouTube.
Yeah.
What? I mean, I can. What about now? Oh shit! Now it's probably doubled. How is there no sound on YouTube?
Let me. Oh, okay. I guess.
So that they can hear me, but no, they said they can hear just fine. All right, hold on. Let's do this, okay? There seems to be some divided opinion on whether or not the audio is working. I'm seeing a lot of people say it's fine, so I think we're okay.
No, you're
YouTube
good.
is
I just
fine.
saw one comment saying that they couldn't hear on YouTube, so I was like, oh wait.
No, someone's fucking with us. Yeah, don't worry about it. Okay, so Austin, for the audience, refresh everybody where you're at in your process and what your current question is, or what your current argument is.
Yeah, so my argument is that you can't prove, or I'll go as far to say, or disprove potentially the existence for God. It's all based through faith, and
I
rather
agree.
not fact.
I agree. Yeah. In fact, if most Christians would come to this conclusion, it could solve a lot of arguments. We can say, okay, well, you're entitled to believe the stuff that you believe. Just don't insist that I believe it and that I'm silly for not believing it.
Got it. Yeah, so that kind of led me to another question. I know you brought this up. So you had a question in our Discord chat that if you have faith and not facts, you shouldn't be showing up to the debate. Faith isn't a reliable pathway to truth. So that's
Right.
kind of what I had a question on. What did you mean by, what's your definition of truth? Like hard factual evidence, or like, um,
Right. So my
how did I
idea
pose
of
the
truth
question?
is anything that seems to be in accordance with reality, right? Now, reality, of course, we can only interact with it subjectively. Like we only have our brains to interact with it. But if I said there's, the sun is out, I can go outside and see the sun. That seems to be in accordance with reality. So then I would say the statement that the sun is out is a true statement, right? And so that's kind of what I'm suggesting.
I have my notes. Let me try to find this. Sorry.
So like believing something, or having faith in something isn't a reliable pathway to knowing what is true to reality, like what matches reality. Because there's nothing you can't have faith in. Like I can have faith that like the publishing clearinghouse finally cleared my $1 million check, but that doesn't seem to be likely in accordance with reality.
Gotcha. Yeah. So I'll agree to that extent. Yeah. So I don't think you can have a certain proof or any proof of God, or if heck, if us Catholics and Christians are wrong, a God. Um, but I think you can also definitely have faith as through belief, with faith, uh, with the
Sure.
existence of God.
And there's nothing wrong with believing in something, right? So like there's a lot of people in our deconstruction community that have religious beliefs. I think the reason why we do these lives though is because if people want to know, not believe, but want to know what is true, I think then you have to ask the hard questions. And then think the other side of that coin too is sometimes people's beliefs are dangerous. Sometimes they do hurt people. And so when we sense there are people who have dangerous beliefs, we would like to free them of such burdens.
Right. So trying to find my notes. I had some notes written here, but my computer's now all lost and my hard drive got reset. Give me 1 minute. I had a couple of questions. Well, I can't find them, but I think we're kind of.
It's okay.
Sorry, my computer got reset the other day. So, but yeah, I think
Well,
we're kind of more on common ground here on this topic in that case. So I just kind of wanted to get your opinion, see what your side was on this.
yeah, that's what I would say. Yeah. Listen, Austin, I appreciate you coming up and asking some questions. I mean, if you have any more questions, you know how to get a hold of me both online and offline. So you're welcome anytime to contact me.
Sounds good. Well, it was good talking to you. I'll stay for the debate and listen to you to cook some of my fellow Christians. And dude, I heard that who was that guy on Wednesday night? He was talking about UFOs and stuff. I was like, what in the world? He confirmed I smoked the blunt I never smoked that day.
Yeah, that dude took a huge bong rip before he got on. I don't know what he was having, but he's having the
I
good
don't know.
stuff.
I don't know how he did it. He gave me a contact high.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Pretty much. Yeah, he was wild though. He's definitely gonna get clipped.
I hope so. I would love to see that again, and then have Morpheus over here mix that into like one of those mixed songs from back in like the early 2000s.
Yeah, we'll definitely be mixing that up. Well, listen, Austin, man, it's good to hear from you. I hope you have a good night. Enjoy the show. Okay.
Thanks. Bye.
Cheers. Dubs to Austin. Let me grab a couple super chats, and then Morpheus wanted to come in, and then we've got some other people in the queue that want to come in. So we'll move through the queue as we can. Connor, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Connor says, binge watching your old lives. I'm back to December 2024 and will be sad when I finally catch up. Also, I'm the one who emailed you about the Bible thing. Whenever you check, cheers, mate. Connor, thank you so much for emailing me and for binge watching the videos. But you might have to be a little more specific about emailing about the Bible thing. I get a lot of emails about the Bible. I mean, that's like 90% of my emails. But anyways, if you emailed me a while ago, I apologize. I get a lot of messages sometimes. Like I might click on something and then mean to reply and then end up not replying. So if you messaged me a long time ago and I didn't reply, just message me again. I'll get on top of it. I apologize. And Stephen, thank you for the super chat. Says, are there stories of Christ as a child? Not a lot of them. You'll find in the writings of some early Christians, there were some stories floating around. So if you read the disputations of Origen, like in Contra Celsum, there's some dialogue about how Jesus went into Egypt as a child because his mother needed to escape the fact that she cheated on her betrothed husband. And so they went into Egypt for his childhood, which is where he learned magic and dark arts and things like that. So there's stuff like that, but there's nothing solid. And Cheese of Nazareth, thank you for subbing on TikTok. I appreciate that. Pac-Man, thank you so much for the super chat. Hold on. Are you Smokelahoma? Pac-Man and Smokelahoma, are you the same thing? He says, got invite to Bible study. I won cheat sheet. Oh, shit. So you went to a Bible study with the cheat sheet and you cooked them. Listen, if that's what happened, you made my night. That's the best thing. I mean, you can't say anything more more warming to my heart than that. And thank you, Larry, for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, Larry. I really appreciate you supporting the channel. This is the best way to support the channel and to get cheat sheets in people's hands. Anyone who's got a Kraken Crew Elite level membership should have access to the cheat sheet. And also, the TikTok queue is open. You just click the guest request down at the bottom. You can be a guest on TikTok. You don't have to do the third-party link here. You don't have to do this. You can come up through the typical fashion. If you're not on TikTok, if you're watching on Twitch or Facebook or YouTube, you can go to this link here, tinyurl.com/dzguest, or in the description of the video, there's a clickable link that you can click on and it'll put it into your browser for you. And then, you'll be good to go. So with that, let me grab Morpheus and Timothy. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Timothy says, getting ripped on bong hits makes the Bible better. I could not agree more. Listen, if you've never got elevated while you're reading the Bible, you're missing out. It's a fun ride. Anyway, Morpheus, how you doing, friend?
Hey, what's up, bro? How's it going?
Good, man. How you doing?
Oh, in here working, taking a break, actually.
Can you turn your mic up a little bit? I hear less of your voice and more of the background noise.
Oh, that's my air conditioner.
Oh, that's what I'm hearing is the air AC. Okay.
Okay, how about it now? Is that better?
Yeah, I think it's a lot better, actually.
All right, cool. Yeah, like I said, I'm just taking a break. I was working earlier on somebody's album. So I think I'm taking a break, hang out with you for a minute. But what I want to talk about, right? Yeah, check this out. I've been doing some reading, right, on the Greek manuscripts, right? Mm-hmm. And I thought something real interesting, right? And I know you're familiar with it. I want to talk about Romans and Galatians, right? Where in the Greek you see pistis esau Christou, right? Now, pistis esau Christou was being translated by Martin Luther as faith in Jesus, right? Mm-hmm. So you have, as you spoke about before, the objective genitive and the subjective, right? In Greek?
So, yeah, but generally speaking, like when you have a genitive in Greek, in English, we would translate it as like an of or
right.
A component of something or like a subset or belonging to, if that makes sense. So like
right. So the translation, faith in Jesus, they speaks about in Romans is a wrong translation. It shouldn't say faith in Jesus. It should say the faithfulness of Jesus. Am I correct?
Yeah, so you could say faith of Jesus. Depending on the context of the passage, you could make it to be possessive using a genitive. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. I'd have to do like an actual exegesis on the two passages you're referring to.
I'm
But
gonna tell you why I say that though. Watch it, which is really interesting. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Right? It's because you see the same exact phrase, right?
Mhm.
When speaking about the faith of Abraham and the faith of Moses, right? The very same exact phrase. And each time when it refers to the faith of Abraham and Moses, now when it gets to Jesus, it's the same phrase. Why would I think it would change to the faith in Jesus as opposed to, the faith of Jesus? Because it's the same phrase.
Mhm. Yeah, so
That makes
these
sense?
it makes perfect sense. And these are some of the problems that face Bible translators in that sometimes you have phrases that are, it seems like they're being used in a non-typical fashion. Like they could just use the word "en," to refer to in Christ, but it's not outside of the semantic range of a genitive to refer to something that is more or less possessive or even accusative. Not that you would want to use a genitive for that, but
Right.
you could suggest that the genitive form for faith of Christ could be translated as faith in Christ. But I don't think that's a great translation, right? I think the original intention of that sentence would be something closer to faith concerning Christ, if that makes
Okay.
sense.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But you see my argument or my thinking, because I'm saying I see the same phrase when pertaining to Abraham, and it's being translated as the faithfulness of Abraham, and I see the same thing in the very same exact chapter when it's talking about the faith of Moses, and it's the same phrase.
Right.
So I started thinking, well, why would I think it would mean, the faith in Jesus Christ if it's the same phrase
Sure,
being
and
used over here?
depending on how the subject and object are formed in the sentence, you could read it as having the faith of Christ. Um,
Right.
but I mean, that's at that point you're doing theology and translation at the same time, and I think it's impossible to get away from. Every translator at some level is doing both translation and theology at the same time because there are phrases that are ambiguous, especially in the Greek, because sometimes the Greek word order makes it difficult to know what's actually being said.
Right.
And Paul has a really bad habit of doing like many run-on sentences, and they don't have commas. They don't, he can't tell you where the beginning of one run-on sentence ends or starts, right? So what you get are these long, long strings of Greek words for Paul, and you have to, in your mind, you have to put them in the order that you think they're going to make the most sense in English, and sometimes it's hard to do.
Oh, so in Greek they don't have commas?
No, they don't have the punctuation like we have in English. They do have methods of doing commas. Most of our Greek manuscripts don't have them. It's very rare to see that kind of a thing. And the same is true with Hebrew. We do have some Masoretic texts. Like I think it was either the Aleppo Codex or the Leningrad has actual dots between breakpoints. But these are very rare features that come much later in history.
So would you say that changing or putting a comma in a certain order in a phrase would potentially change its meaning, right?
Right. So I guess, when we're doing like a translation of genitives, right? So the question is, what is actually having the possessive? Like who's possessing what, right?
Right. Right.
And without actually going through the Greek text and doing like an exegesis on the passage, it'd be difficult to, on the fly tell you exactly how those three words were intending to be used.
Mm-hmm.
but you could say the faith of Christ. You could say faith in Christ. You could say faith from Christ. Even you could make that translation. There's a couple ways to say it. Though there are a few times where the genitive is used to refer to the faith coming from Christ, or the faith that is generally related to Christ. And so
Right.
that's the problem. Is the genitive is not always possessive.
That's interesting.
Yeah, my
That's
life
very
just
interesting.
my life just got restricted for
What?
for alcohol, tobacco, and drugs.
How is that even possible?
I was reading somebody's super chat came in earlier that referenced taking a bong rip, and you know how TikTok is.
Wow. Wow.
Well, that would explain
so-
why they didn't push it out to any guests, because it got stuck at like 150 or 200 viewers at the beginning, and I was wondering why it didn't get pushed out. It'll be okay. I'll restart the TikTok stream.
Wow. Wow. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, so I'm digging into that. So you're going through the languages, especially the Greek, because
Right.
I find it very interesting looking at those texts. Yeah, I'm going to let the brother Esau Ibn Yahya go next. That should be interesting. So Esau, real quick, Ibn Yahya, you asked me in the chat if I asked you how you was doing. When I asked you, Orkefa, or Kefa Halak, I asked you how you were doing. Right, so let me ask you, Isa ibn Yahya, real quick. هل تتكلم لغة العربية؟ هل تتكلم؟ لا?
Oh, he can hear you, but we can't hear him.
Okay. I'll let y'all have a conversation.
So,
You go ahead. I'm going to hang out in the back with you.
Morpheus, if you can see my screen, I don't know if you can. Let me see if I can share it with you, actually. I'm going to share my screen with you for just a moment. So I pulled up one passage where we've got the genitive form, and look at the way they're treating it in this translation. They're treating it as the faith from Christ. This should be the same genitive form you were talking about in Romans.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
The
So-
faith from Christ.
That's right. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying with semantic range. There are sometimes a semantic range in how you can translate stuff, and it's a little bit up to the translator to make that call.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's the problem when
Interesting.
people say, well, what is the most accurate translation? The reality is there's no such thing as a perfectly accurate translation. Every translation embedded in it has some interpretation.
Right. That's good. I'm glad you showed that, because that's exactly what I was talking about. Because I'm like, no, I wouldn't translate that way. No,
Right, exactly.
Especially when I see the usage of it, and I see it's being used other places, and I'm looking at how it's being used, and if every time I see that phrase and it's being used that way, why would I think it's different? You know what I mean? And,
Yeah.
Someplace else. Why would I do that?
I know exactly what you mean. Yep.
Yeah, man. That's great though, man. But okay, so I'm gonna hang out with you for the night. So I'm in the back if you
All
need
right.
me.
Great to hear from you, brother.
All right, bro.
W. Morpheus, a good friend of the channel, great guy. Let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our first guest in here. The guest box should be open on TikTok now. I had to restart the TikTok stream. Sorry about that. The live got restricted because they're very, very sensitive to language. They can't handle like basic language that people use in everyday conversation. But Connor, thank you for the follow-up on that last one. He says, it's the email that starts with Z. It's the title, Bible signing request. Send it right before the live. No, oh, you sent it today. Oh yeah, so I haven't checked my email before the live. I checked it earlier today, but I haven't checked it since. But okay, Connor, yes, if I will read your email when I'm not streaming. But thank you so much for the message. And Ray, thank you for gifting a Deconstruction Zone membership. I really appreciate that. And now we've got Brian in the Kraken Crew Elite. Thank you so much, Brian. And Debbie, I love being some little Debbies, but Debbie, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, I have a tectonic relationship with Doug, but it's not my fault. I'll be here all week. That is a great double play on words. I really appreciate that. Listen, sometimes we get someone in here with a joke and they'll have a play on words. Sometimes they really go the extra mile and do 2 in 1. And you really went 2 in 1 there with that, Davey. I appreciate that. I can't tell you how much I love a good joke. And Navy, thank you for the super chat. Navy says, do you have any online resources about the history of the lands and cultures that coincide with the time period referring to the Old Testament? The only good online resource that isn't going to cost you a ton of money is probably going to be going to archive.org and getting a copy of the ancient Near Eastern text relating to the Old Testament by James Pritchard, or getting a volume by Samuel Driver titled Cuneiform Parallels to the Old Testament. Either one of those will get you quite a bit of ancient Near Eastern literature that coincides with the Old Testament period. So good luck with that. Welcome in, Daniel.
Hey, how you doing, Padre?
Good. How you doing?
Not too bad. My goodness, there are some shenanigans going on in the queue.
I believe it. I can't hear any of the shenanigans in the queue. I've got the queue muted so it doesn't interrupt with anything.
That's probably for the best. I had just a brief couple of questions. I am over 18. And I believe in Spanky the large purple hippopotamus. Spanks to you. Spanks to everyone in the queue.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm actually a believer in spanking myself.
Oh, fellow Spankite.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always grateful to the spanked one to have opened my eyes, allowed Spanky to write on my heart.
Spanky will do that. Yeah. So I take it you're not a believer in the Jesus variety.
No, but there's a fella in queue who just might change that for us. But let's wait for him to get here. But I do have just a couple quick questions. I'm a big fan of the of what you're doing. I'm not going to take up too much of your time. I'm just going to throw just a couple quick questions, if you don't mind.
Well, I mean, we're supposed to be doing debates, but I can take one question.
Absolutely. Okay, if it's one question, if all of these contradictory statements or just flat out incorrect statements in the Bibli are there, and they have been there for so long, how is it still a thing?
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you why, right? The reason why is because no one's reading the damn thing. I was in church for 20 years, and I can tell you, I can count like on my fingers and toes how many people in that church were reading this book. They trust that they're going to come to church, and the guy that got the degree is going to tell them what they need to know. Or the guy who pretends like he knows what he's doing is going to tell them what they need to know. So I think, for a lot of religions, I think reading an old book that requires a lot of education to really fully understand just isn't on their menu. And so they're like, listen, like I take my car to a mechanic when it's broken. I take my body to a doctor when it's broken. I take my person to a church to learn what the Bible says. I think a lot of people are okay with trusting people who claim to have expertise. But obviously the problem is that, roughly 40 to 45% of pastors in the U.S. have no educational training. They have no Bible college or seminary.
So yes, absolutely. I was in Catholic school for a great long time. So when you were going through the process of college and seminary, and you had said before, a lot of people end up dropping out of that for the same reason you've discovered. Do they just kind of flat face tell you, hey, this is going to be tough?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. When you get into Bible college and seminary, they warn you, you're going to learn things that may differ from what you heard in church. You're going to learn things that are going to challenge your faith. In fact, I had one Bible professor. He was an Old Testament professor, but really he was more of a language professor to me personally. That was his area of expertise, and that's what I was taking his classes in if I could. But he would say, this material will challenge you. And when he said that, what he's really saying under the surface is, this is not stuff you've probably heard before, and it's going to threaten your preconceived ideas about the faith, right? But that's what they'll say. Or like in Bible college or seminary, when there's two texts that seem to contradict each other, they'll say something like, you can see there's some tension between these two passages, right? What they should just say is these passages contradict each other.
Yeah, that seems to be more upfront. The ones you have read, you seem to not a slight to you, but you seem to read like the same 5 passages.
Well, see, I usually start out really small, right? So when it comes to the contradictions, I want to start out with the easy ones. I want to start out with the ones that don't require reading like big pieces, like a whole paragraph, 2 paragraphs. And
Gad talking to David about the curses God's going to politely put on him, the 3 and the 7, right?
Yeah, so that's a good one because so many people can clearly see that 3 and 7 aren't the same number. And so I think it's such an effective contradiction where sometimes when you have contradictions that are just merely a word can be interpreted in multiple ways, that can become difficult for people to see as a contradiction. But I think people can inherently tell that 7 and 3 are not the same.
You'd think. You'd think.
You'd think, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it on both hands.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah. Okay, this chat's getting spicy in here. I really appreciate you just kind of entertaining me. Spanks very much. May Spanky be with you.
Thanks, Daniel. Good to hear from you.
Cheers.
W Spanky as well. I mean, so if you don't know who Spanky is, you got to look up Planet Peterson. And we've got my friend Dugald with us here. How you doing, Dugald?
Good, Justin. How are you, buddy?
Good. I'm really good. Good to see you. Are you going to hang out with me?
I can't right now, but I can here in a little while. I can come back. But right now, I just wanted to know if it was cool if I plugged the fundraiser tomorrow.
Please do, yeah.
All right. Or not tomorrow. Sunday evening at 6 Eastern, I'm doing another fundraiser for a community member in need. They've asked me not to say who it is directly, but if you need to know, you can DM me. But I will be doing another fundraiser. All proceeds will be going to that person who's hit some hard times. I know we've had a lot of people who've had that problem lately. I get it. So if you can't donate, at least come by and do some likes and shares.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that, Dugald. Make sure you're following Dugald, and if you are so moved by the power of Doug to give to the fundraiser, I would greatly appreciate it. I know who the fundraiser's for. I've already donated. A lot of people are going to donate. And remember, guys, like I realize that sometimes when we do fundraisers, like within short succession, not a lot of time between them, you can get kind of burned out. I get that. I really do. But the reality is, if it was somebody, if you were in the position where you were possibly looking at not being able to pay your rent and then getting evicted, guess what? You would hope somebody would come to help you. And so as a group, as a community, as a people group who care about other people, I'm not going to get tired of helping out every chance I can help out. And I don't think Dugald's going to get tired. So come and join us.
All right. But yeah, I'll come back and hang out in like an hour or so, okay?
All right, great.
All right, talk to you later, buddy.
Cheers, bud. I did a lot of fundraisers when I was in church, and I understand fundraiser fatigue is a real thing. I get it, so I don't blame anyone if you get burnt out on fundraisers, but as long as people are in need, we're going to help them. Damn. My buddy from the Damn Network is here. Great to see you. The Daily Atheist Morning Show. If you're not following the Damn Network so you can catch the Daily Atheist Morning Show, I implore you to do it. It's a great show. There's familiar faces on the show. There's guests on the show. It's awesome commentary. It's typically in the morning. I want to say 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Like half of my days at work, I'm in there listening. But thank you for the super chat, my friend. He says, hey, Justin, I actually caught the stream. Well, I'm glad you're here. So big W, I appreciate that. And Chip, thank you for the super chat. Says, translating text is hard, even when fluent. Actually, I agree, Chip. There's a lot of times where there's a passage where you can know the language and you're like, I know what the words mean, but I don't fully know what the author was trying to communicate. You see what I'm saying? You can know what the words mean and still be confused about what the author is trying to do with them. And that's why translation is so hard. And welcome to the Kraken crew, my friend. Thank you so much. And Simon Open Bar Kokva, amazing name, by the way. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I was going to become the Messiah, but something Batar came up. Dad jokes keep cooking, Justin. We love the burnt offering. Thank you so much, Simon Open Bar Kokva. I really appreciate that. Got a lot of good material in this super chat. I like that. And TV Atheist, thank you for the super chat. Says, I sent you a message on Discord also. Well, I'm sure I'll get to it. I apologize. Sometimes I get backed up. I get a lot of Discord messages, but I'll get to it. I promise. And Adam, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that, Adam. Adam says, when Jesus mentions least in the kingdom when discussing following the law, could that be interpreted as not inheriting the kingdom because they view you as least, or make it but barely? So this is my interpretation of that passage, and it's a little bit of a tricky one, because my interpretation of the passage is that he's not suggesting you won't get into the kingdom. What he's suggesting is that in the hierarchy, you're not going to be near the top. In fact, he says that his 12 disciples are going to be ruling and reigning in the kingdom, right? So he tells you there's a hierarchy to it, and his 12 disciples are going to be at the top. Obviously not Judas. It's going to be the replacement for Judas. So that's how I'm reading it. I'm reading it as you're the low man on the totem pole. It's not like everybody is equal. We're all going to be doing the same thing, And Adele, thank you for the $20 super chat. Big W, Adele. I appreciate that. Adele says, Justin, on the road to bury my very Catholic dad's ashes tomorrow. Super not excited for the priest to tell us how the day is actually all about GZC and F, my dad's memory. So glad I have Doug's support. Well, Adele, you've got all of our support, and these are actually really difficult times. And I had to bury my father. I still remember it like it was yesterday. It's been almost 20 years now. But so condolences with you, Adele. It's such a hard time to be through, or to be in it. But we're hoping that you get through it with the power of Doug, and just bring some of those really small earbuds. Just like pop one in your ear and listen to some good music. Listen to some atheist jams during the funeral. If they start talking about hellfire and brimstone, get the fuck out of there. And Dr. Joe, thank you so much for the super chat. Dr. Joe says, they warned us at my setting. Oh yeah, the seminary you went to. But I went on to an ecumenical liberalish seminary, still deconstructed, and became a psychotherapist. Actually, great. Yeah. A great idea to stay where you're at and get a degree that's useful, rather than just abandoning it altogether and leaving and wasting your invested time there. That was such a good idea. And anyone who needs therapy, make sure you get a hold of Dr. Joe. And Isa, can you plug in some headphones so that my voice isn't echoing through your microphone back into my earpieces?
I don't have headphones for this, but these glasses are Bluetooth. I can go onto your TikTok and join from there, and that way, can you hear me?
I can hear you. That's never an issue. The issue is I can hear me twice.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll leave this link, and I'm going to go onto your TikTok.
That's fine.
And then I have Bluetooth headsets on, so I could talk to you with these are like earplugs.
Well, yeah, if you're on TikTok, you can just leave the room.
Okay, well, I'm not on TikTok yet. I'm gonna join you, and then if I could just keep my place in the queue, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Actually, let me just mute this. There we go.
I mean, if you had TikTok, I would just came up using TikTok, but what are you gonna do? Oh boy, let's see. He didn't tell me what name he's gonna come through on TikTok, but I assume it's gonna be relatively similar to his existing name. Is it Flava?
No. It's Veiled Commander.
Well, whatever you done, it got rid of the echo.
Oh, well, you could hear me here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, well, cool.
So, welcome in, Isa. Is it Isa or Isa?
It's Isa. I've been on one of your live streams before.
Okay, there seems like there's a little bit of a delay though. If there's a bit of a delay, maybe it's better to use TikTok. I'm gonna count to 3. When you hear me say 3, I want you to say 4. Okay.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
4.
Oh, yeah, there's a bit of a delay. All right, join us on TikTok. The delay should be fixed there.
Yeah. All right. I'll go on the TikTok.
What's your name on
I'm
TikTok?
Veiled Commander.
Veiled Commander?
Well, I could go on. I have Isa Ben Yahya, but I'll just use that one.
Okay. That should be interesting. I heard what could only be described as a fire truck or a semi truck horn in the background. Am I the only one that heard that? That burp. It sounded like a big old truck horn. Anyways, he should be up here in just a minute. Guitar Sniper, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. And AR, good to see you tonight, my friend. AR says, I'm always so happy when there's a Muslim guest because I know Ems is on the way. It's like throwing out the bat signal. Yeah, pretty much. Ems needs to make a cheat sheet. If Ems ever makes a cheat sheet, I'll be the first subscriber to Ems cheat sheet. Welcome in.
Hey, peace, brother. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Amazing, alhamdulillah. And hey, M, is that your name?
Hello.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, have you heard of or read The Sacred Treasury?
I've not, no.
Okay, well, I invite you to read it and use as much, critical analysis as you do of the Bible. This is the book which I follow, which was actually revealed in this day to the prophet John. It's the restoration and coming together of all previous scriptures, which was actually foretold in the previous scriptures. If we examine them critically, we can see where it's pointed out, and actually the book points it out itself. And actually the book itself is alive, speaks directly to us. It resurrects the prophets who come and speak directly to us. Allah speaks directly to us in it. The angels do. Even those who corrupted the scriptures.
Yeah. Who's John?
John is actually John the Baptist, if you know in the previous scriptures.
You think John the Baptist is a Muslim?
Well, yeah, he was my father. So he actually
John the Baptist is your father?
The John the Baptist, that's a prophet John, yes.
I'm talking about the biblical John the Baptist.
Right. So I am also. Because this book clarifies.
I don't think John the Baptist was married.
Right. So I'm going to clarify this for you. The son of Zechariah, right, or his heir, right?
Well, that's his father. I mean, Zechariah and Elizabeth were the father of John the Baptist, but we have no mention of John the Baptist's wife or kid.
Right. So if you allow me to explain, then maybe you'll understand my position, what I'm trying to explain to you. So if you allow me to do so without being interrupted, is that fair? I
mean, I'm going to ask you questions when you say things.
No, that's fine. Of course. So the John that's mentioned in the previous scriptures, the distorters of those scriptures made it appear as if he came and went into the past and claimed he was beheaded, but he's really the head of prophecy, who was always prophesied as the Messiah.
Bible history is wrong.
Yes. I mean, clearly.
Why would I believe that your version of events are correct?
You don't have to believe that. I'm simply inviting you to read the book that explains that. And then once you read the book, then maybe you can make an informed decision based off of the content of the book and your own discernment.
I don't think I'm interested in reading a fairy tale book. I've already read others.
Okay. Well, that's fair enough. I'm just here to invite you to it.
Okay.
If you choose not to, that's your choice. So.
Sure. So your God is Allah?
And your God is Allah as well, yeah.
I'm sure you think that. So you're a Muslim?
Yes, I'm Muslim.
Cool.
No, you're not.
Oh, we've got dissent. You're not a Muslim? Sounds like you think you're a Muslim, but you might not be.
No, every Muslim says that I'm not a Muslim. They also call me a Dajjal.
I wonder why that is.
Because you're not a Muslim. You're telling me that there's a prophet that came after Muhammad.
Yes, it's the Messiah, Christ, who you should be awaiting. Who many people across different cultures and religions are awaiting.
There is no prophet after Muhammad.
According
there's
to
a Mahdi. There's a Sheikh Mahdi in your belief. There is no prophet.
Yeah, that's according to your belief. But if no prophet,
that is according to Islamic scripture.
Then there would be a book of Revelations that's here in this day that comes in the name of Allah.
No, because it says specifically that God says in the Quran that today I have completed to you my revelation. and he says that Muhammad is the seal of the prophets, the final prophet. So for you to claim that there is more revelation, you're saying that Allah lied in the chapter of the star when he said that today I have completed to you my religion, to completed to you my revelation, and that he was lying when he said that Muhammad was the seal of the prophets.
There's some crazy work to think that not only are you a Muslim, but like you're getting divine revelation from God, and it contradicts the Quran. Where'd he go?
And the son of John the Baptist.
And the son of John the Baptist. Dude was an ascetic. He wasn't even boning. He ain't got no kids.
So that's your understanding of the biblical John that didn't actually exist in that time. But I'm not a prophet, just to be clear.
Well, I mean, that's weird because like
That's what I said, though.
Josephus mentions him.
Yeah, a lot of people mention them. He's mentioned, but the Sacred Treasury makes it clear that he never came in the past.
Why do I care what the Sacred Treasury says?
You don't have to.
I don't. I 0% care.
I'm clarifying my paradigm. Like, people
when
try
was
to
the
say
Sacred Treasury written?
It first began being revealed in 1991. My father passed away 7 years ago. But it's actually, every single word in the book is from the previous scripture.
It's like is this a Quran 2.0?
It's actually, it's the Torah, the Injil, and the Quran. It's the culmination
could you
of
please respond to my question?
Go ahead.
Was God lying when he said in the Quran that today I have completed my revelation, and when he said that Muhammad is the final prophet and the seal of the prophets?
So Allah never called Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam the final prophet or the seal of the prophets.
Yes, he did.
It was hold on, allow me to finish.
Yes, he did.
It was imputed upon him, and the Quran that has passed down today was altered, and you're unaware of it.
Oh, and, the Quran is corrupted now.
So yes, Prophet Muhammad did receive the revelation of the Quran, and it was the completion of Allah's religion. The Sacred Treasury is the restoration of all of the previous scriptures and the culmination of them, bringing them together.
Actually,
it's not new.
I have divine revelation that the Sacred Treasury is corrupted.
Can you share it with me so I can examine it?
Can you? And also, Justin, can you please bring up? Can you bring up 33 verse 40? Verse 40, 33, 40.
Yeah, I can pull that up here real quick. Yeah.
It says by name that he is the final prophet.
Yeah, what I've got, it says Muhammad is not the father of any of our men, but is the messenger of Allah and the seal of the prophets, and Allah has perfect knowledge of all things.
Right. And so that is an example of altered verses within the Quran.
Can you prove it's altered? Or can you prove it is altered? Please go ahead.
Yeah, if you want to bring up the sacredtreasury.net, which is my scripture, since he quoted from his
I do not care about your scripture.
Well, then how am I going to? Well, then I can't.
Your scripture didn't, Isa, your scripture didn't exist 100 years ago. I'm asking you, could you please show me that this specific verse was added onto the original revelation that was brought to us by Muhammad?
The only way that I could show that to you is by bringing Prophet Muhammad ﷺ's testimony within the sacred treasury, which is actually, it's not that, hold on, allow me to finish, brother, hold on.
Go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to finish. The book is not new. It is the uncovering of what was hidden, right?
Oh,
every single word in the book, the original is in the previous scriptures, all previous scriptures.
Was the original also made from a Wibbly CMS or no?
No. So check it. Are you familiar with the parable of the field or the sower? Matthew 13th chapter, verses 24 through 30.
You don't believe in the Bible, it's irrelevant?
That's not true. I believe that the Torah and the Injil were revealed to Musa and Isa.
But you don't believe they're accurate. You already told me that what's written in the Bible about John the Baptist isn't real.
Right, but what I do is,
he would know.
I'll explain to you.
Oh, that's right, because it's his father. Yeah, he gets direct revelation from his father. That's right.
No, I don't get revelation from my father. No, that's not accurate.
Is your dad's head still on a platter, or did he have it reattached in the afterlife?
He was symbolically beheaded, but he's defeated that.
Symbolically beheaded.
Yeah, he was the head of prophecy, and they cut off his head according to the scriptures. So look, what I do is this: I read all scripture, and my criterion to judging whether that scripture is true or false is the sacred treasury. So if it's the sacred
treasury,
that's fine. But you asked me about, hey, you believe the Bible, or this is quoted in the Bible, and I'm telling you why I can take what's from the Bible. Who wrote what?
His father.
Who wrote the sacred treasury?
It was revealed to him. It was revealed to my father.
But your father's been dead for 2,000 years.
No. He was born in 1950. He died in 2018.
So John the Baptist was reincarnated in
No,
1950.
as I said, all the prophets testified of the Messiah or the Christ,
I'm trying to
and they
figure out
all.
who.
I'm trying to
No,
explain.
he's saying that
If
his
you allow
father
me to
is the Christ.
explain,
Bill,
if you allow me to explain, then you
who
might
is your
understand
daddy and
my
what does he
position.
do?
My father was the prophet John, peace be upon him. He's passed away. He passed away in 2018. But
Right.
as I was saying,
Was he born
all
prior to the 1950s?
no, he was born in 1950.
Okay, so he didn't live at the time of Jesus.
No,
Okay, so it's not John the Baptist.
he is John the Baptist.
You have really,
Not
you
the
have
same. The
real
John the
issues
Baptist
with
that you know of
words.
in the scriptures. Oh well, because they've
To
made
be
things
fair, Justin,
confusing.
I think this is a case of child abuse.
I think it is
Genuinely.
actually.
No, I'm 38 years old.
No, I know,
I've
but you were raised with your father telling you that he was a prophet.
no.
That
I'm
is
not.
concerning.
No.
And
My
thank you,
father
Eric, for the
raised me
gift.
saying, "Hey, I'm going to teach you what I know because that's the best way to raise you. But when you're
Wait,
your own man, you could believe whatever you want."
your
I've
dad
been
taught
on
you
my.
this nonsense?
I mean,
He's
I
a
have the
prophet.
book. I
Oh
have the
my
book.
God. So your
So
dad wrote this shit?
it was revealed to him,
And you
it's not
believe
shit.
this?
I mean, a lot of people believe it who
Man,
actually
that's
read it, who take the time
gullible.
to examine it. Yeah, I mean, it's called faith and belief, but
I do
actually,
have a question
I
for you,
actually don't
though.
even believe this. I know it.
I
So,
do
You
have a
you
certainly
know,
question
don't
for you.
know
and
it.
there's
The
actually
veiled.
prophecies that are coming true right now as we speak.
The veiled, I
So
have a
it's
question, please. Did your father fulfill the prophecies of Al-Mahdi?
of the Mahdi. Well,
Mhm.
not all of those prophecies are accurate,
Uh-huh.
but I'm here with the name of both Isa alayhi salam and Yahya alayhi salam to fulfill both
Your
of
father was
their.
Yahya.
Yes. And I'm here as Isa ibn Yahya. I'm the spiritual heir to
But
Isa ibn Maryam and the physical heir to
but
Yahya
the problem is,
ibn
yeah,
Yahya.
the problem that I'm facing is that I would assume the son of the Mahdi would be able to pronounce the name of Mahdi.
Well, I'm not native Arabic speaking, and the
Yeah, but
Mahdi that
I
you
would
know of
assume
is
a
not
child,
accurate.
yeah,
The prophecies of
the
him.
guy, the child of John the Baptist should at least know how to pronounce his father's name.
His name was John. I can pronounce
Uh-huh.
John
So you're
clearly. My
saying
name is
Yahya.
Isa
What
ibn
is
Yahya.
Yahya? I've
Yahya.
never heard Yahya in my life.
Yahya. Well, can you
It
please
is
teach me?
Yahya.
Because I'm not a very good Arabic speaker. So if you would teach me how to say
I'm saying it's your
Yahya.
father's name. You should know it. It's
His
Yahya.
name is Yahya.
This
Okay.
wasn't
Yahya.
revealed to you?
Hey man,
This is
I don't speak
crazy.
Arabic very well.
This
Like,
is
sue
child
me.
abuse. This is what this is. This is child abuse.
Yeah, I mean, that's an opinion.
Have you ever
Everyone
heard
has them.
of the Strong Tower cult or the Strong City cult?
No.
There was a cult. It was a doomsday cult called the Strong City cult, and the head of the cult taught that he was essentially the reincarnated Jesus, and that they're basically should be living spiritually, not carnally. And then he basically like nullified all the marriages and said that all the women are actually married to him, and his own son's wife had sex with her father-in-law because she was so convinced by this nonsense. And then his son, the husband of the woman that slept with him, literally went to bat for his own father, claiming that it was just a mysterious thing that God did. Because as it turns out, like children have a bond with their parents that are very difficult to break. And it sounds to me like you're experiencing the same type of child abuse that this man occurred in his 30s, when he literally believed his father was a reincarnated Jesus, so much so that he was willing to accept the fact that his beloved wife was going to consummate with him.
Yeah, that's disgusting. I mean, the reason why I know what I know is because I've actually read the book that I'm inviting you guys to read, and many people who actually read
But have
it
you read
with
the
an open
Quran?
mind yes, I've read the Quran. I read the
You've read the
Quran
Quran.
consistently. Yes, of course. Not in the
And
original
why?
Arabic, but I've read
Oh,
multiple
then
translations.
you haven't read it. But I'm just gonna grant it.
That's
I'm
fine.
just gonna grant it. It's okay. If you have read the Quran,
hmm
how do you discern between what is twisted scripture and what isn't?
Simple, by using the sacred treasury as my criterion.
Because
So
Okay.
if
So when Allah says,
so your
just
daddy
I'm
told
expanding
you.
on the question. Just a
no,
second.
well, the
If
book.
just a second, Asa.
Mhm.
When Allah says that semen comes from between the backbone and the ribs, could you please tell me if this is corrupted or if it's a true revelation based on your book?
I don't know because it isn't revealed in the book whether
Then
that
how
is
do you
or
know
not.
what is real and what isn't?
Well, it's simple. It's the what Islam. Every single prophet brought Islam. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi
Uh-huh.
wasallam, of course, brought Islam. Whatever does not contradict what Allah has revealed in this day to make clear the truth, then I'm okay with it. I'm not going to say whether it's right or wrong. It's just, hey, if that's what was revealed in the Quran and it's not against what Allah has revealed
Uh-huh.
to correct us and guide us now, then I have no problem with accepting it.
Okay, let me ask you a question then.
Of
We
course.
know that Jesus had a huge impact. Muhammad had a huge impact.
Hmm.
Moses, when he was alive, he led
Uh-huh.
millions of people. I would
Right.
assume hundreds of
Yep.
thousands or millions.
Right.
Muhammad, at the time of his death, he had 100 million warriors.
Hmm.
Jesus, at the time of his death, had disciples who
Right.
were persecuted by the government. Could you please tell me, what did your father, John the Baptist, the new prophet, who came to correct Muhammad,
Uh-huh.
had? What did he
Yes.
achieve with this prophecy?
Of course. So he has achieved the book, which has 130 chapters in it. Within the book, I'm actually prophesied in the end
I wrote
to
a
be
book.
the
Am I the
first person.
Messiah?
Well, as I said, share the book with me and I'll read it
Did
and
you
I'll probably
see?
tell you
Did you
no.
see you were
So,
prophesized?
yes, as the
Your
son of John
prophecy.
who will stand up and preach to all mankind is the first to do what the king
So
commands.
you were prophesied by Allah to preach to Justin on
To preach
Deconstruction Justin.
to preach to the world. I
That's
was
crazy.
on Muslim Lantern's live stream earlier. I've been on
Muslim
I've been on
Lantern.
Hamza's Den twice.
Muslim Lantern
I'm
is a
banned.
dumbass.
I'm
I,
banned from
I can
God
see why you're
Logic's live
banned.
stream.
For your own
Yeah,
mental
I
health, you
mean,
should be banned. They need to take you to a
uh,
place and get some real therapy.
thanks for your opinion, brother. But
The thing is, it's very
so hold
nice.
on.
Like, I feel
Let me
bad
finish
that
answering
this
your
isn't his
question, Em.
fault. This
Em,
isn't his fault. That
It's
his
let
father
me
did this to
not.
him.
This is child abuse.
let me. I mean, you guys can think that, but I mean, time is going to tell. Like, so, I, don't you expect Isa alayhi salam to return at the end of time and bring
According to the
justice?
Quran and the Prophet Muhammad, yes.
Right.
And you are not Isa,
So,
bro.
thank you for sharing that opinion. But I actually
Wait, you think you're
represent.
Jesus?
Well, I'm Isa ibn Yahya, and I
You
represent
think you're
Isa ibn.
Jesus?
I know I am.
Wait, hold on. So your father is the reincarnated John the Baptist, and you're the
No, he's not
reincarnated
reincarnated.
Jesus.
No. So my father, he's not reincarnated. He never came in the past. He was the Messiah that was promised to come at the end of time.
Oh, is a
And what he
spiritual
did was,
coming?
and he restored the scriptures. Now I was his only disciple, and the only we
Yeah, I
had no
believe
community
that.
with
Yeah,
band
the
from
only
the mosque.
disciple
Yeah, of
you can get
course.
is your own child. That's
And so
crazy.
now, 7 years after he's passed, I'm rising up and letting the world know who I am and inviting them to read the book, which is my only message. And already there are prophecies that are being fulfilled within the
So
book.
I'm gonna ask you what the Romans asked Jesus in the Quran. Could you please show me a miracle from God? Go ahead.
I mean, why? I mean, in the Quran, there are many disbelievers who ask for miracles from their prophet.
Uh-huh.
And the only miracle I can offer you is the book that was revealed, because it brought
The book isn't a miracle.
What was the Quran a
Because
miracle?
even
Are you saying the Quran is
the
not a
the
miracle?
Quran was not a miracle, and I can show you why.
Putting words
In-
on a page
in the
is not a
Quran.
miracle.
And in the Quran, when the people of Quraysh asked Muhammad for a miracle, he didn't tell them, look at the Quran. He split the moon.
Yeah.
And then when Jesus was asked for a miracle, he didn't tell them, look at the Bible, look at the Gospels. He went and brought back the dead. So I'm
Yeah.
asking you, if you are Jesus who was alive 2,000 years ago, and you were the promised Jesus to come back, I'm asking you the same question that was asked of Moses, that was asked of Jesus, that was asked of Muhammad. Show me a miracle. Go ahead.
So first, let me clarify. I'm not Jesus who came back from 2,000 years ago. I'm his spiritual heir.
You're the spiritual Jesus,
with
of
Allah.
course. Yeah.
And then
I'm the spiritual
secondly,
president right
actually
now. I don't know if you knew
mean,
that.
it depends on what you are. So the moon is actually split right now. That's never actually
It's
happened in the
spiritually
time of Prophet
split.
Muhammad.
Oh no.
No. If you look at it if you look at it in its crescent form, you can see it looks like a split hair.
It's
split,
not.
and that's a sign of the
That
time.
isn't. That
And that's
isn't what.
actually
Yeah, Habibi,
Hold
that
on,
isn't
hold
what
on, hold on.
Allah said in the Quran.
Hold on. Yeah, well, because what was
No.
revealed in the Quran to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was altered, and you're unaware of
Yeah,
it.
but
in the very
what
first
you said,
chapter of the
what you
Sacred
said,
Treasure,
yeah,
it tells you about
Isa,
the moon.
just a second. But what
Go
you
ahead.
just said was that you judge by the basis that if the Quran is contradicting your supposed book, then it has been corrupted. If it is not contradicting, then you accept it. Could you show me the contradiction between when Allah said in 55:1, I think that is the chapter, when he said, the hour has come close, and the moon has been split. Could you show me the contradiction between this and your book?
Yes, the very first chapter in the book, time, it tells us that we look at prophecies as history instead of as things to come, and you don't even notice the moon. And the moon is split now as a sign of the hour being near. So if you look at the moon, you
That is
can
what it
see
says.
that it's split. Yeah, well, yes. And
Then your book is completely wrong from the first page. Because the
I
moon
mean,
is
that's
not split.
it is if you look at
Okay,
it.
it's
You
just
can
in
see it.
split. It's just in split into two.
Who's Justin?
Me.
The host of the live. Is he
Oh,
split into
okay.
two?
Well, I didn't know his name. I thought it was Doug. No.
Okay, but if you look at him at specific lightings and with a specific shadow cast upon him, he's gonna look like a crescent.
Okay.
So is he split?
No. What is
Why not?
that? Because he's not split. Like he's not
In the
split.
same way that the moon is not split.
Okay. I mean, if you say that, I mean, it even tells you you're going to look at it and say, "Oh, this is just magic," or "This is prolonged
No,
illusion."
I'm not looking at any
That's what it
magic.
says. So
I'm looking at
yeah,
something that is not split. It's not
okay,
magic.
that's fine. You don't see it. That's. I mean, I don't like. I'm not trying to convince you of anything, bro. Like
Do
you
you
don't
think?
see it. You don't accept it
Do
as
you
a
think
sign.
that
That's
this
fine.
testimony is effective?
It doesn't really matter to me.
Because
Like there's
like
people listening. Well, yeah,
just
because
I
there's
just
people
ran your
listening to what I'm
website
saying.
through Ahrefs and it says you've got 0 organic traffic for the month.
Okay. Well, it is what it is. It really is. I mean, it is what it is, brother.
Seems
Like there's
like
prophecies in the book coming through right now. Like
seems like
10
God's
years ago,
failing.
10 years ago. No, not at all. 10 years ago, the chapters regarding Israel started to be released,
Mhm.
right?
10 years
Letting them
ago.
know.
10
Yes.
years ago.
Yes.
Could you show me some of the prophecies regarding Israel?
Yeah, that its habitations would be set on fire and throw down your walls. Basically, it's set up as a warning example, and it was going to be destroyed from fire from heaven as a sign to all mankind to recognize
But
Allah
that
as
clearly didn't
God.
come true.
And yeah, not yet.
That's not
Give
a
it
fulfilled
give it some
prophecy.
time. Only Allah knows the hour. Well, yeah, but it
Yeah,
also
but
said,
Justin,
"I will set your habitations on fire," which is
the
happening
guest
right
that we
now.
have,
Right after I made my
Oh
public
boy.
announcement about who I am,
of who
and
you are.
that's yes, and
How many
that
people
Israel,
attended
and to
that?
tell people. I mean, it's online. I don't know. Whoever
So
saw the
what year
Facebook and the TikTok and the Instagram posts. I don't know.
what year did your
Doesn't
book go
matter.
online?
2014.
Oh, that checks out, yeah. So it's been you've been doing this since 2014. So you've been doing this for 11
Well,
years, and you.
if you look at my
How many disciples do you have?
I mean, me personally, I mean, I don't know. I have companions. I have people who understand who I am and believe, and they've started to read the book ever since I stepped up into my position, which was like last month. I actually appeared on one of your live streams, which was saying
I do have a
mocking
question.
Jesus.
You said you have companions. Are there
Yeah.
hadiths about you?
I mean, a lot of the hadiths about the Mahdi, about Isa alayhi salam,
They're
that
about you.
comes back, yes, but they're not accurate. Like those are just hearsay, and like these are hearsay. It's not like in this book it tells you about the hadiths, like hey, like our testimony is truer than their testimony, and to cast it aside. But
On what
that doesn't
basis?
mean to not look. Hold on. It doesn't mean to not look at what is said and review it within the light of the sacred treasury to give you a clearer understanding, which is what I do with all scripture, with all knowledge.
Uh-huh.
He's got 2 reviews on Amazon, but they're not written reviews, unfortunately.
Yeah, every prophet starts small.
Well, there's a oh yeah, I mean,
It's been 11
like
years.
if you look
got
at
2
my
reviews.
Twitter, if you look at my Twitter from August 2011, I have like 496 posts and not a single like and only 4 followers.
Yeah, that
But
sounds about right.
and
Well, listen,
yeah, I mean, Noah
Vale,
preached for 950
Vale, this
years.
has been a lot of fun, but this is where we're at the point
No worries,
where
brother.
right at the point where this is clear that you've been abused by your father, and I don't want to perpetuate any more of this. So good
Thanks
luck
for sharing your opinion, bro. Thank you for having me on here.
Your cult and your false religion, though. Cheers.
It's not a cult nor religion, it's Islam.
No, it's a cult.
That was insane.
Can
You're
you
gonna
believe
have to
these
clip
people
that.
exist? Holy shit.
You're gonna have to clip that.
That's crazy.
And also, that was a mindfuck when you said 2014 was 11 years ago. Oh my God.
I know, right? It's hard to like cope with that, but that's the reality. And I listen, I find it hard to believe that these people exist. I understand that his father told him stuff, and
Mhm.
maybe he's inclined to believe his father because it's his daddy. I get it, right? But like,
Uh-huh.
shit, the dude's 38 now. Like, he should have moved on. You know what I
But
mean?
he's a very nice person, though. So,
I'm sure he is. Well, let me grab some
which is
super
why it's
chats,
sad.
and we'll get the next guest up in here. Ems, yeah, you're welcome to hang out with me. Meg says the problem is that they make excuses even when the 3 and with the 3 and the 7-year prophecy or not prophecy punishment, the message is intact, just small inconsistency. Meg, you're not wrong. That's typically what they'll say, right? There's one of two options. They'll say, well, listen, it's a scribal error, so who cares? Or they'll make a really crazy argumentation that actually they said 7 because prior to this, in the book of Samuel, there was already a famine, and they were like adding the years up. Obviously that's not true. The way they're giving the argument, I already have the rebuttal for that. Some of you probably already heard it. Adele says, a great suggestion. I have my earbuds to hear you live tonight, so I think they could serve me well at the burial tomorrow. Well, Adele, that's great news. And I hope you can get through the trying time. I know it's a difficult time, and you're probably spending it doing the things that you want to do the absolute least. So, but we're with you in spirit, Adele. And Khan says, Oompa Loompa Doopity Digion, Christianity is a false religion. Oompa Loompa Oompity Dophacies. Jesus didn't fulfill any messianic prophecies. That is a winner. I love that one. Thank you. And Alien, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, my God is not imaginary. My God is Hank Myers, developer of the pull request for the AI controller for the human object, as we are in GTA. That's at the 17. Please, Billy, don't turn off the console. That's pretty good. Listen, I'm okay with that God existing. That God can exist. And Ken, thank you for the super chat, says Doug is the son of the Most High Cliff, not Cliff Connectly, not that guy. Not that guy's a clown. And Kay, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W, my friend. He says, Deuteronomy 22, 28 through 29. Can you elaborate on this? I was reading some excuses for this, and they say that the R word doesn't have better words to describe it, and the Hebrew word for grape doesn't align. Is this true? So there's a little bit of debate on the rule, right? So Deuteronomy 22, 28 says that if you meet an unbetrothed virgin and you seize her and lie with her and you guys are found out, then you'll have to pay a fine to the father, and then you'll be forced to marry her, and you can't unmarry her. You can't divorce her as long as you live. Okay, so we got a couple of things to deal with. Tafaz in the Hebrew language, meaning to seize, is never used in like a loving manner. In fact, you'll find it typically referring to like seizing things in war. Like if you go to Deuteronomy 20 and talks about when you're to conquer the towns, and Deuteronomy 21, I believe, as well, it uses the same word, to conquer. When it talks about laying hold of your sword so that you can go and slaughter somebody with your sword, same word. Seizing something, using this phrase, is not a loving act. It's something that you do by force, which is why you've got a verb later on. It says that you have to marry this woman as long as she lives, or you can't divorce her because you have diminished her, or you have brought her low, or you have violated her. There's a little bit of debate on this because it says that, you know, the Hebrew root ani just means to like to lessen or to diminish or to be small. But then again, this is the exact same word that is used when Amnon takes advantage of his sister Tamar. So when he assaults Tamar, it's said that she was diminished. She was, assaulted, however you want to translate it, right? So this seems to be suggesting that this is a situation where somebody is forcefully, being slept with. I don't see a good reason to interpret it as a loving exchange of bodily fluids. I don't think that's what's happening there. Plus, if that was the case, then it seems like there'd be no need for him to pay an additional fine. And it also seems weird that you would get the forbidden to divorce. Like that wouldn't be normal. Like if it was just consensual outside of marriage, then they would just get married and they'd have a normal marriage. Like you wouldn't be punished to never divorce her. Also, Disney, thank you for sending out 10 subscriptions on TikTok. Big W, Disney. And also Strowski received a punishment, received a sub just now, and 3-Putt received one just now. So big W for y'all. And I apologize. We had a couple super chats come in while we had that prophet up here. And Big Donut Studio says, "Hey M, what corner of the abyss do you hail from?" And before M answers, I'll tell you that is secret knowledge. We can't tell you where he hails from because he could be in danger. But he's not from America. We can say that much. And Carrie, thank you for the super chat. Carrie says, "May I request an M signal emote for TikTok, please? Thanks, praise Doug." Actually, this is such a good idea. We should do an M's emote on TikTok and on YouTube. I'll make sure we work that out. All right, I'm going to grab the next guest from TikTok. Then I'm going to get Casey from YouTube, and we'll keep the live stream open. And Unashamed, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Unashamed says, "A single pebble of Doug's wisdom outweighs mountains of nonsense." The Proverbs of Doug. Listen, we started a book of Doug, and then I didn't pick it up and finish it. I really need to get these collected. If anyone's collecting these proverbs and sayings of Doug, please let me know so we can add them to the Discord. And SR says, "Hello from Sweden. Keep up the good work, and may the Almighty Rock keep everyone stoned." Amen. Thank you so much, SR. And we've got Old Gamer with us now. How you doing, Old Gamer?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. How you guys doing?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Gamer, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
By virtue of my name, good friend, I am 70, 1955.
Didn't want to assume.
And I also almost fell asleep because I didn't take my Geritol earlier while I was waiting, but I'm wide awake now.
Good. So you should have your vitamins in you. And do you believe in some kind of a God?
I've got the, well, I don't know. Here's what I was going to say. Maybe we can use this as kind of a starting point. I think it's fair to say that nobody, and I don't know why they do, nobody is going to be able to come onto this live and prove there is a God. We both agree with that, correct?
Well, yeah, obviously, but I would be.
It's not going to happen.
I would be
persuaded.
I would find a persuasive argument to be worthwhile. So, for example, to prove something and to provide evidence of something are different things. I think somebody can prove something mathematically. That's a proof, right? But that doesn't mean you can't find evidence. Like there might be good evidence to believe something even if it doesn't prove it.
Well, I would suggest that evidence is it not going to be forthcoming to you. You could have 1,000 lives, and you know as well as I do that there's God knows how many 15, 20, 30, 40 of these things going on in a given afternoon as you watch, and they all say essentially the same thing. I'm an atheist. Prove to me there's a God. Da, 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 da.
Right. The same thing with the Christian lives. The Christian life will say like Jesus is God. Prove me wrong. You know, it's just
right, exactly right.
That's how these things work. Yeah. Thanks, Bertram.
Yeah, but I wish people would. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Maybe I didn't hear the position yet. Are you a Christian?
No.
Oh, do you believe in God?
I wouldn't call it God. I wouldn't call it God. I can probably say it a little bit better. It seems to me if we could get...
So you don't believe in God?
It seems to me if we could get fundamental religious people to stop being stupid, to accept that evolution actually happened, and to maybe understand that we as human beings have a long, long, long way to go in our growth, our understanding.
Yep.
I mean, I've been around the block and back.
Well, Gamer, listen, it was great to talk to you, but we're debating believers in God. So I
know, but that's too
sounds like we don't actually
you.
disagree.
You're cherry picking. It's easy. Can't you do something?
Okay.
That was weird.
Why does he think he's just going to come into an atheist live stream and demand that we change the topic? Why would we do that? Such weird people out here. But Kay, thank you for the super chat. Kay says, "Oh my God, maybe I been gone for too long, but M's mic is so good now. Praise Doug. Actually, M's microphone seems pretty crisp. Like, I don't know if it's a different
Get an
microphone.
external one.
It sounds
I
good.
was using my phone, so.
No, I think it sounds a lot better, actually. And Adele says, M's coming in clutch yet again. He's always clutch. That's like his middle name. It should be M's Clutch Muslim Killer, something like that. I don't know what your full name would be, but something like that. And Kohono, good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, cook me some pretzels for my 520-mile drive tomorrow. Holy shit. Well, we're going to try. We're going to do our absolute best to make some pretzels for you. And Eris says, this caller is like an Islamic Mormon. Also, Ems is awesome. Listen, I agree. There's a reason why we love Ems so much up here, because he's clutch. He knows his shit. And like if you don't get at least a little bit of a chubby when you hear his voice, I don't know. It seems like that's the thing that happens. But Asian said, I think this guy needs medical intervention. I agree. That poor fellow that was tricked by his dad. There's something's not right. I think he needs medical attention. If I was going to be honest, I think he does. Yeah. So, Johanna, thank you so much. Good to see you tonight, Johanna. Johanna says, this world definitely doesn't need any more holy books. The first editions are bad enough. You nailed it. They don't get better with time. They get worse and worse. Welcome in, Carson.
I just have a question.
Mm-hmm.
When do you think the Torah was written?
Well, I think the Torah was written probably in stages. I think, and this is my personal opinion, I think the book of Numbers is earlier than people give it credit for. I think the book of Numbers is preserving an ancient tradition that these people groups were wanderers in the deserts before they took control over the hill country in Judea. After the book of Numbers, I would probably suggest Exodus. In fact, Exodus and Numbers could be roughly the same age, but then it gets a little more tricky after that. It seems to be that after that, I would probably put Leviticus and then Genesis and then Deuteronomy.
When would you date Exodus and Numbers?
Sorry, I didn't answer the question properly. Yeah, I would probably date the book of Numbers to perhaps the Davidic. Well, maybe not the Davidic monarchy, maybe the time period of Solomon, or maybe one or two generations after Solomon. The problem we have is the Hebrew language as we know it for Paleo-Hebrew seemed to have developed in the 9th century. And if the Bible was written in Paleo-Hebrew, that means it couldn't have predated the 9th century. So if it was written in something else, I have no idea what it would have been written in. Theoretically, you could have wrote it in Proto-Sinaitic. That presents some problems. You could have written it in some form of Egyptian or Akkadian. We have no evidence of that. So the earliest I could date any of these books, assuming they were written in the Hebrew tongue, is about the 9th century.
Thank you. Here, I'll go now.
All right. Well, good question, though. Thanks for asking. It's a fair question. People just assume they were all written by Moses. They couldn't have been written by Moses because Moses lived 400 years before biblical Hebrew existed. But Joseph of Portland, thank you for the super chat, says, more like John the Bupkis. Do love me some newfound footage, though. Listen, that kid, he's not a kid, he's 38. He's getting clipped. 1,000,000% he's getting clipped. And Ptolemy, thank you so much for the super chat, says, so sad his father was symbolically beheaded with a spiritual axe and then resurrected. He needs the love of Doug to heal him. 100%. Doug's never been beheaded, by the way. He's completely intact in his final form, completely unchanging. Doug has never changed. But thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. And one more, Rise of Azazel, great name, says, my dad, the Druid Mug Ruith, could beat up his dad, John the Baptist, as you can read in the book of How Maine or Hui Maine. That's good. I wanted to make some dad jokes while he was up here, but because his dad passed away, I thought, well, maybe that'd be in poor taste. But if it turned out that his dad was still alive, I would say that's a really fertile ground for some dad jokes. Okay, we've got Bear Jew with us. This should be fun. How you doing, Bear Jew? Well, he dropped. Never mind. We had Bear Jew with us. I listen, I could be wrong, but I got the impression that Bear Jew might have been anti-Semitic. It's hard to know. Anyways, we'll move on to the next guest. And Johanna, thank you so much for the super chat. It says this guy is effing delusional. You nailed it. He's delusional. He's insane. He's insane in the membrane. And Josh, welcome to the Kraken crew. Big W. And Big Donut says, spank this man, Lord Spanky. Get him, Spanky. F. Dot, good to see you, friend. Spend a minute. Thank you for the super chat. It says, dude needs professional help like Dr. Joe Professional. Great work, Justin, and WMs. WMs as always. And listen, if anyone does need professional help, please reach out to my friend, Dr. Joe. She is here to help, guys. Adrian Soto, how are you doing? Adrian? Adrian, is your phone connected? I got this weird symbol on the screen. I mean, it shows you're connected, but there's nothing going on. Says you got a microphone plugged in. Shit, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got 6 microphones plugged into your computer. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got an Oculus running over there? What's going on with your setup, man? Anyways, listen, whatever, you've got too much going on with your setup. You got to sort that out and come back. Try again. Welcome in, Don.
What's up? So I'm not a debater. I really just have a quick question. Can you go over 2 Kings 4:35 because that straight up sounds like a child is being assaulted. That's it. Thanks for everything you do. Praise Doug.
I got you. Thank you so much, Praise Doug. We'll cover it right now. 2 Kings 4:35. This should be a fun one. Okay. So I assume this is the Elisha story. Let me see it with the Shunammite woman. Yeah, it is. Okay. I actually did a video on this not that long ago. So this is one of those unfamiliar stories with the prophet that came after Elijah. This is Elisha. And Elisha has a Shunammite woman that he's been with, staying with, helping. And she, gives birth to this son, kind of a miracle of sorts. And then eventually he dies. And she's like, well, shit. And so Elisha comes and is going to heal the child, right? And so, but the process by which he heals the child is the craziest story you've ever heard. It says, when Elisha came into the house, he saw the child laying dead on his bed. So he went in and closed the door and on the two of them and prayed to the Lord. Then he got up on the bed and lay upon the child, putting his mouth upon his mouth, his eyes upon his eyes, his hands on his hands. And while he lay bent over him, the flesh of the child became warm, and he got up, he got down, walked once to and fro in the room, got up again and bent over him. And the child sneezed 7 times and the child opened his eyes. Okay. So this is something like in the literature gets referred to as sympathetic magic. Okay. And the best way to illustrate this is think of the ending of The Exorcist, where the exorcist begs like the demon to come into himself and out of the child. This was common in the ancient world. In fact, I've got on an alternative YouTube channel that I kind of started and I got distracted from, never got to finish uploading my videos and whatnot to. I've got a channel, show it to you. I've got a couple pieces of this so-called sympathetic magic reading on the YouTube channel. It's called The Ancient Near East. That's the name of the channel. And you'll find on the channel, there is a couple instances of sympathetic magic. One specifically involving a pig. So for example, this is one involving the transfer of sickness and disease from a human being to a pig, right? And so in the ritual, what they're doing, right? Is they're laying the head of the pig next to the head of the person. They're putting the heart of the pig next to the heart of the man. They're putting the body parts of the pig next to the body parts of the man, and then they pray that the sickness leaves the man and enters the body part of the pig, and then they can dispose of the pig. It's just called sympathetic magic, right? So this seems to be, the idea behind the whole Elisha healing the dead child of the Shunammite woman. It seems to be kind of tapping into this rich history of healing and miracle making. That's, I think, the best way to interpret that passage. There might be another way to interpret it, but that's how I interpret it. And Kuroto, again, thank you so much. Says, bro, his website has spiritual traffic, you hater. I'm sorry. It doesn't have 0 views for the month. It's got a bunch of spiritual views. I should have known that. I don't know what I was thinking. And Josh Spearman, thank you for upgrading the Kraken Crew Elite. And Johanna, thank you so much for the super thanks. And James, thank you so much for the money gun. Big W, James. And Phil Fun with us tonight. Phil Fun says, look into Ahmadi religion of peace and light. Actually, we just heard about it recently. I think last night or the night before. Not last night, Wednesday night, we heard about it. And then I like briefly watched a video or two on it, and that was about it. Anyway, so let's get our next guest in here. Try to get James in the box. How you doing, James?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
We were just talking about you in a room. There's a friend of ours we'd like you to talk to at some point named John Lee.
Well, you can get him in my stream. Be live all night.
But it's nice to meet you. You are an atheist, I take it?
Yep.
I'm a Christian, conservative YouTuber.
Sure. So what would be the best argument or evidence for the Christian God being real?
That's a great question. I always go with personal revelation. The bad thing about personal revelation is it's personal. It's hard to transfer or to share to someone else.
Do you believe in personal revelation of other religions?
I think that's a fair question to that, because other people also claim personal revelation. Yeah. And I would just say that they're wrong.
Okay, could I just say that you're wrong then?
Yes, I think you can, kick me with that criticism on that too. But you asked me what I thought was the best. Is that personal?
Listen, that's a fair answer. It's a fair answer. As long as you know that your best argument can be dismissed with a simple nuh-uh, that's fine.
Yeah, you know what? I tend to agree that that argument can be dismissed with a nuh-uh. But I think that it's good to start dialogue.
Mm-hmm. Cool. All right. Well, it sounds like we don't have much to debate with at that point, because you don't. If that's the only reason to believe is your personal experience, and I don't have your personal experience, it sounds to me like there's nothing.
There's other reasons, and I'm happy to chat with you again. I didn't think I'd get on that quick, but I wanted to say hello and do that. It's always good to meet new people.
Yeah. Well, James, we appreciate you coming up and having a chat with us.
Yeah. Take care, buddy.
Cheers.
Bye.
Well, he was nice and he was honest, at least, wasn't he? A lot of Christians can't say that. A lot of Christians really believe they're lost in the sauce. They really believe that they have the definitive proof, and you're an idiot if you don't believe it.
We just had Jesus on the panel, so.
I know. I just had Jesus up here, guys. Hammond, thank you so much for the super chat. So, Justin, have you read The Pearl of Great Price? The majority of the crazy Mormon doctrines are from there. What's your review of it if you have read it? I haven't read it yet, but guess what? I finally bought a copy. I bought a copy of the Mormon scriptures that contains, obviously, the Book of Mormon, the Pearl of Great Price, and the Doctrines and Covenants. So I'm preparing to read those over the summer. I'm hoping to be able to get a lot of them knocked out. So great question, Hammond. My friend Cyber Deconstruction knows a bunch of them. And Angry Amalekite Infant, big W on the name, says Phil Bros often identify as Orthodox. Are they Greek, Russian, Oriental, or something else? Sometimes they're just referring to generically Eastern Orthodox. A lot of them don't know that there's a division between Greek and Russian. And there certainly is. And there's actually other types of Orthodox too. I don't think a lot of Ortho bros know their religion as well as anyone else. Like they don't know it any better than the Catholics or the Protestants. Like they're just, they're just winging it like everyone else. And Germs, thank you so much for the 666. As I had a 1 hour debate with a Christian who met God, he brought up Isaiah 53 and a couple others. I was able to crush him thanks to your show. That warms my heart. I love that, Germs. Listen, all you really need to defeat Isaiah 53 is just the context of 2nd Isaiah. That's it. Like you just got to read it. Just got to read the book. That's all you got to do. It's so easy. And Minuteman says, can M spend a few minutes singing a Barry White song, please? M, can you sing?
That is never going to happen.
The answer is no. Great request, though. I understand why you would want that. All right, so I tried to get Casey in here. Let me see if we can get Casey on the screen. Casey, it says your connection's not working right now. It shows that you're in the queue, but neither the video nor the audio will load. Maybe refresh your browser. I don't know why it's not letting you up. Just drop and come back in. You won't lose your spot in line. I'll bring it back in. I think your connection's this week because your video is really fuzzy. So I assume you just got a weak connection. All right, we're back and we're working. We got video, and your connection is really slow and laggy, I think.
Justin?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Fucking A, dude.
We can hear you. Casey. Casey, we can all hear you, buddy.
He said working to refresh the browser.
Oh, it's delayed. He's super delayed. He has no idea we can hear him yet.
You hear me?
Casey,
You hear me?
hear
You hear me?
buddy.
Oh, thank God. You hear me?
No idea we can hear him yet.
Are we good?
No, we're not good. We got a 15-second delay, man. You got to get better technology, all right? You guys got to get it. Listen, if you're calling on 4G, like if you're using a 4G internet router, you're on the wrong technology for video and audio. You can't join a live stream. You can't join a video live stream on 4G. Call Spectrum, get your internet updated, get like at least 100 gigabits. You gotta get some connection going on. Let's see. Oh, Dade's with us tonight. Good to see you, Dade. Says, excuse me. I'm sorry, Justin, but you look like a Ghostbuster in that outfit. Shit. Well, which one of them? Which Ghostbuster am I at tonight? And we'll try this again. Casey, your connection's still laggy. We'll try this again. Casey.
Yes, you hear me?
I can hear you, and your audio is still bad.
No, I've been waiting. I have some good.
I can hear you.
Questions. Right,
and your audio is still
he
bad.
should turn off his video.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Casey, your connection's dog shit. Just get TikTok, man. I don't. Why do they punish themselves by trying to
Are
use?
you currently shadow banned on TikTok?
You're shadow banned on TikTok?
I'm asking, are you?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah, they've been fucking me hard. Yeah, the last probably 2 months. I finally have somebody looking into getting me an
You
agent.
have an agency.
I'm
Yes,
trying.
you should get one.
Well, it's not that easy because TikTok had my account locked for many
Yeah.
months. I tried to get an agent, and the agent said that they can't do it because my account's locked. So I've got another agent looking into it right now, seeing if there's a way around it. But I need an agent because I've been getting throttled hard, and like every time I go live, I get a warning. I get like a warning for something. So I think like I'm just on the shit list now. Like I'm permanently on the shit list. Yeah, it sucks.
Ian gets similar viewership to you, and he always has like 30 people requesting.
Right. I can't get anyone requesting. I've got no opposition on TikTok. Nothing. I mean, I can try restarting it again and see if that helps. We'll see. I don't know. It's hard to say. Bryce says proof only exists in math and logic. That's what I was saying, right? Everything else evidence-based is rational justification. That's where I'm at, Bryce. Everything that's not a proof is just evidence, and you can build evidence towards a case. You know what I mean? And Benny, appreciate the super chat, buddy. He says, I was watching a documentary on David Koresh, and it dawned on me that Jesus was Koresh 2,000 years ago. What's the chance? And do you think JC had a harem of girls that was banging like Koresh? I actually don't think he was. I think Jesus was an ascetic, just like the other Essenes. And I don't believe that he was bagging the ladies. That being said, yeah, what David Koresh did is basically the same shit Jesus did. He was an apocalyptic preacher, claimed to be the Messiah, and it just turned out that he was delusional. That's it. There's no difference between Jesus and David Koresh. All right, let's get El Kabong in. Well, I'm trying to get El Kabong in here. El Kabong, there we go. El Kabong, can you hear? Your microphone is muted right now, though. It says that your microphone is an aggregate device.
Sorry. I'm really sorry. I saw these people before me and I thought, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can all hear you. We can hear your audio doubling a little bit too.
Yeah, I'm doubling my audio.
It's a little bit better right now. I requested to switch to a particular microphone rather than an aggregate. Let's see if it's better now.
Okay. Actually, I was going to ask you to indulge me after my question. I'm trying to get to be able to play something for you, an audio file for you, and have my microphone live at the same time. And I was fooling around with my Mac audio settings, but I guess that's not a good thing to do. Do you have any idea what I'm talking about and how, and any suggestions?
I have literally no idea what you're talking about. I guess I was waiting for you to tell me if you were a believer or not.
Oh, okay. We spoke last Sunday on the Unapologetic show briefly.
Oh, okay.
I'm a Buddhist, but I asked a few questions, and the reason I'm calling today is to follow up on that call. We talked about the verse in Peter.
Wait, so
that says, "Oh,
if you're a Buddhist, that means you don't believe in God, then, right?"
No, I'm an atheist. Yes, that's true.
Okay. All right. Well, we're trying to debate theists right now.
Well, I'm. This is sort of a debate, but if you've got to kick me, that's cool.
Not if we're both atheists.
well, on this point we can debate because you disagreed with me. So we can. I was talking about the verse in First Peter, where he says, "Obey your slaves, obey your masters, even the cruel ones."
No, what about it?
And you said that there were much better.
Oh, it's not a debate. It's just a matter of preference.
Well, actually, it sort of is.
It's not.
Because I listen.
All right, get out of here. What is going on with the guests tonight? All right, listen. I'm going to restart the TikTok live stream and see if we can get it pushed out and actually get some opposition on TikTok. While we're doing that, I'm going to bring in the next guest from the YouTube queue, and we're trying to keep everything rolling. But coming back, guys, we'll have the TikTok stream back open again here in just a minute. If you're watching this on YouTube or Facebook or Twitch, there's a link in the description to join. You can join the live debate without downloading any apps. You can join the live debate without joining TikTok, although TikTok does make it a little bit easier because they streamline the software. But anyways, you can join the debate. You don't have to have TikTok in order to join. You just go to tinyurl.com/DZguest or go to the link in the description. And Tally, good to see you, my friend. Tally with a 1999 super chat. Thank you so much. Says, good to see you and everyone, Justin. Well, Tally, it's good to see you tonight, my friend. Thank you so much for being here. And we're trying to get TikTok to behave. We keep getting warnings and like banned for saying things we're not allowed to say, because TikTok is a hellscape. Anyways, thank you for being here, Tally. I appreciate your presence and the super chat. And Jennifer, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. And Saint Brush, Big W on the 666, Hail Nero. He says, any recommendation for a newbie like me when it comes to studying Islam? Are there secular and historical focused reading aids? There are some commentaries on the Quran. I've not read them, so I couldn't tell you which ones are good. But someone like Ems could actually tell you. Join our Discord. My buddy Ems is in the Discord with us, and drop a message in the Discord. I'll hook you up with Ems, and I know Ems can give you some really good resources to work with, much better than what I could. Also, Charles Topping, thank you so much for the $100 over PayPal. Big W, Charles. I really appreciate that. I don't know when the notification came in, but I literally just got it right now. So thank you so much, Charles. I really appreciate that. And big W. I think we're back up on TikTok now. If I'm correct, we should be back up on TikTok. And then we should be good to go to bring in the next guest as well. All right, let's see. I think Leo was coming in next. Welcome in, Dugald. Welcome in, Leo.
Thank you. Thank you.
You hear me?
Yeah. All right. So I've got Cyber and Dugald chilling with me, and I've got Leo from the guest queue with me. Leo is opposition. Cyber and Dugald are not opposition. Now, you guys can hear Leo, but Leo won't be able to hear you. That's kind of the state of affairs right now. But Leo, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I am.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in the God of the Hebrew Bible.
Okay, so you're Jewish?
No.
So you're just a generic Yahwist?
No, I just believe the Hebrew Bible is true, but I'm not. My mom is not Jewish. I'm not Jewish by law.
Yeah, that's why I said you're a Yahwist.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Okay, so you're Yahwist. That's fine. Okay. What be the most compelling evidence or argument for the God of the Hebrew Bible being true?
I think the best evidence for it is the Jewish experience through history, and when you compare all the themes of the Hebrew Bible, pretty much fits the history of the Jewish people, all the exile, the suffering, perhaps the coming back to the land as well.
I agree that the Jewish people did suffer and that they are currently coming back to the land. They've been doing so since the World War II ended, but I don't see any reason for that to be warranting a belief in Yahweh.
All right. Okay. Perhaps, I mean, when someone reads Deuteronomy 28, Ezekiel 36, Book of Daniel, should perhaps makes you doubt, I mean, someone being an atheist and just reading Deuteronomy 28 and reading the Jewish War of Josephus, and you might say, well, I don't think a normal human being could write this,
I think a normal human being could. Why couldn't they?
Well, let's say if you put someone writing the book in 500 BC, and someone is saying that a nation from far away will come and will besiege you, and you will eat your children, and they will send you to Egypt in ships, and you will be so cheap that no one will buy you.
Yeah,
and you will be in exile for a long time.
Yeah, this is about the Israelites during the Old Testament period. Kim, thank you for the hand hearts. This is not about anything happening today. They're not putting, Hebrew people in ships. Also, if I remember correctly, you're not Jewish anyways. You just believe in Yahweh, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, is everything in the Hebrew scriptures true?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe that Moses wrote the Torah?
Yeah, I believe it by faith. Yeah,
Yeah. What language do you think he wrote it in?
Hebrew.
Hebrew. Kim, thank you so much for all the hand hearts. Okay. When did biblical Hebrew begin to exist? Like, what's our evidence of that language existing in history?
I don't think I have evidence that Moses spoke Hebrew, but I just believe it by faith.
No, I believe that you believe it by
I
faith.
don't know. I wouldn't say when it started. I believe that perhaps if you go back to Adam, he spoke Hebrew, but I don't have a case for it. You know.
I mean, why would you think Moses learned Hebrew? He was raised in Egypt, and Hebrew didn't exist yet. Hebrew didn't exist until about the 9th century, and he was raised in Egypt. So he probably learned Hebrew, not Hebrew. He probably learned Egyptian and Akkadian.
Right. Well, Hebrew would be the language that the Hebrews spoke traditionally through Abraham, going back to Eber.
Well, we don't really know
So
what they
Abraham
spoke.
the Ibri, yeah.
Like
Sorry?
we don't fully know exactly what they spoke. We know that it was a Semitic language. We don't know how much that language changed while they were in Egypt. It's very common for people to, have their language modified over a long period of domination by a foreign power, much like how the Jews adopted Greek.
Sure, I agree.
So, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a case for,
the
yeah.
written language of Hebrew didn't exist during the exile, is what I'm saying.
You mean the exile in Egypt, you mean?
Yeah. And so,
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think we have a corpus of archaeological evidence of what's going on in Egypt at that time. In terms of writing.
So all the
But
evidence that I have available to me, even just looking at the Bible, seems to suggest that it was written after the divided monarchy. And there's some good reasons to believe that. So, for example, remember when Abraham went to war in Genesis 14?
Yeah.
Right. So it says that he pursued the men in battle, the ones that had captured his nephew, that he pursued them in battle as far as the tribe of Dan. Where is the tribe of Dan?
Right, in the north, but
right. And when did they exist?
I would answer to you that it's prophecy, it's prophetic writing, but obviously
prophetic.
I'm not gonna convince you of that, right?
Why would you say it's prophetic?
But obviously this is Moses writing.
Right, but why would I
before
presume
Dan
that
establishes?
All right, so you actually know about the problem then. You know that Moses shouldn't know about the tribe of Dan being in the north because the tribe of Dan in the north didn't exist during Moses' lifetime. So rather than just admitting that it was written later, you're going to say it's prophetic.
Yeah, this is not a problem for a believer,
Some pretty thick cope. Who narrated Moses' death in Deuteronomy 34?
Well, a believer could say that he's writing his own death because he's a prophet.
So he prophesied and wrote about his own death?
Yeah.
Why do you write about himself in the third person the entire time?
But I would think you would accept that if he is effectively a prophet, it's not an issue, right? I mean, it's not a problem that a believer would have, or
Well, the debate that you and I are having is you're asking yourself, is it possible? And I'm asking, is it likely? And these are two different questions. Like once you believe in magic, anything's possible. The question is, given the evidence that we have, what is the most likely conclusion from the evidence? And there's like dozens and dozens of passages in the Bible that seem to be suggesting that it's been written many hundreds of years after Moses. And by the time I get to like the 30th encounter, I'm just kind of inclined to believe that it was written after Moses had already died, rather than assuming that in all of these examples, Moses was just randomly being prophetic for no reason? Like what purpose did it serve to have these these prophetic passages?
Yeah, I don't know.
Right.
But I mean, I understand that it's not going to be an issue for a believer that you have an event that is supposed not to be happening at that time, but someone is writing it before, so it's not. I mean, I think you will have something stronger to convince me that the Hebrew Bible is not true, right?
Well, we can go something that's a little bit less fuzzy. So, for example, do you believe that women should be stoned if they don't bleed on their wedding night?
Yeah, that case, I have seen an answer, which is if you want to accuse someone, you need to bring two witnesses, right?
Nope,
So
not according to Deuteronomy
what
22.
Right, but you can't just take a corpus of law and just narrow it down to one and not use the rest.
Well, Deuteronomy 22 tells you what the evidence is.
Right, but you need to put all the law together, right?
No, you don't. You can't have
Yeah, you
witnesses
need to
to
set
every
up.
moment of a person's life. So this is going to be the problem that you're running into. You're assuming that there could be a witness that could exonerate the woman, and there can't be, because you would need a witness that was with her every moment of her entire life to exonerate her. So that's why the sheet is the evidence, not witnesses.
Right, but I'm sure you understand that the law of Moses is something that's going to be taken in a court of law, and it's God tells you to set up judges, and there's going to be a case on it, and
what does he tell you? If the
you
woman
have the
doesn't
law of the
bleed,
witnesses. So
if the woman doesn't bleed, what is the evidence he says it needs to be brought?
yeah,
You know what it is. Just say it. What
I'm
is
not.
it?
I'm not. I'm not ready to debate the morality of
It's not a
the Hebrew Bible.
it's not the moral argument.
I mean,
we can do a
I'm
moral
more
argument,
familiar with the.
but this is not a moral argument yet.
Yeah, this is where God is good or not, but
so
I'm not.
that's not where it's
I'm,
going. Leo, focus. You're trying to get ahead of the argument. You don't even know what it is yet. So what's the evidence that needs to be presented?
yeah, the bed sheet, right?
The bloody sheet. Okay. And do you think that the bloody sheet is good evidence?
Again, I don't want to get into the
It's
moral.
just a yes or no. Do you think the bloody
I mean,
sheet is good evidence?
the debate tonight is whether there is a God or not if he's good or not.
Leo,
right?
this is not a
I can
debate
call
on
back
the
when
goodness
it's,
of God. You're trying to guess my argument and you haven't guessed it yet. So just answer my questions. This is not a moral argument. So do you think that the bloody sheet is a good piece of evidence?
I can call back and discuss whether God is good or not. And
Leo,
we can
this
talk
is
about
not
it,
a question of God's goodness. This is not my argument. Stop assuming you know what my argument is. I asked you a simple question. Do you believe that blood on a sheet is good evidence?
No.
Okay, and why not?
It's not sufficient. You need the two witnesses to accuse the woman. You just can't sentence a woman like this.
Why is it not sufficient, Leo?
It's a corpus of law, you know?
Leo, why is a bloody sheet not sufficient?
Well, you have already talked about the hymen, right?
Yeah, you know it's not good evidence. Okay, it doesn't matter how many witnesses you have. The bloody sheet's not good evidence of anything. The bloody sheet is meaningless. So God doesn't know female biology. That's the problem.
Okay.
So why does the God not know female biology?
I'm not ready to debate. I mean, I concede that I haven't
Fair enough.
looked into it deeply, you know.
Okay.
I hope you understand that, right?
I do. I understand. I get it. Don't worry. I got you, Leo. No worries. Well, thanks for sharing with us. At least I appreciate you coming up and chatting with us.
Sure. All right.
All right, have a good one.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, he was nice. I'm not sure what his goal was. What was his goal? Did I miss something?
I think he came up here for a free Bible lesson.
Oh, he didn't want to debate. He wanted to ask questions.
That's what it sounded like.
And I pushed him into a debate.
Yes. I was curious about that guest earlier. Do you think he's ever met Landy Christ?
Oh my gosh. I think Landy Christ is gone. Is he on TikTok still?
I haven't seen him in a long time.
I've had him blocked because, he wants to line you, Jaron, and me up and have a boxing match with the three of us. So
I know. These people are so violent, these psychopaths. Anyway, it is what it is. Let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. I think Cole is next in line. Dave, thank you for gifting out a membership. I appreciate that. And Sarcastic, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says Elijah kind of sounded like a creep. Well, we were reading 2 Kings 4 about Elisha, but Elisha was a creep. If you think that you can lay on top of a boy mouth to mouth and heal them, it seems like the wrong move. But thank you for the hat, Lapaquette. Daniel Krause says, keep cooking them, Justin. And I'm going to do my best. That's what we're here for. We're all here for the cookout. So, and Writing Jake says, why did Bible randomly talk about donkey parts in Ezekiel 23:20 is the reference. Well, so the goal of Ezekiel 23 was to paint the nation of Israel as essentially being a promiscuous women, right? And so in order to really hammer home how lewd and promiscuous they are, there's this crazy metaphor, not just about them being personified as promiscuous women, but also their paramours that they did their promiscuity with. It's pretty wild the way Ezekiel's crazy. He's out of his mind. But K-Sack, thank you for the super chat. It says, they walked in darkness and knew not the rock. Their lives were full of schist, and they called it good. Sedimentations 2:13. Sedimentations is an amazing name for a book of Doug. I cannot believe I didn't think about that or anyone else thought about that. That's really good, actually. And Sonus, thank you so much for the 1000 ARS. I don't know what ARS is, but thank you so much. Sonus says, if you start with the premise that the Bible was written by horny Iron Age men, it makes a lot more sense. Members sense today. Greetings from Argentina. Oh, that's Argentina. Okay, well, thank you so much, Sonus. I appreciate that. And Big W, yeah, once you realize that the Bible is an Iron Age book written by a bunch of horny old men, things get cleared up real fast. It makes a lot of sense real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And Sarah, good to see you tonight, Sarah. Says, any tips on overcoming rapture fear? I just started deconstructing and I'm really struggling with having grown up evangelical. I get it. And here's, when it comes to fear of rapture and fear of hell, that goes away on its own as you continue deconstructing, because you're probably at the part where you're like, well, maybe it's not true. And then you're going to get to a point where you're like, it probably isn't true. It doesn't seem like it's true. But when you get to the point where you're like, oh, there's no way this fucking shit's true. At that point, you're not afraid of hell. You're not afraid of the rapture because you're like, you don't believe none of this shit, right? So the fact that you're still kind of afraid a little bit means that you might have some, a little bit of remnant left in you, at least enough that makes you afraid. But that should decrease with time. That being said, just ask yourself, what would be so bad if a rapture did happen? Let's imagine there's a rapture. All the Christians get raptured out. You're left behind. Well, shit, you're left behind with all of us. This is just turned into utopia. We've been hoping for these Christians to get out of here. This is what we want. So I'm waiting for the rapture. I want this rapture to happen. We can finally make some human progress. Godless Doctor, thank you for the super chat. Says, keep doing the Lord's work, and hail Satan. Hail the Dark Lord. Amen. And it's just Kay. Good to see you tonight, Kay. Kay says, hey, Justin, I practice Kemetichism or worship of the Egyptian deities. I was wondering if you're just debating Christians because they tried to push their religion on other people. So that's kind of the goal, is to debate people on like specific religions, we typically don't get a lot of people that believe in Kemeticism. Not that they don't exist. Hanji is part of Kemeticism. That being said, listen, I don't believe those gods exist. If you believe they exist, that's fine. Like you're welcome to have that belief because it sounds like it's not hurting anyone. You know what I mean? But like, if you wanted to debate me on it, you're more than welcome to debate me on it. I don't know if I know you well enough, Kay, to know you probably, you're not really looking to debate. You might want to have a discussion. But yeah, listen, if you want to have a discussion about the Egyptian deities, I'm more than happy to have that discussion. So Javarison Lamar is trying to connect, but he's having a little bit of trouble. So we'll give him one more second, and then if he doesn't connect, we got to grab someone from the YouTube queue.
Yeah, and while we're waiting, with that person who had made the comment about deconstructing, join the Deconstruction Junction. Join that. For those that are deconstructing, one of the biggest fears and the hardest things is losing a community. Join the Deconstruction Junction. You'll find an amazing family there. And when you start having doubts about your deconstruction, there's hundreds of people in there that will be able to come in and help comfort you.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah. Good suggestion, Cyber. All right, let's grab our next guest, Peter from the YouTube queue. And Optimistically Cynical, thank you for the super chat. Optimistic says, John 1:1 says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. But in Genesis, it says the birds were created on the day, so on the first day, I think you mean. How can that be? Well, my understanding is what's happening in John 1:1 is suggesting that the Word is a manifestation from God. It's part of God, right? So when it says that Jesus is that Word, it's not suggesting that it was created then. I think it's suggesting that it was pre-existent already. Like it was pre-existent as part of the Father. That's how they rationalize the Trinity as far as I can tell.
I've been reading that wrong. I thought the bird was the Word.
Yeah, right. Tom, welcome in, buddy.
Oh, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, thanks for letting me up. Because I have John Lee, if you want to talk to him.
Who's that?
John Lee he's a famous apologist. He's expressed that he loves talking to deconstructionists because he thinks he does well against them. He said he'd love to talk to you. People told him about you and said that you're knowledgeable about the Bible. He said he's very skeptical. He doesn't believe it, this and that. He was actually just talking a lot of smack. And now, if you want, I can connect you to him right now. Let's do that.
That sounds fine. So then we'll talk to John Lee. Sorry, Peter, I didn't realize Tom was bringing in a guest. Peter, I'll grab you right after we get Tom's guest. I apologize for the...
Get some Gojong, whatever. What's Bulgari, whatever the...
Justin, can you hear me? Justin, can you hear me?
Makes it better than Vietnamese restaurants.
I can hear multiple people talking right now.
You're not even get escargot. I've been to.
Okay, so now everybody should be able to hear everyone else.
What
right,
is happening
John?
right now?
Hey, John. I just connected you to a room. That's all. Don't worry about it. Just the other people just shut.
Really good reception right now.
Yeah. Hey, John. This is Justin.
I can hear Tom. I haven't heard John yet.
Yep. Oh, he talked.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, I heard him just now.
This is John. How are you doing?
John. How you doing, John? John, we're going to do a delay test, okay?
So, okay.
I'm going to count to 3. When you hear me say 3, I want you to say 4, okay? 1, 2, 3.
Okay. 4.
So about a 4 or 5 second delay. Do you happen to have the internet or a TikTok app or something we can use that's not so delayed?
I have TikTok. I don't know how to get on it, to be honest.
It's pretty easy to figure out. 12-year-olds are doing it. I'd love to talk to you. I'll be live all night. Get on TikTok and look up Deconstruction Zone. Would love to pull you into the chat, but I don't really want to have a debate with a 4 or 5 second delay between every interaction.
It's not that bad. He's a boomer, so he when he said 4, it was probably 2 or 3 seconds delayed. So you're looking about a 1 second delay.
It's harsh.
Okay, so
Well, I actually, Justin, I agree. I think we should pursue this conversation with John Lee.
Wait, is Christos here?
No offense, that sounded like white M's.
No, I think that was.
Call them Catholic M's.
Justin, can you hear me, Justin?
Yeah, it sounds like Christos. How you doing, Christos?
Yes, I would like to. I think that you should pursue the conversation with John Lee.
I would love to have a conversation with John Lee. I'd like to have one that's not delayed, though.
Well, I'm very interested in hearing what he has to say.
Me too, and we're all interested in hearing it.
Okay.
So all he's got to do
I
is
just joined.
get on TikTok.
Oh, you just joined?
Or
you just joined
You
where?
see me? It says John Lee's just joined.
Okay, so you joined. You are now watching him. So now you need a request. You need to hit guess, and then presumably he'll bring you in.
Gift?
Guess at the bottom.
Where?
It says guess right at the bottom. Got 2 silhouettes. You click that. You click like request to join, and then he's gonna bring you up.
I think gift, but not guest. Gift?
Guests,
may not have enough.
guest, like be my guest.
He may not have live access.
I don't see anything that says multi.
Are you?
Oh
talking-
yeah,
guest
yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Is your name?
Oh, there we go.
There we go, John Lee. I see you. All right, we'll pull John Lee in here.
Oh, fantastic! Oh, welcome, John Lee. Thank you.
Let's see it. How you doing, John?
Oh, Andy's got.
Hey, Justin. How are you?
Doing well, John. If you have Discord,
Let me get out of another app right now.
hold on just a second, John. There's some audio doubling. I don't know if it's because you're on Discord at the same time.
Yeah, I muted the other app.
I think we're good to go. Okay,
How
so
you
John,
doing?
I'm doing good, John. Thanks for asking, John. Which God do you believe in?
Yeah, they're still talking a lot, so I had to leave the app. So how you doing?
I don't think there's any point in trying to have a Discord conversation while you're having a TikTok conversation. Okay, so
Exactly. I left.
I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. So, John, which God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Cool. And what would be the best evidence for the Christian God being real?
Well, I don't think faith in Christ is derived by rational means.
Oh,
I think it's irrational. I think it's special revelation, right?
So
Not general revelation.
So you believe in things irrationally.
My reception is not.
Yeah, it's pretty bad right now. That might account for the delay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have Wi-Fi?
I'd have to go somewhere.
Well,
I'm just in an area. I'm in Lake Tahoe.
The
He's
red
good
and
now.
the reception's not that good.
Yeah, the red bars went away. Just don't move.
Okay.
Okay. So you already admitted that you believe irrationally in this God. Why would I irrationally believe in the God?
Irrationally, sir. Irrationally.
You can call it whatever you want. It's without rationality. So what would be
Without
a good reason why
rationality,
I would
correct.
believe in this
Not
God?
inferential. What was that?
What would be a reason why I would believe in this God?
Well, I'm also a Calvinist, and so that would be the reason would be that God has elected you to believe.
Cool. That's
So,
a cool story, but I
Mhm.
don't believe it. So why would I believe that?
Why would you?
That's why I'm asking you. You're the
Mhm.
apologist.
You don't think I expect you to believe me, do you?
Why would I believe you? If I believed you, I'd be a Christian.
That's what I'm saying. Why would you? I'm asking you. Why
John,
would you believe?
do
me?
you
Why
know
would
what's
you
happening
believe
here?
anybody? I think that you're skeptical. You think that you want to reason as to why you would believe not just me, but anyone else for that matter,
Yeah.
right?
That's what
and
I'm looking for.
especially as it pertains to the Christian God. What evidence can a person give you for you to infer, deduce the existence of God, sir?
It sounds like that's your job, not mine.
What I am saying is it requires a supernatural act that doesn't require your reason.
Cool. Can you do it?
Doesn't require inference rules.
Can you pray to your
Doesn't
God and have him
require
do something supernatural?
have God do something?
Yeah.
Like what? Like a genie in a bottle?
I don't care. You said that God has to do something supernatural, so here's the
That's right.
stage. You know, you got a bunch of people here can make something supernatural happen. Pray.
Well, I'll tell you what, sir.
What's the
You
Bible
don't need me
say?
for that. But
What's
you
the-
don't need me for
What's the
that.
Bible
You
say
just
about
pray
this?
to the quietness of your own home, right?
I love how
And
they
you
always
request.
assume that like I've been an atheist since birth. It's the craziest thing that you guys always assume that. What's the Bible say
What
is
am
going to
I
happen?
assuming? Wait.
Bible
What am
says
I
that
assuming, sir?
the Bible says that
What do you assume I'm assuming?
The Bible says that signs will accompany the believers. It says these signs will accompany those who believe. By using my
Okay.
name, they will cast out demons. They will speak in
Are
new
you a
tongues.
believer?
They will pick up snakes, and if they drink a deadly thing, it will not hurt them. They will lay their hands on the sick,
Okay.
and they will recover. Can you do any of those things?
First of all, are you a believer?
I'm asking you if you can do any
If
of
you're
those
not a
things.
believer, then why should you accept these signs for the
John,
believer?
John, I'm
Do you
asking
agree?
you if you can do the things the Bible says you can do.
Well, first of all,
So
the
the
way
answer is
you
no.
understand the Bible, well, as far as the passages there, sir, right? There's controversy with those passages, as you may know.
You can say
right?
no if the answer is no, if you can't do any of them.
Well, the Bible says I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me.
Oh shit!
Right?
They
So
sound like a subset of all things. So if you can do all things
I mean,
through Christ who strengthens you, then I'm going to
yeah.
ask
So
you
you
to.
might think
I'm going to ask you
you
to
might think
pray
it's a
for this cap to
contradiction.
come off this bottle. That's what I want. So go ahead and pray for that. We'll see what happens. Keep in mind that this is a child resistant cap, so you have to pray for it to be pressed and then twisted.
Mm-hmm. So there's a guy by the name of Pine Creek Doug, and he had a glass of water.
I know
and
Doug.
He tried to say,
it's not helpful.
You know Doug?
I know of Doug.
Well,
I watch his channel. I'm
the
saying
thing
this.
was, he's doing.
This is not going to help you.
He's doing what you did.
Okay.
Yeah, and of course, if you know the Bible, I think you do. Supposedly, it says, "Thou shalt not put the Lord thy God to the test."
If I were your friend, I would be embarrassed right now.
Yeah.
Do I need to explain it to you?
It's pretty bad, actually.
Yeah.
It's pretty sad.
Yeah, this is pretty bad.
Do you think that the
I agree.
Bible?
It's
Do you
pretty
think the
sad.
Bible's
You want
inerrant?
me to prove? You want me to prove God to you?
John, do you
by
think
your
that
little
the Bible's
testable,
inerrant?
repeatable? Do I? Well, inerrant as opposed to what? The Chicago statement? What do you mean?
You define it.
First of all, you're the one who introduced the term. You want me to define a term you introduced? Are you kidding me?
Literally crazy that you can't just say yes or no.
Sir, why don't you define your term by inerrant? I'm not clear
Does
on
the
what
Bible
you mean by
contain
inerrant.
errors?
What kind? Okay.
What kind? There's only one
Is there
kind of
P and
error.
not P? Is that what you're asking? No, I don't believe there's a P and not P, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, so it doesn't have any errors. It doesn't have scientific facts wrong. It doesn't have contradictions.
Yeah, so if you're going to say something like a pi being like 3.0 or
I'm not.
something, like, okay. If you're going to talk about certain numbers, right, about the people, the army or something like that. I mean, I don't know where you're going. I mean, all you need
They
is
always
a bib.
they always want to like try to get ahead of the argument. They always want to like guess what my argument is going to be. It's
I don't
crazy.
know.
It's crazy to me.
You have an argument? Wait a minute, sir. You actually have an argument?
I'm simply asking you a question. You know I have an
Wait,
argument.
you claim to have an argument. I'm interested in that.
You know that I have an argument, which is why you're trying to get ahead of it.
I don't know.
Play coy.
Genuinely, sir. Genuinely,
don't play
know.
coy. You know what's happening here. So
I know.
Have you
I know
read
a lot of people, even who claim to be deconstructionists.
Have you read Mark chapter 2?
Do not have arguments,
Well,
and I'm surprised if you do. Genuinely, I'm
Why are you
surprised if
trying
you
to
have an
railroad?
argument.
Have you read Mark chapter
What is
2?
the logic problem of evil? Logic problem of the Trinity?
John, just
What?
shut up and stop talking for 5 seconds. Have you read Mark chapter 2 before? It's crazy that they think multiplying words is a good debate tactic.
Trying to figure out why he's trying to railroad you before you even get the argument.
He's got the 5 Ds of dodging down.
He's trying to dodge before the argument's even given.
Right, like he's trying to plow through and then dodge at the same time. We haven't even said anything yet.
Person hasn't even thrown the wrench yet.
No,
like damn.
I mean, I'm trying to lead the horse to water. You can't make him drink. I might not even be able to lead him to water.
Well,
all right,
doesn't
John.
help that he's blind and doesn't have a bridle.
That's about
What is
right.
the blind man what is the blind man supposed to lead me to?
All right, so John, have you read Mark chapter 2 before?
Yes.
Cool. Now, in Mark chapter 2, it says something interesting. Jesus is speaking about when David ate the showbread when he visited the priests at Nob. And it says he entered the house the house of God when Abiathar was high priest and ate the bread of presence, which is not lawful for any but the priests to eat, and he gave some to his companions. So based on this, should I expect to find this story in the book of Samuel and find that Abiathar was the high priest?
I should expect you to use those passages as an argument for the non-existence of the Christian God. That's what I expect.
Well, that's not my argument. So what you're trying to do is make my argument for me. My argument.
You claim no. I don't pretend to do that.
So my argument is not the argument you want me to make. My argument right now is that the Bible contains contradictions. That's the argument. We can move on after that. Once I prove to you that the Bible contains contradictions, we can move on to the next argument. So should I be able to go into the Hebrew scriptures and find the story of David eating the showbread and find Abiathar being the high priest? Is that something I should be able to find? He's not going to answer the question. I'm feeling prophetic right now. He's going to unmute and ramble.
Did you understand what I said, sir?
I did. Did you hear what I said, John?
Yes, you're talking about your expectations.
No, I'm talking about the argument that's happening right now. So my argument that I'm working on right now is whether or not the Bible contains errors. That's why I asked you if you believe that the Bible was inerrant. So right now, I'm showing you, John, stop talking. Right now, I'm showing you 2 passages that seem to contradict each other to demonstrate that the Bible does indeed contain errors. Would you like to see where the error is?
So okay, you're talking to me about seemings, right? And I don't know if you're appealing to phenomenal conservative.
So I'll just show you the part where it contradicts rather than let you fill, bro. It says, David said to Ahimelech, is there no spear? Who's he talking to? It's not Abiathar, it's Ahimelech. Well, shit. Why is Ahimelech in here being the priest? It says, David said to the priest Ahimelech, the king has charged me with the matter and said to me, no one must know anything of the matter which I send to you. So the priest who was actually in charge when David had the showbread wasn't Abiathar. Sounds to me like Mark just flubbed. He got the wrong priest, which is interesting because when this story gets retold in the book of Matthew, Matthew fixes it, actually. Matthew just cuts Abiathar out of the passage altogether because he noticed the error. You see the problem, John? I don't think John is very bright, and I think he's still talking. I don't think he knows how mute works.
No.
Yeah. You're right, Kim. There's no way John is apologist. This can't be his best work.
Literally can't be.
He doesn't even know what he's going to apologize for yet. So.
No. I asked him about the contradiction, and he immediately wanted to go into a Philbro argument about whether I could ground knowledge.
He must have got concussed when he entered the guest box and hit his head on the top of it.
That's exactly
what happened. Did he go down the road
happened.
to Damascus too? Is that what happened? Did he go down the road to Damascus too?
Yeah, John, if you figure out how your mute button works, go ahead and unmute yourself. I'd love to see it. Fen, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate that. Big W, Fen. And thank you so much for
I didn't know I was muted.
10 gifted memberships, Randy. Big W, Randy. Thank you for sending out 10 memberships. Hey, welcome back to the conversation. You finally made it, Lee. Or John Lee, or whatever you want to be called. Okay, so
I thought you server muted me or something.
We don't have server mutes. We just have mutes. So
okay.
In 1 Samuel 21, did you hear me read any of it? Or were you just yapping?
I did.
Okay. And who was
I
the
did.
priest in 1 Samuel 21 when David showed up and ate the showbread?
I don't know, but it might be
So,
Abimelech.
so you weren't listening. It was Ahimelech.
No.
Abimelech is a king of
Ahimelech.
Gerar from the book of
That's right.
Genesis, chapter 21, I believe. Ahimelech is
Okay.
a priest. And Ahimelech was
Mhm.
the high priest when David ate the showbread,
Okay.
which means Mark just got it wrong, which is why Matthew corrected it.
Well, when you say it corrected it, you act as if like there's some sort of Markan priority. I don't assume that, by the way. Just to
You
let
don't
you
have
know.
to assume it. You could just assume that Mark is dumb enough that he flubbed Matthew's reading of it. I don't care. The fact of the matter is Mark got it wrong.
So if Matthew was written first,
I don't care what
then
was written first. I'm
how
saying
is it gonna
Matt.
be that he's gonna
It
correct anything?
doesn't matter, John. Mark got it wrong no matter what you think the order of operation was.
I'm not aware of that now. You know, these types of
You are
things,
aware
right?
of it. I just read it to you. You're
No,
aware of it
no, I'm
now.
genuinely not
You need
aware
it
of
to be
it. You
shown
know,
I know
again.
you're
They'll
not
show
aware
you.
of it. Were you
yeah.
listening when I read it?
So back in Facebook, right? There's like, you know,
Facebook? What the fuck does
sort
Facebook
of,
got to do
yeah.
with it?
I was.
This guy can't be
No,
for
the reason
real.
I say that is
There's no
because
way this guy is for real.
in 2010-ish. Wow, you just love to overtalk. I'm just trying to say, sir, that in Facebook, they used to do like a BibViz, right? About 2011 or so. They'd have like 1,000, 2,000 contradictions, and they just pull it out and just reading it. And I've had these discussions. Matt Adams knows that too. I mean, you know, we go back then. You might know him.
I know Matt
And
Adams. None of that matters here. We're
this is
reading
so
the book.
yeah.
I know you
I'm
haven't
just
read it, so
saying
I'm going to read it
I'm just
for
saying
you.
nobody even deals with these things
So we
anymore. You're
do.
like obsolete in your discussion.
No, we're not. So in Mark chapter 1, you just go back one more chapter, Mark makes another flub. He says, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah, see, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way. The voice of the one crying out in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make straight his paths. So should I be able to find that quote in Isaiah?
Well, it's certainly referencing Isaiah, right?
Right. Yeah. Should I be able to find all that in Isaiah?
Seems to me you have a reference of B and C on what you're reading,
I'm just
right?
asking you, should I be able to find that in the book of Isaiah?
Well, my answer is I don't know.
Why don't you know? Does it not say that it was written by the prophet Isaiah?
That's what it says.
Okay,
So what expectations do you have from there?
so the
Your expectations not be
expectation
my expectations.
the expectation is if Mark is saying things that are true, then I should be able to find this in Isaiah.
Assuming that like you understand it to be referencing it.
That's
Now
what it
there's a lot of
says.
references.
It says written in the prophet
Sometimes.
Isaiah.
Okay.
Now,
So
do you know where
there's references
do you know
there.
when I
B and
show
C.
you where this actually comes from, is it going to come from Isaiah?
That particular passage
You know it's not from
does seem
Isaiah.
like it's from Isaiah.
It's not. It sounds like Isaiah, which is why Mark made the mental
does.
mistake, because it sounds a lot like Isaiah, but it's not. It actually comes from Malachi
Okay.
chapter 3,
Okay.
which is why all of your Bible references
Okay.
are going to say Malachi chapter 3,
Okay. But how
because
about
Mark
this?
flubbed it.
Whoa, hang on.
He
When he
goofed.
says Isaiah, the second part of the verse, right? The voice of one crying in the wilderness, is that from Isaiah, yes or no?
Yes, Isaiah chapter 40, yeah.
Okay, so why can it be that he is referencing that particular passage?
Because he makes a
Why can it be that?
quotation and says that the quotation is from Isaiah, and this is not from Isaiah.
So they had
He flubbed
quotation
it.
marks in the Koine Greek? Is that what you're saying?
No, they didn't have quotation marks in Koine Greek, but we know how quotations work. When it says as is written by so-and-so, the next phrase is the thing that was written, which is why it says in quotations in
Well,
English. So are you suggesting that John,
have
are
you
you
tried to do a rhymes? Or...
John, are you suggesting that the guy with the PhD in Greek flubbed this? That he shouldn't have put quotation marks here and made this part of the quotation? Are you saying that all English Bible translations are wrong? Is that what you're suggesting?
It sounds like it's the NIV, and if it's the NIV,
It's
there's a
not the
lot of spelling.
NIV.
Okay, well,
Are you
it's
suggesting
certainly
that
not.
that all English translators are wrong?
Of course not.
Okay, can you find
But I
me
think
what?
that there are
Can you find me one English translation that fixes this? Because it sounds to me like, do you know Koine Greek, John?
certain words. I use a concordance most of the time.
So you don't know Greek. Cool. Okay. So if I'm going to have to trust a guy who like knows the Strong's Concordance, or if I'm going to trust a guy with a PhD that translated this, I'm gonna trust a guy with a PhD. That's where I'm
Well,
putting my money.
from my understanding, if the person's quoting Isaiah, and it just so happens to be prefaced with Malachi, concluding in Isaiah, doesn't make that statement of Isaiah wrong.
It makes the one
In my
from
opinion.
Malachi wrong when you attribute it to the wrong person. That makes it wrong.
Well, that you're assuming that they're attributing the first verse to Isaiah. I
It
don't
says,
assume that.
as it is written in the prophet Isaiah.
Mm-hmm. And you, as you said,
The amount of
that
mental
the voice of
gymnastics
the
and
one calling in the wilderness
the amount of
is
lies
from
that you have to
Isaiah.
tell yourself to do this apologetic, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah. Why would he follow
I mean,
that?
I'll tell you
Why
what.
would he follow
This is like a.
John? Why would he follow that sentence
That's not a contradiction.
with the
That's not
quotation?
being naive.
Why would he follow that quotation with a quotation from Malachi?
Oftentimes when I reference scripture, right, I might preface it with a different scripture, but the money scripture would be
Give me
the
one
final
example
sentence.
where you would
And so,
quote a prophet and say it came from another prophet.
sometimes I would say something like, well, not necessarily one prophet to another prophet, right?
Oh,
But sometimes I would reference
what
one
Mark
part
did
of the Bible to
was this a
another part of the
contradiction?
Bible, which can involve. No, of course not. That's your imagination. That's the
When you
contradiction.
say that it was written in the prophet Isaiah, that quote that comes next should be from Isaiah.
I mean, to me, this is just low level shit.
I know it's low level. It's embarrassing that you can't grasp it.
Oh, I understand what your claim is.
You don't understand what my claim is, or you're just willingly ignorant, or
course
you're
I
just
do.
like,
You
or
want me to steel man you?
or you're just a lying
I could steel man
apologist.
you.
You're just a lying apologist like the rest.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not an apologist. Where do you get that idea?
You're literally making
I
an
said I'm
apology for
Christian.
the text right now. That makes you an apologist. That's what you're doing. That's how words work.
No, sir.
And
No,
you're
sir.
literally in a Discord call.
I'm actually, sir, if you
Who's
want
the
to know, I'm
apologist they
skeptical
were
of your
talking
claim.
about?
I'm skeptical of your claim, and your claim is such that
Oh, he's
when
running.
the
He's running from the
when the
argument.
author Mark,
He's running.
so I don't know why you keep interrupting me. When the author Mark, right, is quoting the prophet Isaiah, and he happens to have a verse in Malachi and also a verse from Isaiah, you are claiming contradictions that require some sort of correction.
I didn't say that it was a
don't
contradiction.
necessarily
I'm
see
saying
that.
he's saying something that's untrue.
Assuming that you know what he's claiming. If he's
I
claiming
know what he's
Isaiah
claiming.
and
Words have
clearly,
meanings, John. When he says
right.
something is written in the
I'm not
prophet Isaiah,
convinced. I'm not
the
convinced you know what he's
line
claiming.
that comes after that is
Did you
the
talk
thing
with
that's
him?
written.
Yeah. And so I don't have me personally, sir, I don't have an issue if the person says, according to the prophet Isaiah, he quotes a part of Malachi and he ends with Isaiah. You may have a serious problem with it because of your cognitive biases, but I personally do not.
It's not a bias on my point. My point is that words
So you're
actually
just
mean
telling me that you're
words.
convinced. You're just telling me that you're convinced.
My hermeneutic is that when you say
Why
Isaiah,
should I be convinced?
my hermeneutic is that when he says Isaiah said something and then he quotes the something, that something should come from Isaiah. That's just like basic comprehension. It's okay
to me,
if you'll never learn how to read.
Isaiah.
We'll do an
To
easier.
me, it does come from Isaiah.
We'll do an easier one. It doesn't come from Isaiah. It comes from Malachi,
Well,
chapter 3, verse 1.
This is like so 2011.
Don't worry, Boomer. We'll do something more your speed, okay? We're going to go to 1 Chronicles 21, and this is really easy. Like, you don't have to interpret words here. These are numbers. Numbers are really easy, okay? So David's going to be punished for taking the census. Have you read the story yet? Do you know the story of David being punished for the census?
I have a question. I'm constantly muted. Are you muting me on your end?
I'm muting you because you never stop talking. Yeah, like you're
Okay.
really difficult to have a conversation to
Oh.
because you don't actually respond to the arguments, and then you don't stop talking, and you don't actually answer my
Arguments?
questions.
You mean your claims?
So I asked you a question which was really easy. Have you read the story of David being punished for taking the census?
That's a yes or no.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a yes or no.
You know they hate those.
When muted. Okay.
They're really hard, I know.
I don't know when I'm muted, by the way.
That's
So let me get this
apparent.
straight.
Okay,
Let me get
so
this
have
straight.
you heard the
ask a
story of
question, You
David?
mute them, and then you go like, "Oh, he doesn't know. He's
That's not how that
answering. Is
works
this
at
the
all.
game here?"
John, we're asking you the question. Have
Did
you
you not ask
read?
me a question and then mute me?
No,
Did you ask me a question and mute me?
I muted you as I was asking you the question because you don't shut up, and
You asked me a question, muted me, and then
you're doing
when I
it
did
right
not,
now. So it's a really easy question that only requires a yes or no. That's all it takes is a yes or no. Have you read the story of David when he took the census of the Israelites? Do you know the story? Because we're about to go into that story right now. He's going to crash out hard. It's going to get really wild.
Oh, I thought he's been crashing out this whole
I
time.
must not.
John, do you know the story?
Didn't respond, huh? An argumentum ad ignorantium.
John, do you know the story?
Yeah, I already answered you 3 times, but
No,
the only problem
no one
was
heard you because you
2 times I
were
was already
too
muted.
busy talking while you were muted. So
You mute because
that's
you asked me a question.
it's because you keep
Then you
talking.
muted me, and then when I answered, it was not heard. And then your
John,
buddy over here, your little sidekick, tells me that I don't know the answer.
John, what's the answer? Yes or no?
Okay, based upon the silence, by the way.
John,
which is
what's
an appeal
the
to
answer?
ignorance,
Yes or no?
which is irrational.
John, what's the answer? Yes or no? Do you even know the question? Were
I
you
already
listening?
I already answered you
Are you
3 times.
concussed?
One of which were
John,
you listening? I know I
nobody
was unmuted when I
nobody
answered
heard you because you were muted because you keep talking over people. So have you
No,
read the
sir.
story of David
Sir.
taking? You're doing it right now, John. Have you read the story of David taking the census?
On the 3rd time you asked that question, I was unmuted and I said yes, and you just didn't
Okay,
answer.
fantastic. And what was the punishment?
I don't recall.
Okay, we're going to read the punishment because this is where the contradiction lies. It says, Gad
I
came
don't
to
understand the
David.
purpose of this, by the way.
The purpose is for you to actually learn something. Gad came to David and said to him, Thus saith the Lord, take your choice, either 3 years of famine or 3 months of devastation by your foes, while the sword of your enemies overtakes you, or 3 days of the sword of the Lord, pestilence in the land, the angel of the Lord destroying, so on and so forth. Okay, so there are 3 punishments. The first one is 3 years of famine. The second is 3 months of devastation. And the last is going to be 3 days of pestilence. Follow so far? So it's 3, 3, and 3.
Well, if I'm going to be honest, I'm not very interested in this discussion.
I don't care if you're interested.
I wouldn't
Because,
be either.
because for me, I would think that you don't really need my participation if you're going to provide an argument with
I
a
do need your.
conclusion. Hopefully,
We're not Phil Bros here. We don't have to do premise based arguments. What we do is read the text, and it sounds like you've never actually read the text, or
so you want to make claims of
you would actually know about
contradiction
this. So John,
and
did
heresy.
you
So you're
hear
making these claims?
Did you hear the 3
right?
punishments? What are they?
Whatever you read, obviously.
Okay,
That you think
and they're
is
all
being
sets
said
of
here.
3, right? 3 years, 3 months, or 3 days, right?
About the choice being taken, that's what seems to say in the text.
That's right. Okay. Now, do you know that this story is told twice in the Bible?
Probably in Kings, maybe. Right?
It's in 2 Samuel 24, which I happen to have right here.
Okay.
So in
Okay.
2 Samuel 24, it said, Gad came to David and told him, and he asked him, Shall 7 years of famine come on you and on your land, or will you flee 3 months before your foes, or will they pursue you, or shall there be 3 days pestilence in your land? So the first punishment mysteriously changed from 3 to 7. Are 3 and 7 the
Okay.
same number?
Well, it's assuming it's the same story.
It is.
Is it the same story?
Yeah.
And one cannot be describing 7 or 3. Like to be honest, I didn't look at it.
I
Right?
know you haven't.
Well, I definitely read it. Right?
You definitely didn't,
And
because you don't know that these are parallel stories.
As far as, well, I do know there's a lot of parallel stories, certainly, in the Old Testament.
So is 7 3?
Well, 7 is not 3.
Exactly. We agree on that. Okay. So then we found one. We
But are
found
they
one.
talking about the same thing?
Yes, they're talking about the same thing.
Well, who
Do you
says
need?
we agree on that?
Do you need me to prove that to you?
Sure.
Okay, we're going to start at the beginning of 1 Chronicles 21. Satan stood up against Israel. There we go. And incited David to count the people of Israel. So David sent to Joab and the commanders of the army, go and number Israel from Beersheba to Dan, and bring me a report so that I may know their number. But Joab said, may the Lord increase the number of the people, so on and so forth. So we start out the story where the numbering of the people of Israel, and then God gets mad. It says, God was displeased with this thing, and he struck Israel. David said to God, I've sinned greatly. Okay, so David repents. And then what happens? He gives a punishment. And then what's the punishment? It says the Lord set a pestilence on Israel, and 70,000 persons fell in Israel, and God sent an angel to Jerusalem, so on and so forth. So then God sends a pestilence. Thank you for the crab, Eloso. So God sends the punishment, and it's the pestilence, and it destroys 70,000 people. Fair enough? And then David buys David buys the altar. Okay, so that's the narrative for First Chronicles. When you go to the narrative from 2 Samuel, it's the same story. If you go beginning of the chapter, it says, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, go and count the people of Israel and Judah. So the king said to Joab and the commanders of the army who were with him, go throughout the tribes of Israel from Dan to Beersheba and take a census of the people so that I may know how many are there. And then that takes place. And then God is mad. It says, afterward, David was stricken to his heart because he had numbered the people of Israel. And David said to the Lord, I have sinned greatly. And then he sends the option of 3 different punishments. And then God picks the third punishment. The Lord set a pestilence on Israel from that morning until the appointed time, and 70,000 people died from Dan to Beersheba. It's the same story.
Okay. And?
So it's the same story with contradictory details.
You mean different descriptions within the same story?
7 and 3 are not the same.
That's right. Different.
Okay, so
you don't understand the word different?
So the
different is not the same. You're right.
They're contradictory details. So
well, that's
if the first punishment was 7 years and the other says the first punishment was 3 years, that means one of them has to be wrong because it can't be 7 and 3 because they're different numbers.
With the assumption that it's talking about the same thing.
It is.
Right? That's only your claim.
We just read it.
Because if it is the case,
it's not the case.
That 7 years.
It's not the case.
If it is the case,
it's not the case because
the reference
in the same chapter, after the 70,000 Israelites die, David goes and buys the altar for at the threshing floor. He didn't buy the altar twice. This is the same story, John. Your cognitive dissonance is not allowing you to be honest.
And wait, John, didn't you say you're a Calvinist? Don't you believe in sola scriptura?
Apparently not. They hate reading this book. Of course, he's teacupped. I don't know what happened to him.
I think you know he's not read it, so he has to go read it.
Yeah, he's not read it. He's not even honest. And I think at this point, everyone's tired of him, and I'm tired of him. So I think we're just going to cut the boomer loose, be done with him. What an ignoramus.
I'm just saying, imagine being the 3 people, to include Christos of all people.
Crazy.
To be like, I just want to listen to this.
Christos was setting him up. That's what happened.
That's probably that is probably what happened.
These are not his friends. They were setting him up. Yeah. Anyways, Yuri, thank you for the super chat. Yuri says the Line Channel is hosting a fundraiser for recovering from religion. It's a great secular nonprofit. Actually, it is. Actually, it's a good nonprofit. I believe in it. Thank you for the super chat, though. I did see the fundraiser. And Ken Best, thank you so much for the super chat. Says Stephen King could write this in his sleep. Oh, hell yeah, he could. I don't read a lot of fiction, but if I'm going to, it's going to be Stephen King. Stephen King's amazing. Or somebody phenomenal like, Fyodor Dostoevsky. Like he's pretty amazing. Welcome to Kraken Crew Elite Ancient Warrior. And also Dan Yoder, thank you for the super chat. Says, can't understand Christian God treatment of animals. All good God and presence of suffering. How do they get past that, and how strong is that stance? Actually, the suffering of animals is a good argument. allegedly Ian uses this argument, and somebody else recently used it on Modern Day Debates. I think it's a decent argument because, like, you have to assume that the God who created this must be okay with the carnage. Like, he doesn't care about the carnage. But if you're a Christian, you've got a problem, because in the book of Isaiah and in the book of Micah, we have this idea that none of the animals are going to eat each other in the end. And when everything's restored to perfection, the animals aren't going to eat each other. They're not going to, the wolf will lie down with the lamb, so on and so forth. Right. So if that's the end goal, if the end goal is God having all the animals in harmony and peace and not killing each other, then he's the one that caused it to not be that way. No one else did that. Only God did that, which means God is okay with animal suffering, which means he's in all good. Johanna, though, thank you for the super chat. It says, I have learned more about the Bible from you in the last 3 months after stumbling across your live stream than I absorbed in 12 years of Catholic school. Well, I appreciate that, Johanna. And listen, we're going to keep reading the book to people who don't want to hear it. That's what we're doing here. And Randy, thank you for the super chat. It says, I didn't see which day God made all the fossils. I know, shit. The fact that dinosaurs are not in the Bible is a huge problem, actually. That's a really big fucking problem. I cannot believe it that missed the editor's cut. Johanna, though, says, again, I went to school in the Netherlands, so I guess one can classify it as Catholic light. You might be right. In fact, I think the Lutherans are really popular over in the Netherlands as well. They had an official Lutheran state church, if I remember correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong. Johanna, coming in again, thank you so much, says, for me, becoming an atheist was natural and painless. Actually, it was painful for me, but I would say the progression was natural. Like, I didn't have to force it. I felt like it more or less like happened to me than me happening to it. But I'm glad it was painless for you. Peter, welcome in. Thank you for being patient.
Sure. Hi, can you hear me, Justin?
Yeah, I can hear you real good.
Awesome. My phone is kind of low, so I'm not sure how long we're going to get, but I'll get to the point. You and I talked a couple times at the end of the year last year. You left me with some homework.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been a busy first quarter of the year for me, but I've been listening a lot to you, and now I'm back with some responses to the homework you gave me. So a couple topics. We talked about Ezekiel 37 through 48.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about the meaning and usage of the term heaven and earth in the Bible. We talked about the date of the penning of the Revelation, and you asked me if there were any seminaries that teach preterism.
Right, yeah,
and
I thought
have
you were
responses for all of that.
I know there's a Australian seminary that teaches preterism.
So I figure we start with Ezekiel because that's the big guns of of all those topics. So when Ezekiel 37, the opening stanza, 1 through 10, Valley of the Dry Bones, yeah? When I talk to my futurist brothers and sisters about that, they pretty much to a person insist that that prophecy was given, the author's intent for that prophecy was for it to be a literal prophecy about the physical resurrection.
Why would you believe that?
Well, it's pretty clear in the front. We take verses 1 through 10. I mean, it seems, their argument to me is, their argument to me is, unless words don't mean words.
Well, do me a favor and read verse 11.
Let me pull it up here. I'm on. Right, 37. Sure. These bones are the whole house of Israel. Well, they would tell me, yep, that's right. The whole house of Israel will be physically brought out of their graves because that's what it says.
I agree. Yeah, the house of Israel, meaning God's holy
bring
people.
You up from their graves. And so I don't agree with my futurist brothers and sisters. I do believe it's a metaphor for the return from Babylon.
So
I think that's your position.
This is where we actually agree because, so this is a messianic prophecy to me that is just a failure that should have come true after the Babylonian exile, and then it didn't come true. And so what the Jewish people do, rather than saying, well, it's a failed prophecy, they can't say that. They have to say, well, it'll come true eventually, right? So they're like kicking the can down the road, basically. But my personal opinion is that this was supposed to be fulfilled like in the 6th or maybe a beginning of the 5th century, and then it never happened.
Well, when I read, I guess, the second half all the way up to 48, it reads to me more like instructions than it does predictions, very similar to Exodus. And regardless if it's predictions or instructions, there's some pretty clear language in chapter 43 that says the outcome of this section is conditionally predicated on the behavior of the Israelites. So as a preterist, I don't have an issue with it not coming to pass and not ever coming to pass, because the Israelites didn't do what the book said. When you do this, this will happen. If you do this, this will happen.
Well, in verse 30 or chapter 37, it clearly states that my servant David will be king over them, and they will have one shepherd, and they will follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes, and they will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, so on and so forth, right? So this doesn't seem to be conditional.
Well, would you say verse 43 is speaking of the same time frame?
Chapter 43 or verse 43?
Sorry, chapter 43, excuse me.
Well, my opinion is that from chapter 39, really even 37 and beyond, is supposed to be from the post-Babylonian exile period. I think they Ezekiel envisioned all the people coming back from Babylon and then setting up the temple, and then the actual prince coming in and like setting up shop and being the Messiah.
Take a look at 43, 9 through 11 for me.
Says, now, I'll put it on the screen too. Says, now let them put away their idolatry and sacrifices to their kings far from me, and I will reside among them forever. As for you, mortal, describe the temple to the house of Israel, and let them measure the pattern, and let them be ashamed of their iniquities. When they are ashamed of all they have done, make known to them the plan of the temple, its arrangement, its exits, its entrances, and its whole form, all of its ordinances, its entire plan, its laws. Write it down in their sight so that they may observe and follow the entire plan and all of its ordinances. This is the law of the temple. The territory on top of the mountain all around shall be most holy. This is the law of the temple.
Yeah, I read that as let them do A, and then B will happen. When they do C, I will do D. When they do E, you need to do F.
I didn't see any of that in there.
You know, when they are ashamed of all they have done, make known to them the plan of the temple.
Well, I think
not before they're ashamed.
You're doing a lot of heavy lifting with the word when.
Well, I mean, we can put up the words don't mean words counter if you want.
Let me see, because my guess is it's probably just the word key. Let me see what's in there. So the word when isn't an actual common word in biblical Hebrew. Like, we have to interpret the word when quite often from the Hebrew text.
And I've moved to the NRSV UE thanks to your suggestion, by the way.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I was a New King James guy, but now I've moved to this. And
yeah, I can see why they use when, though. They use when because it says va'im, which is typically like a when or an if or conditional. It is conditional. If they are ashamed, when they are ashamed, when that thing happens, right? So when, I think, is actually a fair interpretation of what they've got in the Hebrew text. When they are ashamed of all that they have done, make known to them the plan of the temple, its arrangement, its exits, and its entrances, and its form, and all of its ordinances. Seems awfully strange that God would give all these chapters of what to do, and he didn't know what was going to happen. Like, why would he give all these instructions if he assumed that they weren't going to come true?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't got an answer to that. But it just, I don't know. Maybe that's my get around, right?
Right. And the other thing too is there's a curious passage that we don't get to talk about too often, but if you go to Ezekiel 12:23, Ezekiel himself seems to be questioning like some of Yahweh's promises. And we find even Ezekiel seemed to be wrestling with, at one point, the promise that Tyre didn't get completely wiped out, but this is not what we're referring to. In Ezekiel 12:23 says, "Tell them therefore, thus saith the Lord God, I will put an end to this proverb. They shall use it no more as a proverb in Israel, but say to them, the days are near and the fulfillment of every vision." So when I'm reading the prophecy of Isaiah, I'm reading something where God is suggesting that like the stuff in these prophecies should be happening imminently. Like that's one reason why I actually don't agree with the Jewish people that this is a prophecy that can be fulfilled at any time. I view this as just a failed messianic prophecy. The whole book of Ezekiel about the Messiah and the messianic age seems to be a failed prophecy.
Well, that 12, 23, 24, 25 is a oft used passage by us preterists with our futurist friends to combat their claim that near is 2,000 years.
Yeah, actually, I agree with you there. There's a couple things that when we're reading the Old Testament, there's a couple things that like the atheists and the preterists probably agree on.
Let me move real quick as my battery's dwindling to heaven and earth we talked about. And I had brought up Isaiah 51:16.
Mm-hmm.
And my contention was that Isaiah called the formation of Israel in the wilderness into a covenant nation, the planting of heavens and the laying the foundation of the earth. So that the formation of Israel was referred to the creation of heaven and earth. And you disagreed. And this is where I think the NRSVU doesn't quite misses the mark.
So,
and there's a little footnote in it, actually.
Right.
On the term, says, New Revised as an NRSV says, stretches out, the Lord who stretches out the heavens, 16. Put my words in my mouth and hidden you in the shadow of my hand, stretching out, and there's a little footnote there, the heavens and laying the foundation of the earth and saying to Zion, you are my people. Well, so the footnote says, Hebrew says planting, and I'm going to defer to your knowledge of the Hebrew there.
I mean, I don't know what they actually have here. There's a couple words for planting. Sometimes this use like the word amad to stand, which can be referred to as planting. We can look up and see what's actually in there.
Well, because from what I'm seeing, the better translation is to plant.
Yeah, I mean, if you got a lamed prefix on it, you would say, right?
I'm doing this.
You've got
thing with you, Israel, to plant the heavens and lay the foundation of the earth.
Yeah, so you've got a lamed in the prefix position, which makes it an infinitive. There's a couple ways to interpret an infinitive, but sometimes you could say like ing, like say planting. Sometimes something else is happening in the text. It could be used similar to like pointing towards something, like a goal, like I aim to do something, if that makes sense. So there's a couple ways you can do that, but typically I think putting the word to is the most common form of translation. So when it says, with the shadow of my hand, I have covered you, you could translate it as in order to plant the heavens and lay the foundations of the earth and say, to Zion, my people.
So in this usage, heavens and earth are personalized to Israel.
I don't think so, no. These sounds to me like he's using creation metaphors or creation language the whole time, right? So he says, the oppressed shall speedily be released. They shall not die and go down to the pit, nor shall they lack bread. For I am the Lord God, your God, who stirs up the sea so that its waves roar. The Lord of hosts is his name. I've put my words in your mouth and hidden you in the shadow of my hand, stretching out the heavens and laying the foundations of the earth, saying to Zion, you are my people. You could say planting the foundations of the earth, or stretching out the heavens to lay the foundations of the earth. There's a couple ways you can do that. But I'm not seeing an equivocation of terms where the nation of Israel becomes the heavens and the earth. It seems like an awful lot of footwork trying to make that connection.
I think you agree. I mean, I agree with your simplification that he's using creation imagery.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we go to the New Testament and we find heavens and earth destruction imagery, I'm not sure where my instruction is to move away from that imagery. I mean, all throughout the Old Testament, there's destruction of the earth imagery when it comes to the destruction of cities, kingdoms,
right,
peoples, Israel.
Yeah, and it refers
so I have
to the
a
destruction
challenge
of
when I get to
the earth.
When I get to New Testament passages that say heaven and earth will pass away, why do I all of a sudden need to take that to be the physical planet and the cosmos?
Because it's never referred to anything other than the heavens and the earth. There's not a single instance where heavens and earth is not the heavens and the earth. So
how about...
I remember we had a conversation before, and I guess here's the struggle I'm having, Peter, because you're a really nice guy, and you're certainly not dumb. I'm trying to figure out why you're bending over backwards to try to change the meaning of words against what the plain reading of the text. Why are you doing all this work?
Well, I mean, we all do it. We just did it in Ezekiel 37 in the first 10 verses. Those words don't mean words according to you and me together, right?
No, actually, I think words do mean words, which is why we agree on it. We actually disagree with the Messianics on this particular case. You and I agree. But I'm thinking of the prophecy of Zephaniah, right? Zephaniah talks about the destruction. Joel talks about the destruction. 2 Peter, right? If you go to Zephaniah chapter 1, it says, listen to me, you who pursue... I'm sorry. Am I in Zephaniah? That's Isaiah 51. What happened here? Did I not hit enter? There we go. Zephaniah 1. The word of the Lord came to me. That came to Zephaniah, son of Cushi, so on and so forth. I will utterly sweep away everything from the face of the earth, says the Lord. I will sweep away humans and animals, and I will sweep away the birds of the air, so on and so forth. The idea that God's going to wipe out the earth and recreate it seems to be a pretty common motif. It shows up in Isaiah 65 as well. So when I read passages where the heavens and the earth are going to be wiped out or recreated, I take those words at face value.
What happens about when the ones where they're past tense?
Like what?
Let's see.
Right. So
I would say the destruction of Israel by the Babylonians.
Yeah, what
well,
verse?
There's Jeremiah 4:23.
Okay, let's read it. Okay. Oh, so I typed it, but my buttons didn't work. All right, Jeremiah
4:23.
I will put it on the screen. For my people are foolish. They do not know me. They are stupid children. They have no understanding. They are skilled in doing evil, but do not know how to do good. I looked on the earth, and it was complete chaos, and to the heavens, and they had no light. I looked to the mountains, and they were quaking, and to the hills moved, and all the hills moved to and fro. I guess I don't see what you're seeing.
Well, the earth was complete chaos, and the heavens they had no light. Is he describing a literal event?
I don't think he's describing
an
event, actually. I think he's describing what he witnessed. Because it says, I looked, right? I looked.
Right.
Yeah. And he's describing
he couldn't be looking if the earth was complete chaos and the heavens had no light. He couldn't be physically observing that because that would be gone.
Well, obviously, yeah.
Right?
So Jeremiah is using a little bit of poetic license, playing on the tohu vavohu from Genesis chapter 1, right? When earth was void and chaos, right? He's referring to the people of God as being like the void chaos from Genesis chapter 1. He's insulting the people. Right? That's why in the prior verse, he talks about them. He says, they have no understanding. They are skilled in doing evil, but do not know how to do good. I looked on the earth, and it was complete chaos, and to the heavens they had no light. So, like, at some point, you have to allow for the prophet to use a little bit of imagery.
Well, I as a preterist, of course I do. And I guess that's my entire point is I'm not seeing, and I guess that sounds like a change from you that, he can use imagery, he can use non-literal references sometimes, which is oversimplified to words don't mean words. Well,
no, metaphors are easy to track. Like when you're making a claim about something you're witnessing, and the thing that you're witnessing is literally impossible, and it's pretty clear that you're using poetry because you're hearkening to a piece of poetry. Genesis chapter 1 is a piece of poetry. It's laid out as an actual piece of poetry. So when I see him insulting the people by saying, I looked out and they were chaos and void and there was no light, is pretty easy. He's just insulting what he's witnessed. He's bringing judgment upon the people. That's why he's going to cast judgment upon them, because the people were so wicked and he needs to bring them to ruin now.
One more on this, Isaiah 13, 9 through 13.
Yeah, let me grab
which I believe describes the destruction of Babylon by Media Persia.
Actually, we agree there. Isaiah 13, it should be the destruction of Babylon, and 14. What verse do you want to read?
And it's language 9 through 13.
Yeah. See, the day of the Lord is coming, cruel with wrath and fierce anger, to make the earth a desolation, to destroy its sinners from it. For the stars of heaven and their constellations will not give their light, and the sun will be dark, and its rising and moon will not shed its light. I will punish the world for its evil, and the wicked for their iniquity. I will put an end to the pride of the arrogant, and lay low the insolence of tyrants. I will make mortals more rare than fine gold, and humans more than the gold of Ophir. Therefore, I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will be shaken out of its place, and the wrath of the Lord of hosts in the day of his fierce anger.
So that sounds like global commotion to describe a localized judgment.
Well, I don't think it's localized judgment. I think the day of the Lord is a global judgment. It seems clear in Zephaniah. It seems clear in the other prophets. The day of the Lord is just another failed prophecy.
Oh, I think there have been several Day of the Lords.
Oh, I think there have been several Day of the Lords. I agree, but I think the Day of the Lord, typically the one after the Babylonian exile, was supposed to be the big one. But you could claim that there were others. Like, for example,
I think this one was the destruction of Babylon. It was called the Day of the Lord.
Well, anytime
the Lord's just a judgment.
Anytime that the Lord enacts judgment, there is the day of the Lord. But there's also the day of the Lord when he deals with all of the wicked of the earth, every last one of them. That day of the Lord, it hasn't come.
See, I disagree. I think
Isaiah
the language of dealing with everybody is also metaphorical for localized judgments, because we see it repeated over and over for judgments that have already taken place.
No, I don't think so. When it says, I will punish the world for its evil, I'm assuming that this is the world.
Right, but we go on, and what is the beginning of Isaiah 13?
The beginning of Isaiah 13 is the judgment on Babylon. And again, the day of the Lord after the Babylonian exile was supposed to be the day of the Lord. That's it.
So I guess I'm going to ask you if you agree with this. The terminology of a context cannot be expanded beyond the scope of the subject under discussion.
No, I think it can be. So, for example, if you've got 3 prophets that are all using the terminology "the day of the Lord" for what was supposed to happen after the Babylonians were punished, and then they all describe it as worldwide destruction and an entire world being destroyed and recreated, then I'm inclined to believe that that particular day of the Lord was supposed to include the entire world, as it's described in Isaiah 65. Want to read that one?
Sure. Yeah,
I mean,
I
you
like
don't
Isaiah
think
65.
you don't think Isaiah was like schizophrenic, right? So,
Well, it
Mhm.
depends on who's writing. Learn that from you. We're just not sure.
It's true, actually. So Isaiah 65:17 says, "I'm about to create new heavens and new earth. The former things shall not be remembered or come to mind, but be glad and rejoice forever in what I am creating. I'm about to create Jerusalem as a joy and its people as a delight," and so on and so forth. This is why when I talk about the day of the Lord post-Babylonian exile, that seems to be that was supposed to be the day of the Lord, the time when God set everything right and created a whole new heaven, whole new earth.
Yeah, I'll have to chomp on that a little bit.
The Assyrian invasion was described as the day of the Lord too.
Yes.
So we know there's more than
you read
one.
Lamentations, and there's all kinds of that's lamenting about a past day of the Lord.
Right. It's kind of like when I was a kid and I was acting up, my mom would be like, "When your father comes home," I know exactly what that meant. I know my father wasn't going to come home just once. There's multiple times my father had to come home and whoop me.
Right.
So like the day of the Lord is the day that the Lord finally steps in and cracks the whip, right? But if you are reading the prophets carefully, they seem to have this idea that there's also a final day of the Lord. Like there's going to eventually be a last day of the Lord.
Right. And of course, we preterists assign that to 8070, but that's another
right.
tale. I want to move really quick because I'm about to lose power. Dating of the Revelation.
Sure.
And listening to you quite a bit lately, and especially with the 666 Hail Praise Nero super chats, and that you and that's another way where the atheists and the preterists, or at least you as an atheist and we preterists, agree that 666 is clearly Nero.
Yeah.
My question to you would be, if Nero died in 68 and Revelation was written in 95, what's the point of warning Christians in 95 to watch out for this guy Nero?
So I love this question. I'm glad you asked it. So the legend of Nero Redivivus went on past his death. So even after he died for a certain number of years, actually quite a few number of years, people believed that Nero was still alive and was coming through, right? So for example, it sounds to me like they're writing after he's already died, because in Revelation chapter 13, it talks about the mortal wound and the revival. So it seems to be that they must have knowledge already of Nero passing. But what we don't know is how far past the 68 we are. But my conclusion from reading the scholarly literature, I personally believe that Revelation wasn't written by one person. I believe it was written by possibly even 4 different individuals, or even eventually compiled by a school of people that followed John the Elder. You can hear more about this particular theory from Josephine Ford. She was a professor at Notre Dame.
Writing that down.
Josephine Ford, I think, puts forth, I would say a well-known, but she fleshes it out really well, a multiple author approach to the Revelation of John. I like her theory the best on authorship. It accounts for a lot of the things that we see in the Revelation of John, including the various changes of verbiage, the various time period that it was written to, and what we know about the churches that are receiving the letters, the time period those churches would have been around. So I think that the Revelation was written in stages. I think part of the book of Revelation could have even been initially penned down prior to the killing of Nero. But my personal opinion is that it was probably written maybe shortly after the destruction of the temple. A lot of scholars will push it all the way to like 90 to 95. It's possible that parts of it were written 95 BC or CE. That's certainly possible. But I find it hard to believe that all of it would have been written in the 90s, because I think the Nero Redivivus legend would have been too far stale at that point, and I don't know if it would have had any force.
You're of course familiar with the Muratorian fragment.
Yeah.
Are you familiar what it has to say about the date of the revelation?
It's been probably about 4 or 5 years since I've looked at the fragment, but I know it's the earliest form of the canon.
So it makes a very interesting statement, and you can look into this when you get a chance if you want. It says that Paul was following a rule set by his predecessor John in writing to only 7 churches.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't know how Paul could follow a rule that wasn't set for decades after Paul wrote.
Oh, are you suggesting that John was writing prior to Paul?
The implication is that Paul knew of John's 7 letters before he died.
Perhaps. I mean, I guess we have to take into account what we think about the Muratorian fragment. Like, if we think that it's authoritative, that's not something that I've really spent a lot of time worrying about of the Muratorian fragment, because, again, my view of John is that it was written in pieces. So, for example, in Josephine Ford's commentary in the Yale Anchor Bible series, commentary series, she suggests that the earliest portions of the Revelation were actually written by the students of John the Baptist, which means it would be before Paul. But so what it suggests then is that it wasn't written by John the Apostle or John the Baptist, but parts of it was initially started by the followers of John the Baptist afterward. So that accounts for a lot of the crossover in the book of Revelation and some of the stuff that is written about John the Baptist in the Gospels. She does a really good job of laying out the similarities between Revelation and John the Baptist, and why she thinks that some of it was initially a tradition from John the Baptist, not John the disciple.
I will look into her work for sure. Thank you for that. Lastly, I'm going to leave you with the seminaries.
Right.
Are you familiar with the book Revelation 4 Views by
Yeah,
Steve
actually,
Gregg?
I had to read that book when I was in Bible college for one of my New Testament classes. Yeah.
Would you say that book teaches preterism?
No. So the 4 Views books are an open dialogue amongst scholars. So inside of the Revelation 4 Views, there's the futurist, there's the preterist view,
idealist,
and there's the idealist
and historicist.
And I leaned a little bit on the idealist mixed with the historicist, but my understanding of that book is it's not pushing forward a conclusion as to which is the best interpretation. It's just laying out the very best arguments for each one.
Would you say that is, I wouldn't say endorsing, but it's saying, hey, here's the 4 views within Christendom that are 4 views that people hold?
Oh no, for sure. So like if you go to a good Bible college or seminary, you're going to learn the 4 views on the book of Revelation. Even if you didn't read this book, they're going to teach you the 4 different views.
And that's what I kind of found that book, and I looked up I spent a few hours looking up eschatology course syllabuses from various seminaries, and most of them have it as either, if not required, but recommended reading.
Yep. It's one of the best books
find one
on the topic.
Yeah. World Bible Theological Seminary.
Where's that one?
I don't know where they are.
They are accredited. So the World Bible Theological Seminary has a website, BT or WB. Oh, they're in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Let me see what's going on here.
And They claim to be the only accredited seminary that offers a degree in eschatology.
I actually believe that. Eschatology is typically not a topic on its own that you can get a degree in. But I'm looking
and
at
they are 100% preterist.
I believe that. I'm looking at the website, though. It doesn't look promising. It looks like it's a bunch of 1990s clip art, which is usually a sign that it was put together by a church and it's not a real seminary.
Gotcha.
Let me see if they actually have professors here. If they don't list their professors, I'm not too inclined to believe it's a real seminary. Let's see. I don't see anything.
ChatGPT says they're accredited, whatever that's worth.
Who are they accredited by? I found their list of professors. They have 8 professors, and I'm willing to bet all of them have diploma mill degrees.
Fully accredited by the Accrediting Commission International.
Right, exactly. They're not regionally accredited at all. And some of their professors don't even have credentials, like Deborah Cook, Rodney Gray, no credentials at all. They shouldn't be listed as professors.
Gotcha.
Dr. Clyde Cook is listed as a professor, but there's no bio. I can't see where any of their degrees are from. Typically, this is a good sign that we're referring to a diploma mill here.
All right, that's all I got, Justin. I'm running out of juice. I'm going to keep listening. I appreciate what you do. I think the natural disasters is the best argument.
Actually, I think it's a good one, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is causing me to do a lot of thinking. So I appreciate you bringing that to my forefront.
There is a secondary argument to that I never run, but I think it's worth considering, which is the animal suffering. And it sounds unintuitive at first, but think about what's written in Isaiah chapter 2 and Micah chapter 4, where when you finally have the era of world peace, says the wolf will lie down with the lamb, and basically the animals aren't going to eat each other anymore, right? And it seems to be that in the garden, God wasn't having animals prey on each other either. So it inclines me to believe that the ideal scenario is for the animals to not prey on each other. And if the animals are preying on each other, when they don't have to be preying on each other, then it sounds like just the same side or the different side of the same coin. It's unnecessary evil.
Interesting.
Right.
All right. I'm going to drop. Got to go. Thanks for having me up.
Peter, thanks for chatting. Thanks for coming back, by the way. Most people don't do any homework and come back, but I really appreciate that you did.
Thanks so much. We'll talk again.
All right. Cheers. Get some W's for Peter. Holy smokes. That hardly ever happens.
Honest effort.
So speaking of Ezekiel 37, one of our most favorite churches that never comes up to debate believes that Ezekiel 37 verses 15, where it's talking about the 2 sticks, through 22 is about Joseph Smith. Yeah, they believe that the stick of Judah is the Bible, and the stick of Joseph, that when it says Joseph, it's meaning Joseph Smith, is the Book of Mormon, because they believe that Ephraim are the Gentiles.
Yeah, of course it is.
Right. And then they go into Genesis 49, where it's Jacob's last words to his children. Yeah. And they believe down in verse 22, where he's kind of, hey, and my son Joseph, for you, they believe, we have all Jacob's children being, and this Joseph here is somehow a prophecy for Joseph Smith.
Is always a prophecy about Joseph Smith, obviously.
Every time I hear this, I think you have the Hebrew Israelites. This just makes me think like American Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, pretty much. It's the same thing.
What are we doing?
We're doing it to ourselves. Slussie, thank you for sending out a sub on TikTok, and thank you so much for the hat. I appreciate that, Slussie. And Bertram, thank you for all the hats. I really appreciate that. Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends, and then we'll get our next guest in here. Wonky Donk, thank you for the super chat. W666, he says, I am the donkey. Oh gosh. Aholiba told you not to worry about. It's amazing. Great reference to Ezekiel. I appreciate that. Yeah. we certainly don't want to be lusting after our donkey paramours. Johanna, thank you so much for the super chat. Johanna says the slogan in the Netherlands in support of abortion in the 70s was boss in your own belly. Wait, hold on. Boss in your own belly. What does that mean? Help me out here. In support of abortion in the 70s was boss in your own belly. You mean of your own belly?
I don't understand what's happening.
I might miss that comment. There was a slogan in the 70s in favor of legalizing abortion. And apparently the slogan was boss in your own belly. But I may not. I think that means boss of your own belly. And if that's what you meant to say, I'm completely on board. We should be the boss of our own bellies.
Why does that come out to BYOB?
Of course it is.
So an argument I've actually used with abortion is like, if we're supposed to care about children and God is so pro-life, why did he create the female body in such a way that it spontaneously causes this more than we could ever electively choose to do it?
Yeah, actually, if anyone should be guilty of aborting babies, it should be God. More babies have been aborted by God than anyone ever. So big W, actually, good. Thank you for bringing that up. And Jason Sickmeyer, thank you for the $10 over Venmo. Says, thanks for your time and teaching. Well, Jason, thank you so much for supporting the stream. I appreciate that. And Pat Ken, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, Geologians, there's got to be a Doug reference. Geologians 26. Doug is not a pebble in your shoe or a rock in your path. He does not take us for granted and has never lost his marbles. Praise Doug. That's a really good one. When I go back and edit these clips, I got to start writing them down. You guys have so many good sayings for Doug that, like, it's kind of criminal that we don't have a book of Doug published already. We got to make this a reality. Guys, collect them in your free time and send them to me on the Discord or email them. Kay, thank you for the $10 super chat. Kay says, yeah, not really interested in debate. Trust me, I get you. It's a whole thing. Atheists can be atheists and theists can be theists. As long as our worship does not hurt other people, I think it's not harmful. I mostly agree with you there. I never thought I'd be up here debating people when I first got online. I thought I'd be having rational, calm conversations with people that wanted to have an intellectual pursuit about the Bible. And well, here we are. So see how that turned out.
You lied to yourself on that.
I did it to myself. It was my own doing.
You thought the internet was a safe space.
Don't know what I was thinking. I wasn't. Dustin, thank you for the super chat. It says, I prophesied before the live tonight. Tonight's topic would be a great one. We've got the son of John the Baptist. Boy, howdy, was I right. Cheers all. Yeah. When the son of the revived John the Baptist shows up in your live stream, it's gonna be a blast. All right, let's get Mona in the discussion and see how this goes for Mona. Bryce, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says Justin versus the famous John Lee. This should be hilarious. I feel like everyone knows who John Lee is but me. And I
don't know who he is.
I'm kind of getting the impression that you guys don't like John Lee all that much. I feel like you were setting him up. That's what I'm gathering at this point.
He sounds like the guy in the group of friends that everybody just tolerates being there and does things like purposely make him not want to be around anymore.
Yeah. I think that's it. Yeah. I think you nailed it. Oh, well. We'll see if Mona can connect. Alski, thank you for the $1.99 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Rad Bike, by the way. Dope bike. Gem and Day, thank you as well. It says, Doug's Psalms are geodes. His laws are from courts. That makes my evening to hear these smooth words of Doug coming in and just resting in our souls. Alski says, how do you stay so calm with these morons? I feel like I'm trying to get better every day at it. It's hard. It's not easy. Sometimes I just want to reach through a screen and just start choking somebody out. But Sarcastic, thank you for the 666. I appreciate that. And it says, I saw God and Satan eating TGI Fridays last weekend. They were discussing black metal bands. Prove me wrong. I believe you, Sarcastic. I only have one question. Which band won out? What was like their favorite band? I assume there was a favorite they were fighting over, right?
Godsmack.
I did love me some Godsmack back in the day. How you doing, Held? Held? Did you?
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah. Did you mean to be up here?
Okay, great. No, this is fine. I actually called last week, but I couldn't get it going with the tiny URL link. My name's actually Boudewijn. I was the one saying if you can pronounce that. I don't know if you remember that. You speak to a lot of people, so you might know.
Yeah, I think so. I think I remember hearing from you.
Okay.
So, give me a little refresher. What religion do you believe in?
I'm actually an atheist, but of course we are here to debate, or at least that's your preference. So I want to play devil's advocate, and pun intended in this case, because
You won't be doing that. We don't debate people that agree with us. I don't know why people keep thinking that's going to happen. Twice tonight. Why do they keep thinking I'm going to allow
What's
that?
the point in that? What's the point in that?
Yeah. Why? Why? Do you just want to be on somebody's stage? I don't understand. Like, it's the craziest thing to me. All right, let me grab someone from the YouTube queue. We're out of TikTok guests. So if you're watching on TikTok and you want to get into the debate, hit that guest request. We'll pull you up into the conversation. But we're going to grab some people from our TikTok queue and our YouTube queue, and we'll keep the show rolling. Also, Asian, thank you for the super chat. It says, when did the circus come to town? A clown is out. Yeah, I think you're about right, actually. And also, Johanna again with another super chat. Holy shit, Johanna. Johanna says, you are just too decent a person to tell these creeps to fuck off. Yeah, you might be right. So the resurrected skeptic, it sounds like you don't have any headphones plugged in, because I'm echoing like crazy through your microphone on your device. Is there a chance you can plug in some headphones so that I'm not like echoing back into your system? Oh, and he's gone. Okay. Okay. Well,
God's not good with technology, is he?
No.
Apparently
he
not.
seems to suck at it.
Apparently not.
And for those out there, I can't speak for Justin and Dugald, but the issue with devil's advocates are, one, they're not genuine, and two, it could be the case where you are just a problematic person and you're just hiding behind a devil's advocate.
That's true, actually.
I feel like they just tend to be contrarians, and that's it.
Right. So we've got Aiden with us. Aiden, do you have any headphones you can plug in right now? I see that you got an earpiece, but it looks like you're not actually using it. Let me see if I can request it. They working?
I don't know, am I echoing bad?
Well, you're never echoing. The problem is I echo. But it seems
you're
never echoing. The problem is I echo. But it seems the answer is no. The answer is no.
Oh, okay.
Maybe try the speakerphone. See if that's any better.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Again, hearing you is never the issue.
I
can
can
hear you. Again, hearing you is never the issue. And
Yeah.
the delay is really bad. All right, so I don't know what's going on with your connection, but like it must not be grabbing your headphones, because it's echoing really bad into your microphone. So I don't know if this is going to work out for us.
We can go another day.
All right, sorry, man.
He must use Starlink.
It's gotta be Starlink. Yeah, for anyone on the YouTube queue, this works out way, way better if you are on a piece of technology that has an actual microphone and not just blaring my voice out of your speakerphone, because then it's going to feed back into your microphone. It's just not it's a bad feedback loop. If there was a better way to do it, I don't know. I mean, maybe I got to get rid of Video Ninja and just move to Discord. maybe I'll work on that tomorrow on my free time and see if I can bring people in using Discord rather than Video Ninja. Because Video Ninja, I like it because it brings the video in, but shit, it fucks up the audio. Like it can't get the audio right. Like when I'm talking, they shouldn't be like it shouldn't be going back into the microphone. The thing that drives me insane is we're using Video Ninja every Sunday morning on the Unapologetic live stream, and we don't have this problem. I don't know why. I have not figured out why this problem doesn't exist on the Unapologetic live stream. There's got to be a reason, and I don't know what it is. And
Do they broadcast the TikTok at the same time?
Yep.
Yeah,
I think the problem is on the Unapologetic live stream, all three of us feed our video and our audio directly into Video Ninja. And I think it knows which one of us is talking. When you have like three people on the scene, it knows which one's talking. So like when I'm talking, it doesn't feed back into their microphone because it automatically mutes their microphone because it's like, oh, Justin is talking or Ian is talking. But when I bring people in individually, I don't think it knows when I'm talking. So it doesn't know to mute the other person's mic, which is why it keeps echoing back into it. So I've got to find a way around that to like bring in a microphone to the scene so that when I talk to the guest, it shuts their microphone down saying, you're not talking now, somebody else is talking. I think that's the root of the issue. So I'm working on that right now. All right, let me bring the next guest in. If you're watching on TikTok, you're welcome to come on up and be a guest. And Johnny, thank you for the super chat. Johnny says, I felt a rumbly in my tummy and found Justin cooking something special. Well, thank you so much, John. And I don't know what all is on the menu tonight, except for there are going to be pretzels. You know there's going to be pretzels. And Rachel, thank you for the super chat. Says, what do you call a book club stuck in the same book? Church. Yeah, you're right. And also from the Bronze Age, for some reason. I don't know why they decided on that particular book for the book club, but what are you going to do? Welcome in, Kalil.
Hey, Justin, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Awesome. So, Kalil, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, I'm Muslim.
Cool. And what be the best evidence or the argument for the Muslim God being real?
Well, there's lots of them, but before we start talking about Islam, I just want your opinion on it, since you know you're very well versed in the Bible, but without the Christian bias. What do you think on Isaiah 42:11?
I mean, are you referring to the servant song?
I'm referring to Kedar and Mount Selah, and you know the singing from the top, the mountain, and all that.
Yeah, when it says, sing a new song to the Lord, his praises from the ends of the earth, let the sea roar and all that fills it, the coastlands and their inhabitants, let the desert and its town lift up their voice, let the villages and the Kedar, so on and so forth. What about it? So
Yeah.
the psalm of praise in Isaiah 42 is because if you go to chapter 40, the beginning of this narrative, God's freeing his people from the Babylonian captivity. And so there should be praising, there should be singing and dancing and rejoicing.
Yeah, but you know the Islamic narrative about when the Prophet Muhammad basically traveled to Mount Sila, Medina,
No,
and
I
the
don't.
people of Kedar, which are the Arabs, received him singing on the top of the mountains. I don't know if you ever looked into that, or any Muslim ever came onto your website asking about that.
No, I've had a couple of Muslims come on my live stream and try to say that there's like verses in the Hebrew scriptures that predicted Muhammad. I think these are all really weak arguments that I could just make about anyone. Like I can go to any passage in the Old Testament and say, oh, well, there's a guy who did something similar to this passage. It must be about him.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. You know, I've been watching you for a few months now, and I agree with almost all your arguments really against the Bible. It's just the idea that, you know, the people of Kedar, you know, Kedar is the second son of Ishmael, right? And then Mount Sila is in Medina, Saudi Arabia, where basically Islam became Islam from, even though it started in Mecca. But Islam became a power force in Medina, which is where Mount Sila is.
I mean,
those are just, I think, interesting facts. I mean, I know.
But that's if you agree with the history, which I don't. I don't believe that Ishmael ever existed.
I mean, it's fine. Don't if you don't. Let me ask you this: what do you think the oldest copy of actual scripture we have of Isaiah 42? Was it before 7th century?
No, not even close. The oldest that we actually have is from the post-Babylonian captivity.
Which is what century is that?
At the very earliest, it would have been at the 6th century, at like the very end of the 6th century. But realistically, the earliest that we probably would have had is probably in the middle of the 5th century.
Okay, so that's what I find, I mean, interesting from, a Muslim point of view, is that this was written before Muhammad came in the 7th century.
Yeah, but it's not about
And
Muhammad.
I know, and Jews don't agree it is about Muhammad, and Christians say it's about Christ. But the idea of the people of Kedar and Mount Sela, I don't think it could apply to anyone but him. But of course, that's not we don't use that as an argument. And just, I mean, I find it interesting. Do we still have, by the way, M on the live with us?
I don't see him with me. No.
Okay. I thought, I mean, because M does have, a little more knowledge.
I mean, he might show up. We'll see.
Yeah. So I would say, I mean, so there's lots of layers in Islam when it comes to proof, and the biggest one is the actual text in Arabic, which, I mean, that's not going to make any sense to you because you don't speak Arabic, and the miracle of the Quran basically is in the text. It's not man-made text according to our tradition. It's made by God. But then after that, there's lots of other levels which you could look into it, like prophecies, science, the challenge, of the errors and contradictions. The book was produced by an illiterate man on the 7th century who was a Bedouin.
That's certainly not
in the
true.
middle of what is not true.
Muhammad didn't write a single word of this.
Yeah, he recited it, and they wrote it.
No, he didn't write it.
Of course.
Followers after his death claimed that they remembered what he spoke.
Now, why are you saying they claimed that they remembered?
Well, that's how it came together. Do you believe that they had perfect memories of what was recited?
I mean, have you looked into the literature of Arabic before Islam of Arabians?
No, I don't know Arabic. I don't know Arabic language history. What I do know is that, according to the narration, the followers of Muhammad came together after his death and assembled the text of the Quran, which means either one of two things was true. They had to write it down on little pieces of parchment or on something else and save it for later, or they were just remembering what they heard him say.
Okay, well, I'll tell you our narrative, and you tell me what you know that it goes against it, right? So according to our narrative, every single time a verse or a group of verses come down, the Prophet calls the scribes. They write it down. He asks them to repeat it and to confirm that they've written it down correctly. So we have two types of... Yeah,
where's that at?
This happened at his time.
Where's that at?
This is in our literature, in the Hadith, basically.
Okay, so you have to accept the Hadith on it. Do you accept?
Yeah. Of course, we have to accept
all the Hadiths.
We have to accept at least the ones that we know are authentic.
Right.
And we have few thousand authentic ones.
Which Hadiths do you accept?
For example, Bukhari and Muslim; those are known to be the most authentic ones.
Right, but how do you know when a Hadith is not to be accepted?
I mean, this is a massive science. I don't know if you heard the word Ilm al-Rijal, the science of men. So this has happened throughout history and actually still happens today because some new literature comes up or somebody comes up with something. So they have to go back to the people who supposedly copied all the way back to the Prophet Muhammad. And if somebody is known to be a liar, somebody is known to doesn't have good memory, somebody who's old, there's lots of criteria why they accept like a hadith as authentic or as good or as weak or as fabricated. There's lots of setups or layers when it comes to that.
Where does sperm come from?
So sperm comes from the testes.
Okay, not from between the ribs and the backbone?
Now, do you want to pull up the verse?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
that's why that's one of the reasons I was hoping is there or will jump in, because I heard you say he's a doctor, or I heard him say he's a doctor.
Yeah, and real quick, Chad is mentioning it sounds like there's a scratching noise in the
Because this
background.
verse, actually, I've heard you, of course, talk about it several times, and as opposed to what you all been claiming, this verse is actually a miracle rather than an unscientific
Not even close.
verse.
Oh, it's just
Okay,
a miracle.
I'll explain it to you why, at least the way I see it.
Was it 84 or 86? 86. Okay, so we want Quran 86.
I believe it's like 7 through 9.
I actually don't memorize the numbers.
And Kalil, what's that scratching noise in the background?
Oh, he can't hear you. Kalil, there's something scratching the microphone that you're using. Can you figure that out? Like, I don't know what's happening there, but like it's really loud and distracting.
Okay, let me try some other microphone. Just a second, please.
Well, I mean, your microphone works fine. The problem
The problem
that you're moving around.
Hello?
Oh, see what happens here.
Is this any better?
Let me check. Hold on a second. It seems to be working. And there's no like scratchy.
No scratchy.
Okay. Yeah, I just use a little bit of quality here.
It's really quiet though. Can you get closer to it?
Yeah, well, it's on my head. It's a headset. This one, that's the problem why I use the other one, because the other one is louder, but this one is better. And can you hear me still, or is it too low?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, so in the Quran, in
Mhm.
86, we'll start in verse 5. It says, "Let them consider what they were created from. They were created from a spurting fluid stemming from between the backbone and the rib cage."
Yeah, so what is the spurting fluid?
I would refer to that as sperm or semen.
What? Okay, semen. There's a big difference between sperm and semen, right?
Well, sperm is contained in the semen, yeah.
Yeah, so what percentage of semen comes from the testes, do you know?
I've never known semen to come from outside of the testes.
Well, do you want to go ahead and Google it real quick? Pull up Google and put in what percentage what percentage of the semen comes from the testes. Just put that in Google if you don't mind.
Oh, not the sperm, the semen.
The semen, yeah. We're asking about the semen, not the sperm, because this is talking about the fluid, not talking about the sperm, because there are words for the sperm in the Quran.
Well, the fluid contains the sperm. We're talking about the fluid,
Yes.
right? Mm-hmm.
Yes, we're talking about the fluid.
Says in various fictional blah, 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 blah. Oh, sorry, I had a typo in here. I did demons, not semen. Okay.
It comes from our prostate, Justin.
Yeah, that's what I'm gathering. So it says fluid production. The seminal vesicles contribute to a yellowish viscous fluid rich in fructose, while the prostate gland secretes a whitish fluid containing various substances. So both of them basically at the base of the scrotum there, and one in the near the anus.
What is in the base of the scrotum?
The seminal vesicles, aren't they?
Okay, but what can you put just what percentage of the semen comes from the testicle?
Well, I don't really care. All of them come from
Okay, so,
all of
okay,
the.
let me
So, Kalil, all of the fluid that makes up semen comes from the organs that are surrounding our testes. It doesn't come from anywhere else.
That's not correct.
That's correct.
Can you Google it?
Yeah.
Okay,
This.
how about Google it?
This is
How about Googling?
This is
Go
the
ahead.
diagram right here. You probably can't see it.
Can I? Yeah, I can't see on my end.
I gotta cover this the tip, make sure people can't.
Okay, so I mean, just you can look it up later on. You don't have to.
I've got it on the
take my
screen
word
right
for it.
now.
I can't see it though.
Oh, sorry about your luck.
Can I see it? No, no. Can I see it on this app where I'm talking to you from?
There might be a way to do
tiny
it.
URL.
I can try sending it to you. Hold on.
Okay.
Might be able to see it now.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I do see it now. Okay, so that's the bladder, seminal vesicles. Okay, so you see the seminal vesicles are around the bladder, not next to the testes, right?
Yep, which is
and then
still
the prostate is under the bladder.
Still not between the rib cage and the spine.
Well, the thing is, between the rib cage and the spine, in Arabic word, well, there's lots of interpretation, right? So
It's always
rib cage.
It's always words don't mean words.
Actually,
it doesn't matter what religion you follow. It's always words don't mean words. The only defense you have is to make sure that words don't have meanings.
Okay, so this actually is the opposite of that. It's that word, you have to follow what the words mean.
So we'll see if Mr. Morpheus is still with us, because Mr. Morpheus actually knows Arabic, and I think he might be able to check you on some of this. Morpheus, are you still with us? He might have fallen asleep.
Anyway, so I mean, the meaning is not far away. So the sulb is the spine, and the tara'ib is the place where you place a necklace, right? But this, what they say is, this place is where the baby comes out, in some of the exegesis of it. So there's multiple exegesis, even though the one you use is correct, and probably is the most strongest.
Yeah, when it says that semen, when it says the semen comes from between the ribs and the backbone, it's just simply not true.
No. Well, it is true if you consider between the ribs and the backbone is the trunk of the human.
No,
is where almost these
that's not where your seminal fluid comes from.
It is in your trunk. What are you talking about?
The gaslighting's crazy to me. Does this gaslighting work on? Does this gaslighting work on people in your life? Because it doesn't work on people in my life.
You just put the picture. Am I not looking at the seminal on your picture next to the bladder? Is that where not the seminal?
Yeah, the seminal vesicles are below the bladder next to the prostate. Your prostate is nowhere near your rib cage and your back. It's not between your rib cage and your backbone.
It is inside your trunk.
It's inside of your body.
Yeah, inside that's what I'm talking about. The body, the trunk, the human body. So disregard
as it turns out, all of our organs are inside of our body. I don't think you need a holy book for that. That seems like it doesn't seem like a special knowledge.
Okay, so the testicles was known at the time to be the source, because I don't know if you know, but in history before Islam came, the Arabs and non-Arabs used to castrate their slaves because they knew that the testicles are the source of manhood, basically. So this verse comes against the known opinion at the time, and says, well.
Yeah, why is he changing the subject to slavery? Yeah, you're right, Fen. Kids, this is your brain on theism. This is what happens. Okay, so first problem is sperm doesn't come from between your ribs and your backbone. That's just a lie, and not much you can do about that.
Semen, not sperm, semen. Yeah,
whatever, it doesn't matter. The spurting fluid, the baby-making fluid, comes from your testes and from the organs surrounding your prostate. So that's not really difficult science to grab a hold of.
90% of it doesn't come from the testes. That's what I'm saying.
It does.
90% of that fluid does not come from the testes.
We literally just saw saw it. Hey, welcome in, Eric. Your mic's not working though.
Okay. Have you heard any interesting prophecies of Islam?
I wouldn't refer to them as interesting. They're all just as sad as what you're trying to do right now by saying, well, as long as you squint hard enough, these words can mean something other than what they obviously mean.
Do you remember any examples?
Yeah, the one about the stretching out of the heavens, referring to the Big Bang. Something about the ants communicating.
This is not a prophecy.
I don't know. There's probably other items in the book, but
for example,
but it actually doesn't
about
matter because like you believe that even if there's one error in the Quran, then it's trash, right?
Are you able to hear
yes.
me?
Oh, hold on a second, Kalil.
Who's talking?
I can hear you a little bit, Eric, but you're quiet. Let me turn you up.
Sure, let me try that.
There
Can
you
you
go.
hear me better now?
Yeah,
Can
we
you hear
got
me
you
better?
now.
Okay, so I just wanted to point out in 86:5 it says, "Now let man but think from what he has created." If it's the case that we're defining what is created, we're talking about the semen, that the thing that actually creates the life, not the fluid. They didn't know the difference between the fluid because it's very clear in 86:5 that it's saying created. There isn't a distinction between the two. So if you're saying that the fluid itself is what creates life, then you're having a different issue. That would be a issue in the Quran.
But this is a very strict interpretation.
So this is actually
you don't have to go that far.
So this is actually a really good point, Eric, because what he was trying to do was do like a real like game of semantics. And if you're going to do semantics, then it's true. The seminal fluid it doesn't necessarily create anything. It's the sperm in the seminal fluid. What do you think about that, Kalil?
Yeah, and there are other places in the Quran that God says we start from a sperm. And so
there you go. It sounds to me then that you knew that you were giving a dog shit interpretation, and you were hoping it was just you were hoping you're just gonna get it over on the guy who didn't know the Quran. So now
it's very clear. Yeah, 86:5 makes it very clear. That's the whole description.
This is the thing that tickles me so much about Muslim apologists, right? This happens at least 50% of the time that I talk to a Muslim apologist. Is they'll say something that they know is false, and they'll lie to your face about it, knowing that something else in the Quran disproves it. And the problem is they're allowed to. In their religion, they can lie to you, and it's not a problem. So, like, unlike Christians who have hang-ups about lying as they're proselytizing, I expect Muslims to lie to me when they're up here. It's part of your religion. It's okay. You can't help it. You can't help it. You can't help it. Your pervert warlord, your kitty diddling pervert warlord allows you to behave this way. It's okay.
Why
he did accept Bakari, so that's okay to say.
Talking, and I haven't said anything bad to you or anything. Why are you
I didn't say anything bad to you. I'm calling you out for clearly lying, and I'm calling your pervert warlord Messiah out for being a pervert warlord.
Why are you saying I'm lying?
Because you knew exactly the verse that Eric was talking about. You knew exactly the verse that Eric was talking about that proves your point wrong. And you were just hoping that nobody would bring it up, which means you were up here lying. You were giving a bad interpretation of the passage, hoping that you can like get one over on the guy that hasn't actually read the Quran, because you're a lying liar just like your prophet.
This is the interpretation that has been used since the whole thing started
by liars.
Years ago. Like those people didn't have any scientific knowledge, right? So they still knew that there are verses talking about the sperm, the nutfa, which
does God have scientific knowledge?
Lots of it. Some of it.
And just so you, Ibn Kathir, the tafsir of Ibn Kathir that I'm reading right now is discussing that that the spurting fluid, it comes forth from the back of the man and the chest of the woman. So the Ibn Kathir's interpretation of 86:5 is description of the two different fluids, or the mixing is what creates the actual life. And so what we're trying to look at is what it's actually saying. So it goes here. Due to this, Allah says, proceeding from the backbone and the ribs mean that the backbone or loins to the man and the ribs of the woman, which is referring to her chest. This is the fluid that mixes to create the backbone of the man and the ribs of the woman. It is a fluid, is yellow and fine in texture, and the child will be born except from both of them, considering Allah's statement. That means that he's able that the man be created from the fluid gushing forth. So this is describing that it's the back bone of the man is where the fluid is actually supposed to be coming from, and they don't have a distinction between sperm and semen. And the reason why is because they don't know that there is actual stuff inside the liquids. They think the liquids itself mixing together creates the woman. And the way we even know this is that it's discussed is when we go to the actual passages on the actual embryology, it doesn't discuss an egg. It actually discusses the sperm transforming. We know this because they don't know what an egg is. I can point to actually where it is in the Quran where it doesn't. It says that the sperm
Now
changes,
you
not the egg.
don't you think it's interesting that he even mentions the female in the creation of a
No,
baby?
because the reason why we know this is that there was actually science that was already done about this. So what we do
You say
know
Ibn
is
Kathir
that in
was at the
Greece,
time of the science
no,
was
but
done?
he had a person that was with him who was well studied in medicine who actually went to
Ibn
school
Kathir
in a
did.
Greek.
Ibn Kathir did.
Not Ibn Kathir. No, not Ibn Kathir. Ibn Kathir came way
Who?
later. I'm talking about there's a person that was with the Prophet Muhammad who actually studied medicine. And we know also that this text and the way that they described it was the way they thought embryology was done for hundreds of years before this. So this isn't anything that was new back then. And it's
Okay,
actually
I
all
know where
wrong.
you're getting your information from. This is not in our
Do you
tradition,
want me?
and
Do
you
you
can
want me to
get
pull up the
information.
actual guy's name, who actually was a guy who followed around with Prophet Muhammad, who actually
Go ahead.
was the one who said, "Yeah, sure, that's fine." I
Yeah,
can
go
pull up
ahead.
the guy's name because I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Justin, can you Google really quick
I'm waiting
while
for
Eric pulls
the
up?
response from Eric. I feel like that's probably more valuable than whatever you're about to say.
You talk about the response of the fluid and where it comes from.
No, the name of the medical professional that was with Muhammad that didn't know how
I'm fine with that.
the
If you
body
want to wait
works.
for him,
It's
that's
also
fine.
interesting that like the God doesn't know how it works. Like you would expect for the God who was inspiring the words to know how all this
Well,
worked,
I'm
but
gonna show you. I'm gonna show
strangely
you in a
enough,
minute
the
after
God doesn't
Eric.
actually know how this thing works.
I'm gonna show you in a
Doesn't
minute
know how
once
women
Eric
work
comes
either.
back.
He thinks women have worse memories than men.
I'm gonna show you how he knows.
Yeah, give me 1 minute because I can't remember off the top of my head the guy's name. There was one that was a follower of it, that of Muhammad, who went to school and studied medicine in Greece. And we also
What school?
know
Do you know the
that
Arabia Muhammad was living in, Eric?
that he was what?
Do you know that? Do you know the Arabia Muhammad was living in the 7th century?
Yes, I do know this. How far away do you think Arabia is from Greece?
It's at least 3 to 4 months
That's fine. Yeah.
trip.
So one of his
The trip between Mecca and Jerusalem is 2 months trip at the time.
So one of his
So
followers is the one who actually studied medicine that was close to him. And and how we also know this is this. So the medicine and how they thought embryology was categorized, and there was a book wrote on this before Muhammad. I think it's in like the first BC, on how embryology worked. And so he's describing how embryology was believed by many of the people back then. So this wasn't anything revolutionary of the people at the time. And it is all just wrong. Embryology itself is just extremely wrong.
okay. Let's look this up since you're saying that. So I mean, I don't know if you know, Justin, if you know, because you do read lots of history book or historical stuff. You know that at some point they thought back in time that the baby starts from a tiny baby, so it's the same shape as a baby, and it keeps growing till it gets big enough to come out.
So that is an
You see
ancient
this?
belief that they had, and they also believed that it was the seed of the man that was all the genetic material that you needed. All you needed was the seed of the man to be planted
Correct.
into the woman. There's no idea of like
Correct.
sperm
Yeah.
fertilizing an
Woman
egg in the
didn't
ancient
anything.
world.
Yeah. Correct. But what he just read Ibn Kathir is he mentioning the fluid of the
No,
man and the
Ibn
fluid of the
Kathir
woman.
didn't study medicine. I'm not saying Ibn Kathir studied medicine. I'm saying that there was a person that was with Muhammad who studied medicine.
Okay, why would that person know the things we know today rather than the things that the
But they're
ancient
wrong.
people knew?
You don't understand. Embryology is wrong in the Quran.
Okay,
So
okay.
the problem
Let's look something
the
up.
problem that you
You're
have,
putting me in
Kalil,
wrong.
is that you have a book that
Yeah.
claims to be divine revelation, and it just says things that are untrue. That's why it's a problem.
Well, it's not untrue. That's what I'm saying. It's
It is
not
untrue.
You are cornering it in a very strict view of what you wanted to say.
No,
You
I
wanted
No,
to
we're
say
not.
a sperm and an egg. and that they're gonna merge together and become a zygote.
Ibn Kathir, that's why I brought up Ibn Kathir. Ibn Kathir agrees with it. But so I'm going to bring up 23, 13, and 14 is the one we're discussing. Then he placed him as a drop of sperm in a place of rest firmly fixed. Then we made that sperm into a clot of congealed blood. Then of that clot we made a lump.
Okay,
then we made out of that. Well,
can I stop?
No, you can't. Kalil.
Give me. So there's a reason why. And then made the lumps bones, and then clothed the bones with flesh, and then we developed out of another creature. So blessed be Allah, the best to create. Where is the egg in this embryology?
Okay. Well, it's not talking about the egg. It's talking about past the egg part. It's past the.
It's almost like you didn't hear anything you said, Eric.
So the reason I'm pointing to this is that 23, the one passage I'm discussing, 23, 13, 14, it's on the embryology and being created. The egg is 50% of embryology. Where is the egg in this passage?
Can you read it one more time, please?
I can read it to you again. Not a problem. 23, 13, and 14. Then we placed him as sperm in a place of rest firmly fixed. Then we made the sperm into a clot of congealed blood. Then of that clot we made a fetus lump. Then we made out of that lump bones and clothed the bones with flesh. Then we developed out of it another creature. So blessed be Allah, the best to create.
So it's got two problems. One is no egg. Number two is the bones don't come first.
Yes. But, I mean, so this is my Quran. I've read it so much that the pages are, like, wearing through, and my whole cover got taken off. And so I've read this from cover to cover pretty well. And so...
The name of the doctor that you are looking for, thanks for the tip, Omar, is Abu Bakr al-Razi.
Abu Bakr. Yes, Abu Bakr.
Okay,
Yes. He studied medicine in Greece.
Okay. Can you look up when Abu Bakr al-Razi lived?
Abu Bakr was what?
When he lived?
I'm asking Justin, can you look when Abu Bakr al-Razi lived?
Yep.
Yes.
I assume there's a wiki page or something of that nature. Stanford Encyclopedia.
Yeah, I apologize. I couldn't remember the name off the head. Usually I can get it really quickly, but I apologize. But so if you didn't know that, so he was followed by someone who studied medicine and knew what medicine was at the time. This medicine that they're describing as for how they viewed it was already known at the people at that time, and on top of it, which makes it the most, is wrong.
Okay,
so
let me ask you this. Do you think in 7th century, worldwide, not in Arabia only, worldwide, in 7th century, humanity has known that before the size of the baby can be seen without microscope, any of them knew that the baby looks just like a leech?
It doesn't look like a leech.
Okay,
not a leech I've seen before.
And on top of that, yes, they did. Yes, so they did know because they did have the bellies of women, and through different stages was opened.
Which they had a microscope back then. In 7th century, they had the microscope to see.
You don't need a microscope. It still exists. But how big do you think a fetus is?
How big do you think the leech stage of the fetus is?
Well, I mean, it depends because the type of girls that like his people impregnate are like 6 and 7. So the fetus might be pretty small.
That's true.
Underdeveloped, probably.
I mean, we can always, if you want me to prove that, I can prove to you child marriage is allowed.
I want you to go ahead and compare between the embryo and the leech and tell me the size of the leech and the human embryo. Can it be
okay, do you want fetus at 6 weeks? Will that work?
No. We wanted at 20 days to 40 days only.
40 days. So at 6 weeks is 1.3, so about 2 centimeters. So it's big enough that you are able to see it.
Let's go between 20 days and 40 days. Because this is the leech stage.
So that's 6 weeks. So you are right, that's 6 weeks.
20 days is 6 weeks?
It's about 40 days. It'd be 42 days, 44 days.
Okay, can you look 3 weeks?
So it's
as
big enough to
20
see.
days?
It's 1 point. It's 2 centimeters.
Okay,
1.3
about
is
2 weeks?
0.13. What?
What about 3 weeks?
This is just 3 weeks difference. So this doesn't give a time frame. You do know this, right? Can you show me where in the Quran it states the time?
I'm not talking about time frame. The congealed blood that you just read in the verse you read in Arabic.
Yeah.
Uses the
Where
word
does it?
halakha.
So it doesn't define a time, and it's still. Yeah, I know what alka means. So does it? Well, I mean, it doesn't even describe the egg. So I don't know what. None of these stages actually make any sense when it comes to actual biology.
Okay, Justin, why are you afraid, Justin, to put up on Google search in front of everybody the comparison between embryo and the leech? Is that the problem?
I mean, what do you want? See the images? I can.
I want Google AI to give us a comparison between leeches and baby embryos.
So I've got a picture of the embryos here. Here's at 12 weeks, 16
Okay, we're not
weeks,
talking about
20
12
weeks.
Justin, why don't you want to put the word leech and embryo?
I'm looking for an actual embryo. At what
Okay,
stage
why
of
don't you wanna
At what
have-
stage of development do you want to see it?
I want just the wording similarities between leeches and embryos.
I'm just looking for the embryo age range that you want me to look up.
He will. So it's be around 6 weeks. That's kind of where they have it. It's supposed to be 40 days, 40 days, and 40 days. And I'd have to pull up the hadith on it exactly where it states all this, but it's actually off on all that stuff too. So like all this stuff is off because, as I said, even on top of this, I'm still waiting for you to tell me when the egg is described, the female's egg.
Yeah, this seems like a huge diversion, but here's the embryo at 6 weeks. Also, I don't think leeches have umbilical cords either, which is kind of a problem. But anyways, the fact remains, you seem to be too cowardly to actually address Eric's point.
No,
Where's the egg? Where is the egg at?
It does not have to mention the egg. Does
Why
it
not?
have to mention the egg?
Yes.
Well, for the first part, it's not a book of science anyway. It's just a book of science.
So I hear that all the time when they say that the thing is perfectly accurate, and then when you point out the scientific errors, then it's not accurate.
Yeah,
it's all good.
When it matches science, it's a miracle. When it doesn't match science, it's not a science book.
No, it does not.
The
have to be
dishonesty
at the
with
same
these
standard
people.
We do.
Well,
it
let's-
has to be at the same standard we do today.
Well, listen, this conversation is probably going to go in circles. So let's end it on a banger. What do you think the legal age of marriage should be?
Adulthood.
I didn't hear an age. Say it again.
Yeah, adulthood. Do you have an age for adulthood?
I'm asking you about what age do you think someone should get married? Like, what's the minimum age?
Well, it's adulthood.
I'm asking you for an age. Age is a number. What's the lowest age somebody should be allowed to get married?
Nowadays, 18 to 21, even though...
No, I'm
my
asking
daughter is
you.
19,
I'm asking
I
you
would
your
say-
opinion. What should be the legal age of marriage?
That's my opinion. That's what I'm saying. My
Okay.
opinion now, today.
And
today,
why?
Now,
Why is it different today?
because, well, multiple reasons. We didn't have teenagers back 1,000 years ago.
Yes, you did. You had
You
teenagers
did not
1,000 years ago.
Yeah, you had it. Yeah, that's not true.
Yeah, definitionally speaking, you
Teenagers
had
at-
teenagers. We
Okay.
literally have letters from them. We
Okay,
have
let-
letters from Babylon
let-
and Egypt of teenagers learning to write and writing letters home to their parents while they're at school.
Okay. Do you know of any culture before the last 2 centuries had problem with somebody marrying a 10-year-old? Tell me just one country.
That's not a good argument. So
Yeah,
if
it
you
sounds like a
Why not?
whataboutism.
Why not?
It sounds like a big
Because
whataboutism. So what I'm hearing,
No, because
what I'm hearing,
because
Khalil,
you're falling into a presentism.
what I'm hearing, Kalil, is that you know that this is a problematic view. So you're saying, well, what about everybody else that was already doing it? Well, guess what? I would say that they were sick fucks, just like your prophet is a sick fuck. So I don't care what they were doing. I'm talking about your prophet who got divine revelation from God.
Okay,
Why
so-
would
so
God?
this-
Why would God give somebody
okay, let me
divine
ask you this.
revelation? Khalil, why would God give somebody divine revelation to marry a 6-year-old?
Well, he didn't marry her at 6. He consummated at 9.
I don't care if he waited till she was 9.
No, that's not true. No, wait, that's not even true. Find me anywhere where it said that he waited till she got her menses before he had intercourse with her.
Are you serious?
Can you show me where it says that she had her menses, where she started her monthly timing, in any hadith or in the Quran?
No, you want the word that she has his menses, or that when she became a woman, he consummated the marriage?
You're not a woman at 9. You're never a woman at 9. There's no time in history where a woman was 9 ever.
So well, actually, even today, if you Google it right now, when does a girl becomes a woman? Google will tell you
not fucking age 9.
So
no.
Well, so 8. Google says 8 today.
Google does not say 8.
So in the Quran, not in the Quran.
A girl turn into a woman? Put that in Google,
I can pull up the hadith. Yes, it was 6 years old when he married her, and 9 years old when he had brought her to bed and intercourse. I can pull up the hadith where it says that she was still playing with dolls, and I can bring up even the hadith where it says that narrated by Aisha, that it states that she was being fed dates by her mother to make her a little bit bigger. It never once even states that she had her menses yet. She never started her female bleeding.
The hadith that she said
okay,
she was a woman at the time?
It doesn't say that. So what you're suggesting is that you know why he waited. I think I'm suggesting I don't give a fuck why he waited. No one should have sex with 9-year-olds ever.
Why should, I mean, okay, what's your
in the Quran? In the Quran,
let's say he is a pedophile. Let's say he is a pedophile.
Oh, good. Then we actually agree. I'm glad we can come to an agreement that you worship a God that inspired a man to be a pedophile warlord.
Why did he wait those 3 years?
He waited those years because
I mean, give me ideas.
Because the reason is that even though if they don't have their menses, they have to allow them to at least have their body big enough to be able to survive the intercourse.
Yeah, my guess is he was trying not to do bodily damage, but I don't think 9 is any better. I mean, 6 is definitely worse than 9, but I don't think waiting till she was 9 is charitable.
That actually is. I mean, I can pull up 65:4 where it describes the actual divorce, that if a woman has yet reached the age to menstruate, they still have to wait 3 months. And as a Muslim, why do you wait 3 months after divorce?
Because in case she's pregnant, you should already know that.
So why in 65:4 that it states that a woman who has yet reached the age to menstruate, they also have to wait 3 months in a divorce.
It's the exception to the rule. Yeah, it's crazy.
I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up.
You can marry and you can divorce prepubescent girls. That makes a lot of sense.
I'll bring it up. I'll read it to you real quick. Let me read it to you real quick. Such as your women have passed the age of monthly courses for them the prescribed period. And if you have any doubts, it's 3 months. And for those who have no courses, it is the same. And for those who carry life in their wombs, their period is until they deliver their burdens. And for those who fear Allah, we will make their path easy. So this is describing women who have yet reached menstruation. I can pull up Ibn Kathir on his Tafsir.
Eric, you are inputting your mind into an age. Those are not unmature women that do not.
It is. So what's a woman who has yet reached the age to menstruate? What is a woman who has yet menstruated?
So if a 30-year-old that never menstruated in her life.
What is a woman who has yet reached the age to menstruate?
Well, I mean,
keep in mind that the correct answer is a child.
I could bring up Ibn Kathir when
a 30-year-old woman that doesn't have a period is a child.
It's discussing. It is discussing age. I can bring up Ibn Kathir.
No, it's not discussing age.
So does Ibn Kathir know Islam?
Of course he knows Islam, but he's not a scientist.
Why in his tafsir that he states is discussing the age that a woman is too young to menstruate? Why does Ibn Kathir say that? And Ibn Kathir agrees with me, but you don't. Which one knows more, Ibn Kathir or you?
No, so this is not. It's not a simple he or him. It's not that simple.
It's okay. No. I will pull up and I'll read exactly what Ibn Kathir for you.
Go ahead and pull him up. But it's not as simple as this is like the actual meaning of the word that you're saying Ibn Kathir said.
You know, you should really like take a deep look at your life when you like lay down in bed at night, when in order to be a part of religion, you have to justify ramrodding 9-year-olds. It's crazy to me that anyone would justify this type of a nonsensical religion.
What are your thoughts about kids
My thoughts
today?
is that you should be absolutely ashamed of yourself.
No. Your teenage girls
if
here
you came
in the West having sex
if you
at
came
very
within
young age,
100
what
yards
is
of
your
a family
view?
member of mine, I would make sure that you weren't allowed to even associate with them, because you're dangerous.
So I'm asking you, kids with themselves having sex.
You're dangerous. That's what I think.
Yep, and here's Ibn Kathir. It says, explanation of the verse, young girls, it simply applies to girls who have not yet menstruated. Their waiting period says 3 months. This inclusion ensures that women who are pre-adolescent are given consideration in matters of divorce. They wait 3 months because they are not to make sure that they have not become pregnant, meaning that they've had intercourse with them before the age to actually do it.
Not for below woman age. This is your interpretation does not mean they are kids.
So you're saying that a girl that is not reached the age to menstruate, so she's like 7 or 8 years old, she's not a kid to you.
That's what I'm saying. We don't have really 7, 8 years old marriage examples at all.
Can a 6-year-old, if she's menstruated, be a woman?
Well, it's not only menstruation. There's menstruation.
It's a yes or no question. Can a 6-year-old who's menstruated be a woman?
No, I would say no. No, I would say no.
Can an 8-year-old that's menstruated be a woman?
Of course, definitely not today, but I don't know back then how they looked at that.
The time period's irrelevant. We're talking about what makes a woman a woman. So if
From what point of view are we talking about them? Are we talking about morality or what are we talking about? Exactly?
I'm talking about the definition of a woman. If a 9-year-old menstruates, is it a woman?
Okay, let me tell you what the definition.
It's just a yes or no. If a 9-year-old is menstruating, does it make her a woman?
It's possible, but it's not.
It's
every
fucking.
time. It says it's up to.
Red card, red flag. You're done. You're a pedophile. Your prophet's a pedophile. What? You've got all the red cards. If I had more red cards, if I had more red cards, I'd hold them up at the same time.
Do you know the age of marriage in the Muslim world?
Yeah, it's 9 because you're all perverts. You should be locked up, and your prophet's a pedophile. Police be upon him, and please don't come to my country.
And here it is, just so you know, right here. This is Ibn Kathir, and a medicine woman has recorded similar narration of Allah has revealed, describing it in divorce. That are still some women who have not mentioned that are young, and the old whose menstruation is discontinuing pregnant. So this is are they too young? That's discussing women that are too young to menstruate.
Yeah, we appreciate that, Eric. Hey, thanks for coming up and working with me, buddy. It's been a while since I've seen you. Your beard's looking glorious.
Thank you. College is beginning me, but I do have a really good debate next month, and I am going to donate all the money I make from it to Palestine, like a refugee.
Oh, awesome!
So I got a debate with Mullins, and we're debating on religion. Mullins has 2 PhDs, so it's going to be a really good one.
Wow, that'd be a hell of a debate then. Make sure to send me a link to the debate so I can put it in my calendar ahead of time.
Yes, of course.
Who's hosting it?
Coco.
Oh shit! All right, that'd be a lot of fun. I love Coco starting get his debate platform really rocking and rolling. You know what I mean?
Yes, I've been friends with Coco for a while, and I told him that give me a good opponent. He said, well, I got Mullins, and he wants to do it on is theism coherent? And we're doing on neo-traditional theism, and we're going to debate if it's coherent or not. And so it's next month on June 13th. And I said all money that is donated to me, and Coco will do the same thing. We're going to find a good group to donate to that deals with Palestine for the people there.
That sounds awesome. All right, I'll be there June 13th.
I'm glad to help. If you have any more Muslims, I'll be in the chat and I'll come on up.
Thanks so much, friend. I appreciate you. Big dubs for Eric, guys. Big dubs for Eric. Let me grab a couple of super chats and we'll move on to our next guest. Cameron, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, sorry for the late chat. I learned a new description for child abuse today. I love that. By the way, I love it that M sounds so confident now on lives versus the past. Love you and M's. Thank you so much, Cameron. I appreciate that. And also Eric. Eric actually is the one who introduced me to M's. I don't know if anyone knew that. My friend Eric, who was just with me, he's the one that introduced me to M's. And Eric is an astounding debater as well. He's awesome. He hasn't been on as much because he's going back to school while he's working, but that's the way that works. You know what I mean? Phil says illegal Mexicans are illegal Indians. I might not know what that is referring to at this point. Sorry about that. And Writing Jake says, can you debunk Isaiah 50:10 being a different servant? I don't know what you mean by a different servant. Typically what the Christian will do is they'll go to Isaiah and they'll look at the suffering servant songs, right? Or the servant songs as they're referred to. And they'll say, well, look, if you like squint hard enough and like you look at this one word, the way this one word is conjugated, then it can't be about the nation of Israel. It must be about somebody else. You know what I mean? But my theory has been the same as basically most of the Jews, which is that there are two servants mentioned in Isaiah. The first and primary servant is always the nation of Israel. The secondary servant is possibly and probably the prophet. And God calls his prophets servants quite a bit. And he also calls King Cyrus a servant at one point, actually, if I remember correctly. So that's what I would tell you. I mean, if you want someone to come up and do a debate on Isaiah 50:10, we can certainly do it. I don't know if you're a Christian or an atheist, and I don't know exactly what I'm debunking. But I mean, like, we could do a breakdown sometime. If you want to come up in the guest box, we can do a breakdown of Isaiah chapter 50 if you think that'd be interesting. And
I have something really quick for you, Justin.
Yeah.
Hey, chat. Isaiah, tap the screens and share the live. Subscribe to Justin, gift, share. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And make sure you're following Cyber and Dugald, two friends of mine that are very active in the community, both doing live streams, both doing debates, and both absolutely crushing it. And so I appreciate having them up with me. And Juan, I appreciate the super chat. It says, the way these theists change meaning of words and phrases makes me wonder how they pass their English comprehension. I hate to be their teacher. That's the frustrating part, right? Because like we're looking at these texts and we're reading them, and like the only thing they can do is lie and be dishonest and say, well, listen, as long as we change the meaning of these words. But that's the goal of apologists, is to not say what is the most likely understanding of the text. It's how can I stretch it to still encompass my belief, right? That's the goal. Johanna says, what's that?
My favorite one is when they try to tell me when they're talking about seizing a woman, that they try to tell me it's a kind and loving act.
Yeah, from Deuteronomy 22:28. Yeah, that's crazy. Just look where tafaz gets used in the Hebrew Bible and see how it gets used. It never gets used to refer to lovingly seizing anybody, which is why the man gets punished. You don't get punished for having premarital sex in the Bible. If you have premarital sex in the Bible, you can make it right by marrying them. It's not a problem.
Yeah. I always say, does it sound loving if I say I'm going to seize your property or I'm going to seize your bank account? Doesn't sound very loving.
It's not very loving. No, not at all. Joanna says, I so wanted to be the next pope, but oops, I forgot I'm a woman. I still can't believe that when Francis was the pope, he didn't really address women in ministry. I thought he was so progressive. He might start like opening up roles for women within the church other than just like being a nun. But unfortunately, he didn't. But I guess that helps us anyways. It helps the atheists. We can just say, look, these institutions are inherently misogynistic and we shouldn't really give them our attention. It should be the end of it. But Texas Panhandler says, I appreciate a good okay so apologist argument. Very thought-provoking. Yeah, if you're giving an argument and they respond with okay so, they're at least attempting to address the thing that you said typically. And I can roll with that. And Berserk says, do you think the Bible was used for white supremacy? I know it was. I've got books written by white supremacists using the Bible as their justification for it, primarily using the curse of Ham, because Ham, when he was cursed, went south into Africa. And so just like the Book of Mormon, they're using different parts of the narrative to do social commentary. And the racists in the American South picked up the Bible and said, oh, we can use this for our social commentary. This works perfectly. And Design, appreciate the super chat, says, when seminary admits you'll learn facts that contradict your upbringing, are they implying that the grace one gives will be a measure of your faith? No, they're not implying that at all. No. When you go to a seminary and they warn you that you're going to learn facts that you weren't prepared to learn, or it might contradict things that you learned in church growing up, they're preparing you to learn facts. That's it. Like they're just saying there's going to be things here that are going to challenge you, and you need to expect it. This is part of the process. And Commentorium, I appreciate the $10 super chat. It says, does the plain reading of the text say the day equals morning to morning, not set to set? Leviticus 7:15 equals the lamb must be eaten same day offered, cannot remain past morning, indicating morning equals the next day. Matthew 28:1 dawn into you did a lot. There's a lot happening in that comment. And I want to make sure I understand what you're referring to. I assume you're just referring to the provision to not leave the Passover meal or the sacrifice overnight. All right, we find the same thing in Exodus chapter 12. You get and in the book of Numbers, there's Passover instructions to not leave it overnight. So like Leviticus 7:5 says, the flesh of your Thanksgiving sacrifice of well-being shall be eaten on the day it is offered. You shall not leave any of it until morning. It's just suggesting like when you get together for your festivals, you actually have to eat, right? And I know the verbiage is confusing because it probably says Yom in Hebrew, meaning the day. But a lot of these festivals, they were eating past sundown. The goal was to make sure, though, that by sun up the next day, the food has either been consumed or properly discarded. That's all it was saying. If there's something else in your question, I may not understand it. Parker, thank you for the star map. I appreciate that. So just so you know, in the Hebrew Bible, the new day, the beginning of the day, starts in evening. So sundown is the beginning of Monday. So the end of Monday is going to be actually at the end of the daylight. That's when the end of the day is. So the Hebrew system of days are backwards to the modern system. And Blessed said, happy Goku Day to all who celebrate. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And Johanna, again, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I guess the skewed percentage between male and female callers must be that they're either theists or they have been forbidden by their husbands, their lords and masters, to call in. So this is I know a little bit about my demographics, Johanna. And the reality is 90% of the people that watch my channel, 90% of them are male. For some reason, maybe the way I look, the way I talk, the topics I'm covering, the way I'm talking about them, like female viewers are not generally interested in my stream. It's mostly men. Maybe it's because the conversations are so combative. I don't really know. It just happens to be one of those things. So, plus I think in the debate space, I think it's common for people to have topics that are more or less, we're going to say, what's the word I'm looking for? Like they fall into the typical patterns, right? So like there are trends and patterns that people enjoy, right? And then we can categorize them. Like it's generally believed that men are more like into like pickup trucks and like mud and dirt and spitting and cussing and beer and things like that. And women are more interested in other things, right? So like part of the reason why I think men do this, more than women, is just because it's more along their interest range. They're more interested in what's happening. But certainly that's not the case for all of them. And you know, there are a lot of women who watch my live stream. So gender norms. Thank you, Whitaker. Thank you. Some things fall along the lines of gender norms. Pedro says, hey, Justin, never saw you use Deuteronomy 32:8. Good job. Well, Deuteronomy 32:8, Pedro, is a very interesting passage. I don't really get to bring it up much unless we start talking about textual criticism. And I can demonstrate to them that like textual criticism sometimes uncovers like big changes in the text. So, for example, this is the part of the Deuteronomy where it says that the Most High divided the nations, and Yahweh's allotted portion was the nation of Israel, basically. And so the general idea is that it's suggesting that Yahweh was a minor god underneath Elyon, the Most High God. That seems to be the suggestion there. But it's not really critical to my arguments for atheism. It's more or less just critical when we're talking about textual criticism. Johanna says, I guess it means you are the boss of what happens in your belly. Men should have no say whatsoever. Oh, yeah. Your prior comment said that women are the boss of the belly in terms of the abortion debate. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Women should be the boss of the belly, not the men, because you guys are the ones that are carrying the babies. I can appreciate that. Let me grab just a couple more. Adele says, praising Doug and Sharon for their marvelous power. That is a good one. Marvelous power. I can't believe I never made that connection between Marble and Doug. It's ridiculous. My brain is not firing on full cylinders.
Justin, if there's a church to Doug in 10 years, I'm going to be very angry with you. You know that's right.
I never could have imagined that Dougism would take off the way that it did. It's crazy.
I'm going to be calling you and I'll be like, look, Justin.
And let's remember what Doug initially got started for. It was to bring up, when Christians cherry pick verses and say, look, the Messiah, but we can look at other verses that say, hey, this is just talking about a rock.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, Doug started as a joke, and it's now formed its own cult. We're not a death cult yet, though.
No. As long as it don't ever become that, I guess we can deal with it.
We'll let's see. There was a saying about rocks that I was about to utter, and I forgot it. But anyways, whatever. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Just wipe the slate clean. Is that what just happened?
That's good, actually. I like that. Courageous Melon says, regarding the devil's advocate, just really wanted to debate Satan in the Bible. I get it, though. Keep up the good work, praise. Like, okay, so Courageous, you're the one that came in and wanted to play devil's advocate. I get that. But yeah, we don't really do that here. We're debating people that actually believe their positions. And cool. Thank you for the super chat. It says, Satan is Lord. I agree. Also, praises from the Church of Doug. Happy Friday, everyone. It's cooking time. See, we got more of it. Hail Doug. Hail 666. Definitely appreciate that. And Carlos, thank you for sending out some Deconstruction Zone memberships. Really appreciate your generosity, friend. Now we've got new members in the Kraken crew. So we've got Demetrius DeMarcus III with us now. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing good. Lord Jesus.
Okay.
Nope, that's a child.
Not even 10.
Make sure that umbilical cord has been cut.
What in the world is happening that God is sending 10-year-olds to debate? That's crazy work.
God is scraping the bottom of his barrels.
That's wild. All right, let's get Ghost up in here. Oh, saw that one. Fierce Interaction. Good to see you tonight, friend.
God is good.
Fierce Interaction says, nice to catch you live again. I got to get a situation that allows me to watch more of your live streams. Keep cooking and praise Doug. Hail, Doug. And Fierce Interaction, thank you so much for being here. I know you got a busy schedule, but I really do appreciate you being at so many of the live streams and liking and sharing and chatting and supporting. I really do appreciate that. So we're going to get Carson in here, and we're just hoping Carson's not a child. How you doing, Carson?
I was up here earlier. I just have another quick question.
Yeah, what's up?
You know when you were debating that Muslim guy and you said you don't think Ishmael exists?
Yeah, I
was just wondering if you could explain why you believe that.
Well, I don't believe any of the Abraham narrative actually happened.
Could you explain?
Yeah, because all the people in the story have names that coincide with their role in the story, which is characteristic of mythologies, not history.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Yeah. Cheers. Yeah. If I was creating a mythology about the father of the nations, I would call him Abraham too. And if I was talking about the mother of all the nations, I would name her Sarah, meaning seed as well, or offspring, depending on how you want to translate it. So, yeah, there's nothing in those stories that makes sense to me. I don't believe that these are real stories. It's nonsensical to me. But Zakul says, apparently Muslims also need a 6-pack of Dougs. Maybe, I don't know. I'm feeling this. I need a little bit of Kraken is what I need after some of these conversations. I don't have a glass. I've got Kraken in the room. I don't have any glasses in the room. I guess I didn't
Just
plan
do it
very
straight
well.
then, Dustin.
I just do it straight from the bottle.
Just straight it up. Just straight up.
Hera says Doug's cousin Craig descended from heaven and they imprisoned him at Kaaba. Oh my gosh.
Is that Craig or Crag?
I was going to say.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be Craig, but we saw what you did there. That was good. And also we've got the name of the doctor, which is I think the correct doctor, not the al-Bukhari. So this is Al-Harith bin Kalil. This is why long conversations become difficult, because the super chats get backed up, and sometimes we get super chats that are actually kind of important to the conversation, and I can't actually get them pulled up in time for the conversation to be helpful. But I try not to get backed up on the super chats as best as I can. It's just one of those unfortunate situations. But yeah, he actually lived in the right timeline. He died in 635 AD, which means he very well would have been alive when these texts were being written by the people following Muhammad. We've got somebody in the YouTube queue that's nameless. I'm going to see if there's actually somebody there. Can you hear me? Nameless? No? Okay. Fair enough. I will pull up the next one then. It looks like the next person in the queue is Anka. I'm going to make sure Ankal Gonchik. How close was I?
Kind of close.
Sorry.
I just have a quick question. No, it's all good. I have a really bad nickname. I just have a question. Do you know any like Russian speaking or like people from Russia who are part of your community who I can like read Bible and discuss stuff with?
I used to, but I've lost communication. I had a friend actually who went to school with me from Russia. And unfortunately, he's gone back to Russia and I lost communication with him. Or else I'd give you his contact information. But he would have been a great resource. I mean, he's fully qualified. He's got his master's degree. But other than him, I guess I can't think of
really
anyone. Cool. I'm sorry, man.
Oh, okay.
But like if you go to the Discord, you might find somebody if you just ask around. But I unfortunately, well, actually, I'm seeing Tom Roy in the comments of this discussion on TikTok. Tom Roy says he speaks Russian. Tom, are you in the Discord? Let's see if Tom's in the Discord.
If he's in the Discord, can he just like write something somewhere so I can find him? Like, what's the best like channel to write something like this?
Yeah, I would say go into like the introductions channel that doesn't get quite as many people commenting. If you go into my channel right now and leave something, it's going to get buried because there's like dozens and dozens of people live chatting in there right now. Okay. But go into like the introductions channel and introduce yourself, and Tom will find you over in there.
Okay. If any other like Russian speaking people listening right now or will listen, they can find me in the introduction.
Awesome. Sounds great, guys. Let's have a meeting of the minds in Russia and in the Discord. I can't wait.
Looks like there's a few people in the chat.
Have fun.
Yeah, there's a few of them. Hey, thanks so much, Anka.
Cheers. Volvo's down there.
I saw that Volvo putting some Russian. You know what's funny? Russian has kind of a block. Also, Legend, thank you for all the hats. I appreciate that. Russian is kind of a blocky letter, like a square letter.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't tell you how many times people have found like a Russian Bible and like, Justin, I found this Bible. I think it's Hebrew. You want it? And they show it to me. I'm like, that's not Hebrew.
That's not even close. Just because it has Greek letters doesn't make it.
It happens all the time.
Well, what's bad is that because they are Greek letters and spoken in Russian, it just makes it sound funny.
I know, it's crazy. But if you don't know either language, I can see why you would make that mistake.
True. Hanji said Russian is kind of like listening to Greek backwards.
Yeah, actually, it's a wild language. Let me grab a couple of super chats, and I think we've run out of guests right now, so I'll read some super chats. We'll wait for some guests. I think the Holy Spirit finally ran out of steam. But Larry says, Ave Bigus Duggus, how do you say Dunning Krugway in Arabic? Actually, that's a good question. I've got to learn some Arabic. I actually only know like a couple Arabic words, only because like there's a lot of crossover between Arabic and Hebrew, and my ex-in-laws were all Arabic speakers. And so like they'd be talking and I'd be like, oh yeah, I understand. I understand some of that. And, but I don't remember any of these. I don't remember any of them. You know what I mean? And a lot of them are close. Like I can tell they came from the same Semitic root, but they pronounce it differently. So if I pronounced it the way it was pronounced in Hebrew, they might not really know what I was trying to say. But it's interesting. The Semitic languages are fun because there's so much crossover. Like if you know one of them, you can kind of make out some of what's happening in the others.
Part of me wants to learn Hebrew so that I can like surprise the hell out of Christians.
Yeah.
Like freak them out. Like what the? Oh, he knows what this actually says. And they like, yeah. But then the other part of me is like, but do I really want to do that?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's not as hard as a language as people realize. Once you get past the alphabet situation, it's not that hard. I think it's because the alphabet is so foreign that it really messes with people. They prefer Greek because they're like, oh, I recognize half these letters.
Well, I'm good at phonetics, no matter what. I'm good with phonetics. My problem is like my short-term memory, because my ADHD is very bad. So trying to memorize a new language is really complicated.
I totally get that. I really do. The brain is a funny thing, I feel like, and everyone has their own way of learning. And so like, when it comes to learning a new language, you have to figure out what works for you. I knew people that couldn't learn the traditional way, and they needed to learn by like speaking it, by hearing it, by being around other people speaking it. Whereas like for me, I was just like, well, just give me the spreadsheet with the verb paradigms and let me memorize the verb paradigms. Don't even talk to me. I visually, I can learn it. Right. So like, but like, I don't know, Dougal, there's probably a method. You're old enough that you know how your brain learns the best. And I would suggest whatever method that your brain prefers is the method you should probably use,
I gotta figure out what that is for languages, though. I've never tried to apply that to languages because I'm a learner by doing.
Okay.
So like, I'll have to figure that out.
So you probably would benefit from the immersion method, where you just dive into a classroom, people already like where you are forced to speak the language from day one.
Probably that might be it. Although it would really piss me off at the same time, so we'll have to work that out.
Yeah. That's how I did German when I was in school. We did the German immersion, and at the end of week number 1, that was the end of being allowed to speak in English. Everything was clarified in week number 1. You had to learn like your first basic like 25 words and a couple introductory phrases, and then week number 2, no English. You're done. Cut. It's like holy shit.
And German is a harsh language too. Like,
yeah.
There was a TikTok video that went viral for a little bit of like a British speaker, French speaker, and a German speaker, and they just kept saying their one word, the English word first, and then they go down the line. Every time they spoke German, it was really long and it was very harsh.
Yeah.
Like the lady who kept saying it sounded like she was screaming at you the whole time.
It can be harsh, and Arabic can be the same way, because there's a couple ways that they pronounce like the right. they've got like a really hard pronunciation and a soft pronunciation, and it sounds like they're yelling at you. Also, Lucky Atheist, thank you for the manifesting. I appreciate that. All right, let me get through these super chats, and we'll see if we can get somebody in the guest queue. TikTok hasn't been pushing me out at all because I keep getting violations every time I go live.
Same. They're still finding me for putting up my Cash App or my Venmo in my background now.
Oh, interesting. I haven't tried that. I'm going to stay away from that. But I am hopefully getting an agent set up this week that might be able to help me out with it. We'll see.
Should have one.
Yeah,
definitely.
But Johanna, thank you for the super chat. Says, couldn't they have figured out how babies were made just by observing sheep and camels or whatever animal they were familiar with? I imagine it's pretty hard to figure out how female anatomy when you cover them from head to toe. Yeah, you have to wait for them to be dead, basically, and do some autopsy nonsense. Actually, that's what the Greeks, believe it or not, the ancient Greeks did a lot of autopsies on the dead as part of their study of the human body, and that's how like they learned the insides of people is when they died. They cut them open, see what's in there. And Larry says, "How vile is this how vile this guest is, Jiminy?" Yeah, that guest was quite vile. But listen, if there's one thing I know about Muslim apologists is that they are going to double down on sleeping with little girls. They're going to do it. They have to, or they have to leave the religion. And Johanna says,
Christians in the Americas are not doing much better with that here lately.
Right.
Just saying.
You're not wrong. Joanna says, a young girl that menstruates doesn't make her a woman ready for pregnancy. It makes her a pretty abrupt stop to a happy childhood. Yeah, it does make for a very sad childhood when you knock up a 9-year-old. It's absolutely miserable and physically dangerous. Frimples, thank you for sending out 5 DZ memberships. I appreciate that. That's very generous. And also, Discordia, good to see you tonight. I appreciate the super chat. Says, just want to let you know, I am a woman who loves your stream. I think there are many more of us than you know. I really appreciate that, Discordia. I know I would love to have a more well-balanced viewership, but unfortunately, I haven't found a way to do it. What I'm doing isn't attracting a balanced viewership. But it is what it is. Welcome in, Justin.
Yeah, how you doing?
Justin, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a God?
So I'm actually 24 and I do believe in God.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
Our Heavenly Father, Adonai, Elohim, the one who gave us his begotten son, Jesus Christ.
Cool. So you're a Christian. So what would be the best evidence or the best argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, it goes to, we have archaeological evidence. A lot of the stuff that is told during the Bible, like for instance, the Euphrates River, the Jordan River, where he was baptized, Jesus. We have those, those were told back then. So that's just the beginning, right? I'm pretty sure those weren't the exact names.
What's the Jordan River have to do with the Christian God being real? Because like the Babylonian literature talks about like the Euphrates River, but you don't believe in the Babylonian gods.
Well, then if we say that God do you believe in the devil or do you say that God's just not real, non-existent?
Well, how that doesn't answer the question.
Yeah, it didn't really answer the question. Like, you don't believe in the Babylonian gods, right?
No, I don't. I believe that they're false gods. I believe that they're false angels that defied God and they were using their knowledge that we didn't have to create such a vision that people obviously worshipped.
Right, but the fact that Babylonian rivers, the rivers mentioned by the Babylonians in their literature, the fact that those rivers exist don't validate the mythological claims of those texts, do they?
I'm sorry, repeat that one more time.
The fact that the Babylonian literature mentions rivers and locations and events that actually happened, the fact that it does that doesn't validate the mythology behind their culture, does it?
Well, I'm not saying that they didn't exist. I'm just saying I don't believe in their power and wisdom. I believe that they're false gods, fallen angels, because if we follow the word, Genesis 6.
You're not tracking. Just listen carefully, okay? You're saying that Christianity is true because some of the stuff in the Bible can be pinned to like real locations, or maybe
I'm
even,
using that.
Hold on, Justin. Hold on.
Go ahead.
You're saying that I asked you for what would be the evidence that the Christian God is real, and you said that there are things in the Bible that exist in real life, which is why I said there are also things in the Babylonian literature that exist in real life, but that doesn't make the Babylonian gods real, right? So do you understand the parallel?
All right, but like I said though, is we're using the word real as did they exist or not? They have existed. They're not gods. They're fallen angels. They're the Bene Elohim that defied God
You mean
and came
B'nai?
down to earth. Huh?
B'nai Elohim?
Yeah, the sons of God that came down, that defied God, came down as fallen angels. And I don't know if you know the stories in the
So, Justin,
text,
I don't
but
think you actually understood what I said, which is why you keep going on a tangent that's irrelevant to what we're talking about.
well,
So, I'll just start from the beginning. So, at the beginning, you were laying down a reason why I would believe in your God, and the reason that you gave me was that there are stuff in the Bible that mirrors real life. And I said, great. There are other books that have mythological claims that talk about things that mirror real life. I'm asking you, why should I accept the claims from your magical book and not the claims from another magical book?
well, we talking about Babylonian. Didn't they believe in these harsh beings, right?
What
God
they
is the being of all good.
what they believed in
Baphomet,
isn't
Moloch.
relevant. We're not asking if their belief is the same. We're asking, why would you choose the mythology of one over the other?
Well, God isn't really mythological. He's proof. I mean, those who don't.
You can't actually comprehend simple questions. I'm asking
I'm
if
answering them. It's just you're not liking the
Justin,
answer, sir.
just pay attention, child. You're offered two
All right,
options.
sir.
I'm going to put two. Just hold on. There are
Sir,
two.
you don't have to call me that though. Don't. You don't have to disrespect like that, sir.
I'm twice your age. You're a child to me.
All right.
There are two
how old are you, sir?
options. There are two options before you. Okay. One of them is religion A. One of them is religion.
Religion is man-made. Continue.
Religion A.
Religion is man-made.
Religion B. I'm going to mute you since you can't actually track what's happening. So two options in front of you, religion A and religion B, okay? You can call it whatever you want. You can put whatever twist on it you need to, okay? One is a body of claims we call a religion, and another is a body of claims that we call a religion. Now, this one here can be tied to actual geographical locations we know exist. This one here can be tied to actual geographical locations that we know exist. How do we decide which one of these we should follow?
You follow what you have your faith in. And
okay, so it's a matter of faith. Okay, so then I would just put my faith in Babylon.
All right, well, God bless you, sir. This conversation
why
won't go
is he wrong
nowhere.
for doing that? Can you explain why he's wrong for doing that, Justin?
For doing what?
Putting his faith in the Babylonian gods.
Well, I mean, hey, if we believe in the Babylonian gods, the ones in Babylonian times, such as Moloch, right? If you know who Moloch is, he was
it's Molech, and he wasn't a Babylonian deity; he was the Moabite deity.
He was also worshipped in Babylonian times.
He was not.
Okay.
He was worshipped by Molech. He makes an appearance in 2 Kings, and he also makes an appearance in the Mesha Stele. He was not in Babylon.
He was, in Babylon. Yes, he was, sir.
Nope.
Can you give us the text?
Babylon and Moab are not related geographically to each other. They're not. They don't share all the same gods. The Moabite deity is a regionally specific deity. Have you actually looked at a map before? Do you know where the Moabites are? Vavo, thank you for the gifts. I appreciate that. Big W, Vavo.
He's Googling.
He's Googling. Yeah, he's feverishly Googling the map.
Anytime they teacup, when you bring up a point, I'm assuming they're Googling because that's usually what's going on.
I'll just put it on the screen for you. It's okay. And he dropped, of course.
Oh, he dropped.
Of course he did.
Speaking of, I have to get going myself, friend. Thanks for letting me hang out. I appreciate you.
Dugald, thanks so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate that, man. Guys, make sure you're following Dugald and Cyber if you like live stream debates. These guys are awesome. Dugald, thank you so much, man.
No problem. Bye, Cyber. I'll talk to you soon too.
Hey, always a pleasure, Dugald.
And Justin, I hope I can get to come up and hang out again soon. I'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely, we'll make it happen. See you, Dugald. And for our impatient guest, this is where Moab is. It's just on the other side of the Dead Sea. They're literally nowhere close to the ancient Babylonians. Hold on, I'll show you the ancient Near Eastern map.
Matthew's up here to cook.
All right, so the Babylonian kingdom. All right, this here is roughly, I'm sorry, right here. If you can see my mouse, is roughly where the Moabites are. The Babylonian kingdom is way over here, the center actually being right about here. The Chemosh was not a Babylonian deity. Chemosh was a Moabite deity. Now, that doesn't mean that some of the deities didn't travel far and wide. Like we have deities like Ishtar. Ishtar traveled far and wide. She had cultic centers all throughout the region, like everywhere. But Chemosh was not. Chemosh was, as far as we can tell, a regional deity.
But you were right. If I squinted just right, they meshed together though. But I had to squint.
Yeah, you always have to squint. That's right. What's up, Ems? Ems came to cook, but he's just lighting the stove. Misinterpretations. Good to see you tonight, friend. Misinterpretation says not a death cult, a when you die cult. Praise Doug. That's right. Because in the cult of Doug, when you die, you're dead as a stone. You're done. You turn cold. Your body's no longer pumping blood, and you return to the earth, and that's all there is to it. Good to see you, Misinterpretations. Also, another YouTuber. Definitely drop in and give her a follow. And Marie says, First United Methodist Schist Church of Doug in Crust. You know what we should that brings up another play on words. Rusty, thank you for the hand hearts, and Ryan, thank you for the hand hearts. We need to say in Doug we crust. I feel like that has to be a thing. In Doug we crust.
Yes.
I got to get that on a t-shirt. I got to get it printed up. It's got to become a thing. It's got to be in Doug Recrust. And Frimples, thank you for the super chat, says, I was half watching a previous stream with Levin and Schmazy. Oh God, Schmazy's wild. Yeesh. And just about to go to bed when I saw that you were live. No sleep for me. Well, sorry, Frimples, to keep you from sleeping. Unfortunately, we've ran out of guests. We might not be able to go much longer. It's just one of those nights. TikTok won't push me out. And I think we've ran through the YouTube push. The way YouTube push works is typically after you've been live for so many hours, the YouTube doesn't really push you out that much anymore. They push you out for like the first 2 to 3 hours that you're live. And then unless your live is like super popping after that, they kind of just let it float for a while. It's not too often that your live does one of these on YouTube. It typically does one of these and then slowly descends. It's the trend on YouTube and TikTok are slightly different. But Lou, thank you for the super chat. It says Doug's cousins Miles and Corner are so him. Wait a minute, Doug's Miles and Corner. Am I missing something, friends? What's Miles and Corner? Oh well. Oh, I appreciate the super chat. Praise Doug. And iReactor, thank you for this. 666 says, if you're wondering why Doug didn't answer your prayers, he was probably taking a schist. Praise Doug. That's right. He was just dropping the pebbles in the water. And also, Joe says, Doug the Rock Salvation sounds like a rad 90s alt-rock band. Actually, I'd go for that. We had some crazy 90s alt-rock bands in the names in the 90s, though. You're right, actually. And so some pretty memorable ones. Small Johnson, though, sending out 10 deconstructions of membership. Small Johnson, I really appreciate that, friend. That's very generous. And let me grab 2 more super chats. Markham says, became a member. Love what you're doing. Keep it up. Well, Markham, I really appreciate that. And thank you for being a member. I really appreciate that. And last one, Sir Game a lot says, oh, first of all, thank you for the super chat. It says, what are the Masoretic texts based off? Isn't the Greek Septuagint older? Why do you prefer Masoretic texts over the older Greek translations? What text did you use to translate the Hebrews into Greek? So the Masoretic text I don't want to say is older or not older. The Masoretic tradition goes back all the way to the Dead Sea Scrolls and probably before the Dead Sea Scrolls. We refer to that as the Proto-Masoretic tradition because the true Masoretes didn't really come around until about 200 CE. But we have texts in the Dead Sea Scrolls that agree primarily with the Masoretic text, and that's why they're referred to as the Proto-Masoretic text among the Dead Sea Scrolls. Actually, I have a diagram for you. Give me a second. Put it on the screen. Lawrence Schiffman, who wrote a number of books on the Dead Sea Scrolls, did an analysis of the textual family and found that there are about 27 or 20% of the texts in Qumran were unique to Qumran. It didn't match any other text types. And then 60% of the texts that we have found in Qumran matched the Masoretic text or the Proto-Masoretic tradition, and 5% matches the Samaritan Pentateuch. That's a Proto-Hebrew literature, and then only 5% of them match what we find in the Septuagint in terms of family type. So anyways, that's why the Masoretic text is so well preferred among scholars. It's not just that it was well kept and authoritative, but it seems to be a pretty ancient tradition. And it seems to be that the Greek Septuagint probably was translated from a Proto-Masoretic tradition, which is why the Hebrew manuscripts that we have preserved match the Proto-Masoretic tradition so well. That being said, the Greek Septuagint, we don't know exactly how old it was because some of it was translated late. The Torah was probably translated earlier. I don't believe the letter of Aristeas is true when it gives us how it was translated, but I believe that was the first part to be translated. And then the rest of it was subsequently translated later. All we can definitively say is that it was translated, all of it, prior to the time of Jesus, but we don't know exactly when. So when we say that the Greek Septuagint is older, I think that's a little bit of a misnomer because we don't have a Greek Septuagint. We have a body of texts that we have to collect into what we call the Greek Septuagint. And even at that, you have to get a critical edition of it. I've got a critical edition.
Wait a minute, are you telling me you don't actually go into space for your lives?
No, as it turns out, I don't go into space. I don't have my critical edition of the Ralph Hanhart Septuagint with me, I guess. But oh, here it is.
I thought Blitz had him set up.
So this is one of the latest critical editions that you can buy with like normal people money. If you want the Quinta edition, actually that's for the Hebrew. This is probably the latest. It's still being updated. The Septuagint. This is the Ralph Hanhart edition. The most popular right now is just the Ralphs. Mine is updated. I got the Ralph's Hanhart. I had to shell out some money for this, but what you'll find in the critical edition is it'll give you the Greek text, and then it'll give you all the textual variants and what manuscripts they come from of the Greek Septuagint, so you can see where the differences are in the actual manuscripts. So just know that the Greek Septuagint is really referring to a whole body of manuscripts that we just refer to like they're a single unit, but they're not really a single unit. But thank you for the question. Anyways, we've got the Biblical Ritual Company with us now. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Biblical Ritual Company, are you a believer?
Well, let me explain. Okay, so I don't believe in like the death, burial, resurrection. I more so believe in like taking on the attributes of the Christ figure, such as love, charity, you know, the more mystical stuff. We talked before. I actually sent you a copy of my book via email. It's been like several weeks.
Yeah, we have talked.
Yeah. So it's more like a frequency or consciousness, and also through the filter of symbolism in relation to astrology, anatomy, alchemy, all that stuff. So it's not like in a traditional sense.
Yeah. You know, we finally turned lead into gold, right?
Yeah.
I thought you might be interested in that one. That's a new development. It took, a particle collider to do it, but I mean, finally fucking did it.
About time.
I know. We've been trying to do it for a long, long time.
I need that machine. I need that right there.
Yeah, I don't know how many times you have to run it through to get enough to do something with, but anyways. So what's on your mind tonight?
Well, I just wanted to come up and first thank you for all of the hard work that you and your team, you guys do. And I appreciate everything. I also binge watch your content and you keep me laughing. Yeah. And as well, just to check in to see if you did receive my email. I sent it I think it was early last month or something.
Shit, I probably received it and saved the document in my Google Drive, but I have to admit I haven't read it yet. I've kind of been saving a lot of my reading for summer. I'm not going to be reading, or I'm not going to be streaming a lot over summer because my son's going to be on school break, and so I'll be spending time with him while he's on school break. And a lot of times I'll, since I'm not going to be streaming, I'll get my reading done with him while we're watching TV and whatnot.
That's awesome. I hope you have a wonderful summer. I probably come back on here before then, but I do thank you for everything.
But
And
shoot me another email and make sure, because I want to make sure it's on my reading list for the summer.
yeah, and I see somebody named Ashley Ash. My name is actually Ashley, and she said this should be interesting. The guest is a Christian witch.
Well, listen, even in the Hebrew Bible, Yahweh encourages people to use magic. Like he has them casting lots to divine the will of God, which, as far as I can tell, is no different than tarot cards.
It's not because tarot deals with symbolism.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's really no difference. Yeah,
I'm with you there.
Well, you guys have a great night, and thank you for having me on.
Yeah, good to hear from you, friend. Big W.
Okay. All right. Peace.
I totally forgot that she sent me that. I remember saving the document thinking I need to read this, and then I didn't get around to reading it, but I really want to read it now because we talked and we had a really interesting conversation. So I know that whatever she wrote down in the document is going to be interesting as well.
Hello.
Ems, my friend, you missed a great conversation, but
I've been told that you did my favorite topic without me.
I'm so sorry, Ems.
I sent you some resources. I'm going to have to do a document to summarize the embryology argument. But it is way more than just the bones and the flesh. That is... I rarely even mention that because that is the least of the troubles mentioned in the verse.
I believe you. Ems, we have to collaborate on doing a deconstruction for Muslim cheat sheet.
The problem with that is that I feel like I have to explain a lot of the stuff because a lot of the stuff is not is a Western audience isn't going to understand or catch immediately. When I try to do one for prepubescent marriage, a lot of the stuff doesn't make sense. For example, if I reference chapter 4 verse 3, it talks about if you fear that you will not deal justly with the orphans, that you can marry a woman, whatever you please, 2, 3, and 4. That wouldn't make sense unless I explain that the concept what's it called? That orphans, by necessity, in the language, have to be prepubescent, and also explain the hadith that comes with it, in which it is talking about marrying those orphans.
Right.
So it is not going to make sense unless I explain it out. It's not as easy as just making a spreadsheet.
I get that. I really do get that. Well, listen, Ems, I mean, we appreciate everything that you do here because you bring a level of expertise to this discussion that we could only dream of.
Ems, if I may, I did have a quick question because I didn't want to talk about this, what I think is a contradiction without knowing. In Islam, there's no idea of the Garden of Eden. They were in paradise, but it's not on Earth, correct?
Yes, it's in heaven.
Okay, so it is in heaven. Okay, because there's a contradiction that I'd found where he's kicking Satan out of paradise, and then but again he goes back into paradise to tempt them. But then in another surah it states that, and we have protected it from every devil expelled from the mercy of Allah. So it seems like either he's really shitty at protecting things from devils, or we just have a clear contradiction.
You're gonna have to send it to me so I can check, so I can read it myself.
Yeah, I'll shoot it to you.
Because I haven't really noticed that before. So
yeah, for sure. Well, let me grab a couple super chats, and we're gonna get our next guest, Steve, into the guest box. Dustin says this kid was not equipped for the convo. Yeah, that's why he dropped, right?
I'm gonna drop down in the comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ems. Guys, make sure you're following Matthew, Cyber, and Ems. All of these creators are like working really hard in this particular space, in this deconstruction space, and so we got to make sure that all of us are aware of each other's work so that we can all come up together. You know what I mean? Evan says, does anyone else think it's weird that Moses' father, Amram, married his own aunt, Jochebed? Listen, that was common stuff. But again, when the law of Moses comes around, that gets forbidden. So like there's a same thing with incest, right? There's a bunch of laws that we find in like Leviticus and whatnot, like chapter 18 and 20, that are forbidden, but it seemed to be perfectly okay for the patriarchs. So it's just the double standard is weird, but it makes more sense once you realize that it's just because these Levitical codes were written like many hundreds of years after these stories about Moses and whatnot actually existed. Like the mythological story came first, and then the law codes came later, and nobody bothered to check to see if they were creating contradictions with them. But Frank Reynolds, good to see you tonight, says Doug Calt or GY sign up sheet by the door. What's GY mean? Wait, what? Did I miss something? I don't follow you, Frank, but I appreciate the super chat. And Johanna, again, with another super chat, thank you so much, says the reason why you attract more men than women must be because women are more logical and men are more gullible. Can you imagine believing in ghosts, angels, demons as an adult? Actually, that brings up a really good point. Okay, so Johanna, of the people within Christianity, this is my experience when I was there, the types of people who feel like you can prove Christianity true are typically men. The types of people who think that Christianity is a faith and you should just trust God, you should trust the pastor, and you shouldn't challenge authority. Quite often, that seem to be women. Women are trained from a young age not to question authority, that especially in the church, that the man is in charge. You have to listen to the pastor, you have to sit down and be quiet and listen in submission. And so like the types of people within Christianity that get involved in the circles of, I'm going to tell you what you should believe, and I'm going to tell you why you should believe it, well, tend to be men. You know what I mean? And if women speak up in the church, guess what? They're Jezebels now, right? They've got that spirit of Jezebel. But Lou says, Doug's cousins, Miles and Corner, are so proud of him. I've read, I think this is the second time I've seen the super chat. What does it mean? Am I missing something? What is
Milestone and Cornerstone?
Oh, milestone. Yeah, like, okay. Sorry. Sometimes you got to spell it out. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that.
I didn't catch it either. Don't feel bad.
I've been live for 5 hours, guys. You have to give me a push sometimes into these.
I got a couple of puns running through my head right now, and that was one of them.
That was good, though. I appreciate that, Matt. That would have drove me crazy if somebody wouldn't have put that in there for me. And Johanna says they're called gravestones, right? Hail Doug and his rockin' family. And Rocky, I don't know if you guys were looking earlier, but Cyber had Rocky on stage. Also, Dex, thank you for the subby, says, if you could go back in time and witness, verify any event within the Bible or Jewish writings, what event would you choose? There's Rocky. What event would I choose from the Bible to go back and witness? I want to go back to the Garden of Eden. I would be totally down for that. I want to see the talking snake. I want to see this supposed fruit that they couldn't say no to. I want to check that out. That sounds like a pretty dope situation.
I don't know. Frogs raining down on pyramids would be kind of interesting to watch.
Fair enough. The 10 plagues would be dynamite, actually.
I just want to see the animals being resurrected.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah. The zombie apocalypse in Matthew 27 would be pretty cool too, actually. So I'm trying to get Steve up in here. Steve, can you hear me? How you doing, bud? Your microphone's muted on your end right now. All right, your microphone is now unmuted, so I should be able to hear you, yet I don't hear you. Is your microphone turned down? You got the volume turned down on it? It shows that you got a microphone plugged in. That's weird. It doesn't show any audio input though. I don't know why. Reload your session. It doesn't show that you have any audio coming through. I'm gonna get rid of Video Ninja this week. There's got to be a better way to do this. I could use StreamYard if StreamYard would ever get their vertical layout customization shit put together, but they still haven't done it. You can still only customize horizontal layouts. It drives me insane. If there's a better way to do call-ins, I don't know a way. I know a way to do call-ins with audio only, but I want to get it so we can do video because I want to see people's faces, right? And this is about the only way to do it is to use Video Ninja and then import the feed into your streaming software. Steve, no one can hear you, my friend. No one can hear a word you're saying. Your microphone's not working. That's a shame because I want to talk to Steven, but
well, hopefully he'll be able to come back.
Right.
If you wouldn't mind, I actually got some information for you, while we wait. If you want to do the super chat first, that's perfectly fine. But I have something about the Quran verses you guys were talking about that I think you'll find interesting.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, let me read this real quick. Bible doesn't know about pi, right? That's fool's gold. Actually, there's one verse that talks about the building of the temple and the measurement of some of the cylindrical objects. And it does describe pi, not quite to 3.14, but it came out to about 3. And for the type of math that they were doing back then, I would give them credit for that. I'd be okay with 3. Unless you're doing something incredibly precise. I don't think that's too big of an issue, especially when you understand like what they were using pi for. That extra bit of precision, I don't think really matters all that much. But I get you why I get why you would think that, because there is, if you do the math on the measurements given in the Book of Kings, it's clear that it doesn't come out to 3.14. Steve, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Yeah. So I didn't have my audio selected.
That sounds about right. It sounds like your connection is a little bit choppy too. I hear there's some bullfrogs in your connection when you talk.
Oh, really? Damn. Dang. Let me see.
It usually happens when the connection is just a little bit slow.
I have like 3 bars.
Yeah, actually, it's not happening right now. You might be good. Just wherever you're at right now seems to be working.
I'm in the truck.
So what's in your mind, Steve?
Man, I was just calling. First of all, I'm not a Christian. So I was really just calling to, say thank you for everything. You're really helping me hate Christianity even more than I already did. And I'm a truck driver, so I probably listened to every one of your lives for like the last year, like completely through multiple times. So
That's a lot, Steve.
yeah,
I
so
appreciate that.
yeah, so like I'm in the process of making my own cheat sheet by just taking notes of all the inconsistencies and stuff, and like in my Apple Notes, so I can just kind of have it on my own and go back and read it as well. But yeah, like I definitely like all the information you're bringing and stuff like that. So I want to thank you for all that. And like I also had a question. So I mean, just from listening to you, you kind of make me want to go to seminary school just to be a better atheist.
That's one way to do it.
Yeah, but I was wondering, are there any resources that you could provide to kind of help like someone get a seminary level education on like how to break down like certain topics and things you learn in the Bible without having to go?
I have a good start. I want to show you a book real quick. Hold on.
I actually can't see you. Is that? I don't know why.
Yeah, actually, I forgot that you can't see my screen. Just give me 1 second though. See if I can share my screen with you.
All right. Get a paper to take some notes down.
I don't know if there's a good way to show. Yeah, there's not a
I
good
mean, you
way
can
to.
just tell me what it is. You know, I'm pretty resourceful.
Sure.
I'll find a
Yeah.
book.
I'll pull it up on the internet browser and show you the internet browser. And it's not the newest book on this particular genre, but it is a really good book, and it was very commonly used in Bible colleges and whatnot. Let me open up my sharing screen to share this with you. There we go. You should be able to see it now on your screen.
Yeah, grasping God's word.
Yeah, so this I think the third edition is the latest. Mine is the second edition. This is a really good introduction to hermeneutics. So like if you're like, listen, I just want to know, like, when I sit down with the Bible, what are the methods for interpreting? What are the methods? Like, how should I be reading the text? How should I be doing like basic level exegesis, right? I think this textbook is really good to get you to that endpoint. If you can consume what you find in this book, this will give you a really good head start on like, okay, now I can sit down with the Bible and I could like study it with a little bit of like proper understanding. Now, the next thing you'll want to do is you're probably going to start in the Old Testament. You might want to get like an Old Testament survey. And I think my favorite.
I have one of those.
Yeah. Do you have a survey of the Old Testament?
Yeah, you know, it's a PDF, whatever that I've got, but I mean, I might not have the best one, so.
Well, there's one by a trio of authors that I think it's no longer the latest, but again, it's one of the books that they handed out in seminary for so long. It was like the standard bearer for a long time. So this one is done by David Allen Hubbard, Frederick Bush, and William Laser. Hubbard is probably the most well-known of the three scholars that did this, but this is the Old Testament survey. And this dives a little bit into textual criticism, a little bit into source criticism, a little bit into ancient Near Eastern culture. It'll give you some like a background information on the various like chapters. So like it has a chapter on just the book of Daniel, right? And it'll go over the dating, the authorship, sometimes it'll give archaeological data that's helpful. So an Old Testament survey like this would be really good. Now, when it comes to New Testament survey, there's so many of them that are good. Like you can literally just go on Google, or not Google, you can literally go on Amazon and type in New Testament survey and just make sure it is written by an actual professor. Like the guy who wrote mine he had a beefy one. So this was a thick one. I had to read the whole fucking thing for my introduction to New Testament. This was by David De Silva. It's an introduction to the New Testament, but it's still the same thing. It's
he's on YouTube, isn't he?
David De Silva. I don't know if he's on YouTube, but he's a really, really well-known a New Testament scholar. In fact, he did the translation and commentary for Maccabees. I think third and fourth Maccabees in the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible. And he does a lot of work on the Apocrypha. So he wrote a book about 10 or 15 years ago, The Introduction to the Apocrypha, which was really popular, that gets read in a lot of Bible colleges. But anyways, the Introduction to the New Testament by David De Silva is a good one, but it's thick. It's a slog. You know what I mean? It's going to take a long time to get through it.
Cool. Well, cool.
But
Yeah.
those are good places
I'll
to
definitely
start.
start there.
I would
Yeah,
maybe
and
offer one other suggestion.
Sure.
Which is like, if you're just reading the Bible and you're like, well, I want to hear some scholarly interpretation, right? Just kind of hear what the scholars are saying. There are 2 single volume commentaries that I turn to a lot. They're very concise, they're very good, and they're very scholarly. My favorite happens to be a Catholic one, actually. I'm not Catholic, but this one is my favorite. This is the Jerome Biblical Commentary. This is the 2nd edition. It's a beefy boy. The 3rd edition is amazing. I've got the 3rd edition as well. The reason why I like the 2nd edition, though, is the pages are thicker and they're not see-through. The 3rd edition has a lot more information, and so they had to make the pages thinner, and sometimes they give me like a headache trying to read. But the 3rd edition is amazing. It's widely available. The other single volume commentary series is the Oxford Bible Commentary. And this is another amazing commentary, single volume. So if you're like, listen, I just want to read quickly, like what would I expect a scholar to say about this passage? Those 2 commentaries are going to give you a pretty common opinion held within scholarship. These particular commentary series are basically, I'm going to say, mainstream scholarship. And then after that, if you want a commentary on a specific book of the Bible, you can contact me anytime and I can give you specific recommendations for like which scholar specializes in which book of the Bible, because like you might be tempted to buy a whole Bible commentary series. That's not really a great way to go, because sometimes like a couple people in that series might be writing on a book that's not really their specialty, but they got roped into it anyways.
Okay, cool.
Right.
There's a few questions I had too. Are all the prophets, so like what the Nevi'im or whatever it's called in the Tanakh, the books of the prophets, are all of those occurring at the same time?
No, they don't appear to be. So, some of the early prophets would be like Hosea, and then, believe it or not, first Isaiah seems to be relatively early. And then some of, the later prophets like Malachi, Haggai, and whatnot. They span a range of what I would say is probably about 250, maybe even 300 years, depending on your interpretation. The textual evidence that we have doesn't span that gap. The textual evidence we have spans a very small gap of years, maybe 100 years. But if you started in the Old Testament prophets and read them in the order that they appear, they're like, roughly in order in terms of chronology. Not great, it's not perfect. Some of them are out of order, but you can read them in order that they show up in the English Bible. In the Hebrew Bible, it's a little bit different the way that it's organized. And even Daniel, I think in the Hebrew Bible, shows up not in the Nevi'im. Daniel shows up in the Ketuvim. He shows up in the writings.
Okay. Yeah, because just from watching all of your videos, I've kind of seen a theme, like all the prophets are speaking about Israel being restored, and I wasn't sure if it's all the same slavery or the like captivity period, or there's just so many captivity periods, and they seem to be, always coming up with this like apocalyptic vision of how they're going to get out of it. It seems like that's kind of the theme of the Old Testament almost.
Yeah, because there's essentially 3 of them, right? The first one happens about 730. That's the Assyrians, right? So about 728 or so. The Assyrians come in and they wipe out the 10 northern tribes. And then the tribe of Benjamin and Judah are left standing in the south. And so they get wiped out later by the Babylonians starting in 605. That there's 4 different major campaigns starting in 605, and then by the time you get to like 587, they're completely wiped out. And then they come back from the land about 538-ish, And they don't really get restored the way that Jeremiah predicted and Isaiah predicted, which is why you end up with the book of Daniel. Daniel is being written under the thumb of Antiochus Epiphanes the fourth in the middle of the 2nd century. And he's basically trying to figure out, like, why didn't these prophecies come true? So he's basically reinterpreting the prophecy of Jeremiah to be about his time. So all that restoration that Jeremiah talks about, Daniel is thinking, no, that stuff's going to happen in my lifetime.
Right.
Or,
With the Greeks.
Yeah, during the Greeks. Yeah. Theoretically, Daniel is in the story, he's posited to be living in about 522 when he wrote Daniel chapter 9, when he's rephrasing Jeremiah chapter 25. But the reality is, whoever the author wasn't living in 522. He was living in like 171.
Right, exactly. And it seems like, okay, yeah, because I'm noticing that theme, whatever, right? And one of my things is, like, when I talk to Christians, mainly my friend, is I don't, because they say, well, Jesus did that, Jesus did this. I don't understand how they can't fathom an idea that, hey, we have all of these books from the Old Testament that have been, prophesizing these things for, like, hundreds of years. How hard is it to imagine that maybe someone just went back and read those things and created a mythology of someone fulfilling these? I mean, because it's not like they didn't have the text or the clues, to just say, hey, well, this book said this, let's make him fulfill that, even though they didn't, do a good job of finding the fulfillments, right? Like, it
Yeah.
said he rode a donkey, let's just write a story where this guy rides a donkey. And so, it's like, they're always like, well, uh, why would Matthew lie? Or why would they lie? I mean, what would be the motivation for that? I mean, it's not really hard to fathom that someone could create this story from the fact they already had all the documents, to do it from.
Yeah, I totally agree. And so, like, first of all, I think that most of what the Gospels say are fiction. It's mythology that's made up, right?
Right. Yeah, me too.
The reason why I don't do that angle a whole lot is because that's a very difficult sell for most Christians. Like, Christians come in here and they think all of it's true. So if you come in here and say, well, none of it's true, or like 90% of it's false, that's a bridge that they're not going to cross. But if you come in here and you start and you just say, okay, well, Jesus was a human and he did a bunch of stuff, and we can at least look at the Gospels and see some of what he did, right? So I give a little bit of vague charity to the narrative, only so that when we go and read it, I can say, look, when we're reading this, he doesn't even fulfill the prophecies, even if you believe he did the stuff. And I think that allows me to bring them one step closer to my position, because I'm not asking them to throw out the baby with the bathwater. I'm just asking them to say, listen, if you're reading about what Jesus did it even qualify? And the reality is, it doesn't even qualify.
Yeah. And it's interesting because, like I was talking to my friend, they have a criteria of what the Antichrist is in Revelations. Because I'm like, if there's an Antichrist that comes, like, what criteria are you going to use to not be tricked by this guy and think he's the Messiah, right? And he's like, well, he's supposed to have a beast and this and that. Okay, well, then why can't you see that there's a criteria for Jesus that was written in the Old Testament that that he's supposed to follow as well? It's like they can't put those two things together.
Yeah, it's pretty wild to me. But the problem is, for most Christians, I think they do it by accident. I don't know if they do it on purpose. For most Christians, they start with Jesus rose from the dead, therefore everything he says is true. And then they work back and they say, well, these prophecies have to make sense because Jesus is the Messiah. Whereas I don't think that's honest. I think you should start at the beginning, which is, do the prophecies even make sense to say that they're fulfilled? And if the answer is no, then listen, if the New Testament can't even get the prophecies right, why would I believe that when the New Testament claims he rose from the dead? That's ludicrous.
Yeah, man, that's like the best angle I've ever heard. Like, before hearing you say that, I never even considered that. That pretty much kills everything else. But the main challenge is is actually getting a Christian to go back and read the Old Testament.
Yeah,
They will
it's
not
so
do it.
hard.
It is so hard. Like, oh my God, they're afraid of reading the Old Testament. I
Yeah,
mean, they will say every C.S. Lewis quote or Jordan Peterson, man, but man, they will not read that Bible.
they really won't. Fen, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate that. But so like the problem is, the Christians are conditioned to kind of ignore most of the Old Testament. You're kind of told that you don't need it. That's done away with. And the reality is most pastors don't even spend any time reading it, right? So they don't want their congregation reading it and then coming to them later like, hey, it says here you can own slaves. They don't want that. So like a lot of Christianity is like they're trying to keep you away from the difficult stuff, because then you leave the church, and then if you leave the church, then you're damned, or the church doesn't get the money.
Yeah.
Whereas Judaism doesn't really have that problem. Judaism, they'll look at the book and be like, oh yeah, God is an asshole, right? That they're fine with
Yeah.
that. Or like they'll be like, well, we don't have to proselytize. We don't care. Like, God's not sending you to hell for not believing what we believe. So like
Right.
the Christian has a couple problems to deal with in the Old Testament that the Jews kind of, they already have workarounds for them, but the Christians don't have good workarounds.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Well, yeah. Also had just one debate topic. I know you kind of like to put controversial topics for your debates. I was thinking one could be all Christians are going to hell, because they believe in a false Messiah in a new religion.
That's actually a good
So,
idea. I used to run a topic a lot that was Jesus is a liar and a fraud. And
yeah, I've seen that.
it definitely would be worthwhile to rephrase it, to retool it, and just say Jesus was the false Messiah from Deuteronomy 13. And then I can show them how following Jesus could lead them to not being part of the resurrection of the righteous, meaning you're dead in Sheol forever.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the sad part is that that God doesn't exist, so it's never going to happen. But man, if he only could exist, and then they could go and be like, "Damn, I was fooled,"
Right.
But yeah, I mean, just based on their own text, I mean, they're going to hell because they're believing a false Messiah, and and pretty much a new religion that changes what God said in the Old Testament.
Right. And that's the interesting thing about the Bible is it's so big and there's so many texts and so many words that if you're sneaky, like if you're planning it right, you could make it say about anything you needed to, because that's what the Christians are doing. But we can play the same
Yep.
game.
Exactly.
Oh man. Well, Steve, thanks so much for coming up and chatting with me, and thank you so much for watching and supporting the stream. And if you ever have questions in the future, let me know, and definitely join the Discord as well if you want to chat to people in the community offline.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll definitely do that.
All right. Cheers, friend. Have a good one. Drive safe.
All right, man. You too. Bye.
Dubs for Steve. Well, let me
Awesome
grab.
conversation.
I love it when you hear people that are like seriously thinking about the content matter. I got about 5 super chats, and I think we might be at the end of the live stream. I want to hear what Matt had to say. Though Matt had some comments on the Quran, correct?
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I got delayed there.
Oh no, they're good. You're good.
FD11, good to see you tonight, friend. It says, is there a Peebles in the Rock family? We had some discussion about Pebbles in the Doug family, and as far as I'm aware, there is Pebbles, but we don't have a manifestation of Pebbles yet. We were still waiting for another prophet of Doug and Sharon to come up with the manifestation of the Pebbles. So, I have faith though that it'll happen. You know what I mean?
They tend to be a chip off the old block.
That's a good one. That is a good one. Debbie, my friend, good to see you. Says, I'm standing by our Bible being substituted a New Testament of the latter Doug saints to maybe accompanied by the doctrines and coprolites. Oh my gosh. The rock and the stone, I guess you would say puns, that counts as a pun, are phenomenal tonight. They're off the hook. I mean, you're actually smashing it with the Doug puns. I appreciate that. And let's see, we've another super chat from 80s. 80 says, "Who are some of the apocalypse? What? Hold on, what? Who are some other apocalypticists in in Judea near Jesus's time period?" That's actually a good question because I know there were some. Dositheus had an apocalyptic cult, I thought. I'm trying to think who else. Shit, there's a ton of them. I mean, you think about what we find in the Qumran scrolls. The Qumran scrolls are really apocalyptic as well. You might want to give a reading of the Melchizedek scroll. Definitely, I would give a reading to... I would include the writings of Second Esdras. Second Esdras was clearly written after Jesus already died, but is basically an end times type of a text. But there are so many apocalyptical writings, but none of them come to mind. James Vanderkam wrote on this particular topic. I don't have the... Do I have the book with me?
Well, I mean, they did have there were the Zealots, so they were kind of apocalyptic. And then the Essenes, they were apocalyptic.
So I actually have a bookshelf somewhere of just my apocalyptical texts, but the writings by James Vanderkam is probably the way you want to go. He did a monograph a while back on the Enochic literature and also on the apocalyptical literature. So there are two scholars that are, we'll say, the foremost experts in apocalyptical literature from the time period. There is going to be James Vanderkam, and then the other one is going to be John J. Collins. I call him JJ. John J. Collins. Find any of the apocalyptical literature that is by John J. Collins or James Vanderkam, and you will not regret it. They're both amazing, and they've written pretty extensively on this particular topic. You'll find some good work by them. And also, Lucifer, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. Big W. And Frimples gifting out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, Frimples. I appreciate that. And Noah's Lions 8 dead babies on the ark. Good to see you again tonight, my friend. Said the Mennonites use the Old Testament to condemn Christian Christmas trees, but then turn around and also condemn stringed instruments in spite of those commandments. Isn't that crazy? The fight in Christianity over the instruments will never not shock me. That there are entire church splits over instruments. That's the Church of Christ had a partial split over a cappella worship and others. It's baffling to me. And you think about so many churches were no drums in church for a long time. And the Bible literally tells you to, worship with the clanging of the gong, the cymbals. What is a percussive? There's drums in the Bible even. It's crazy. Oh, well. Spud said, do you think no creator exists who created matter? Spud, I don't think that matter was created. So I guess the answer is no. I don't know. But last but not least, Bugsy says, I dig Doug. And actually, Bugsy, that's how Doug got named. That's how we ended up with the naming of Doug. And Mark Bauman, I saw the chat in from Mark Bauman. Thank you so much, Mark Bauman, for the $150 over Venmo or Cash App. Big W, Mark Bauman. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting, Mark. Mark's always out here supporting. That's a great way to end the live stream with that big bout of support. I appreciate that. Now, I've got two friends, Matthew and Cybra, with me, who are fellow creators. Matthew had something to add to our discussion on Muhammad and the Quran, right?
Oh, absolutely. The specific verse being discussed is 23:14. It's the discussion on embryology, the fetal development, how people come about, basic Quran bird and the bees idea. The funny thing is, all this information that's discussed was previously known by the Greeks. You can go back directly to Greek contributions to science and medicine to find out that Aristotle did a work titled On the Generation of Animals, which described embryonic development. It was based on observation of things like chicken eggs, other animals, and stuff like that. And he had a theorized position, and this is going to be important a little bit later, that the semen provided the form and the menstrual blood provided the matter for the actual formation of the child. And this was 3rd century, actually 4th century BCE. So this is a long time before the Quran. Galen actually took up his work. Galen was a Roman physician, but he was of Greek origin. He took up Aristotle's ideas, and he provided more information in his works where he actually dissected animals, and he described fetal membranes, placental structures, and the development of various organs. And all of those were of great influence through medieval and Islamic and European medicine. All of these things would have been translated, transmitted, and would have been read all across the Mediterranean, the Near East, Persian, Indian, and even Islamic scholars would have all had access to this information. And some of the people who were originally the followers of Muhammad, well, one of them was actually a physician who would have had access to this information. Now, if you remember the part about the form and the matter, this falls directly in line with the way the Quran discusses it. And when the Quran discusses you go from sperm to a clot of blood, and then to a lump of flesh, and then to then finally to the bones that are then clothed in flesh. This falls directly in line with what Aristotle would have said when he discussed that the male seed provided the form or the soul, and the female provided the menstrual blood for the material. Said it went from, Aristotle would have said it went from blood or from semen to blood, then to body, and then limbs, which directly falls in line with what is written in the Quran.
So my experience, it's been a long time since I read the Quran, and I had some notes from a long time ago, but like I was able to find within just like the first 100 like the first 100 pages, like dozens of paragraphs and phrases that seemed to be completely lifted from Jewish literature that they would have known from the time period. And it seems to me, and it sounds like that's what you're suggesting here with the crossover of previous known knowledge. It sounds to me like they're manufacturing a holy book, like they're stealing from culture and from other literature and other things from the time period and making their own holy book.
Oh, absolutely. And we can see this with like literal titled Greek like manuscripts that have this information. In fact, Galen, who would have been in 2nd century CE, he quite literally believed in what was called a 4-stage development system, where it went from semen to blood to flesh to limbs or the soul. So once you had all those things accomplished, then you were a living being and had a soul. And if you notice within the Quran, and it says after this, the creation is formed, thus the Allah is the best of creators, right? It falls in line with Galen's writings, like step by step by step. There's no way to get around it.
Yeah, what's more likely, that they were quoting the known knowledge from Galen, or that they were receiving divine revelation from God? I'm going to go with option A.
Yeah, I'm going to stick there as well. So we actually have the direct like input from the Greeks for how the Quran got this information.
That's really good. I appreciate that. Send me, DM me some of that resource. I'm going to put it. I'm going to start assembling some resources for Muslim apologists on my deconstruction cheat sheet. I've been reluctant to do it, but eventually I'm going to get into a situation where I need to access some of this stuff and I'm not going to have it. So I got to start adding it to the cheat sheet. That'd be really helpful to have. But guys, make sure. What's that, Saber?
Oh, I was just going to say something else that's important to mention as well, since we're talking about like the Quran, is that you'll hear a lot of Muslims are going to say that it has a chain of succession that they're able to trace and it has never been changed. But that's not true. The Caliphate, Uthman,
He was burning
literally, yeah, he burned them. Like anything that didn't agree with what he wanted, he burned them. And we get that from Bukhari, book 66. So like, and this is in Islamic tradition, like, so don't let them try to fool you with that either.
That's crazy. The
Yeah,
lies that they'll tell.
there was about a 23-year gap between the supposed revelation to Muhammad until the first like formalized Quran that was then held and maintained. But anything that was differing from that, whether it's from like different verbiage or just different dialect, it was all removed and burned. So you have a 23-year gap of information that you have no way of understanding what was kept or lost.
Yep.
Well, guys, thanks so much for being here. I'm going to read the last 2 super chats, and then we're going to go over to the Deconstruction Junction. Joy said, when you read Genesis 1, the order that God created earth should be enough to debunk the entire Bible. I'd love to come on and help you debate Christians. Well, Joey, I mean, if you have TikTok, we can make that a reality sometime. But unfortunately, you know, I've been around long enough to know Genesis 1 is not a problem for most Christians. They'll just say, well, it's a metaphor, or it wasn't literal days, and there's always a way around it. I think you might be a little optimistic if you think you can defeat a Christian with just Genesis 1, but I do agree the order of operations in Genesis 1 is crazy, but I know for a fact that Christians will do somersaults over it. So you got to bring more than Genesis 1. But anyways, Joey, get on TikTok, come on over. And Frimples says, I have to go to sleep, but I don't want to go to sleep. Addicted to this channel. I'm sorry, Frimples. Listen, I got to go to bed too. I'm getting ready to go to bed, but I appreciate you being here and I appreciate you supporting the channel. A big W for you, Frimples. And guys, Mezzo is live right now on the Deconstruction Junction YouTube channel. Let's go over and raid the Deconstruction Junction YouTube channel and get these views up. How many are over there right now? Let's see. There are 40 people watching at the Deconstruction Junction right now. Let's get that higher. Let's get everyone over at the Deconstruction Junction. Let's get up in this live stream. Tell them Doug and Justin sent you. There's 43 watching. We got to get this thing well up over 100 viewers. Let's go raid the Deconstruction Junction. This is the community YouTube channel for the Deconstruction Junction Discord. We're going to have a bunch of creators streaming to this particular channel over the course of time. It's not just going to be, it's not just for Mezzo to stream to. We're going to have a bunch of streamers streaming to this channel. So definitely, if you're not already following the Deconstruction Junction, please do, because eventually you're going to be seeing my face stream over there so that we can support the work happening at the Deconstruction Junction. And I see the view counts popping up. So guys, find us over at the Deconstruction Junction. It's the @Deconstruction Junction. I'll see you over there in just a few minutes. Thank you so much for being here. We'll see you again in 2 more nights.